Mm-hmm. All right, let's get the taps, get the shares going. So we see the new topic. So today I've been hearing lately, and a lot of times I keep hearing out through all the app, it sound like, or they say women say they're afraid of men. That's why they bring up so many things. They bring up stats of why men are dangerous, why they choosing bears and all the other stuff, right? So I just want to see, do we really believe that women are afraid of men for real? Do they like what are the signs of women that are afraid of men? Like do you really see that to this day? Like are women really afraid to step outside? Are they aware of these clubs that they go to, or they just go out and seek and don't care, Because they know that clubs are full of men, and yet they be half dressed going in the club and all that stuff and don't care. So is they really afraid of men? That's what I really want to see though. And this is the thing that you hear all around this app. You will see how afraid, or they claim they're afraid of how dangerous man is, and now I'm so scared, and men can do this, and men, right? Are they really afraid? You know what I'm saying? Or they just, or they being performative. They just putting on the act in front of online. Because I don't think I've heard in person that a woman really just say in front of me like I am afraid of men. Like he said they performing okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It seemed like online they afraid of men, but offline they not. You know what I'm saying? I've been hearing this throughout the years, and I'm like, we gotta finally address this. Are women really afraid of men, or are they just really just playing with your emotions to get their way? You know what I'm saying? I just want to see. I just want to see something. When we gonna stop that? Maybe 2026 we could change that. It's 2026 now. You see what I'm saying? Maybe we could stop that little act. Because I mean, if you're really afraid of men, you would probably do anything to avoid being around them. Just like some men, right? If you're afraid to get robbed by men, why would you sit there and wear the longest jewelry you can wear, have it hanging and have every spinner, and you know, you might as well park in every last gas station that don't have a light on. You know what I'm saying? But we know, like, what are the protective measures we're doing to kind of prevent being around them? What are the signs? So many different things we need to talk about. I keep hearing this thing. So I just want to know: is women really afraid? You said don't move in. Don't move in. What's that mean? Just don't move in until marriage. Okay, okay. I feel you. I feel you. So then you're not gonna be afraid of them until you marry them, right? That'd be smart. What about this, right? So the women that be saying that they afraid of men, right? They don't ever mention about their fathers or people that's like their fathers, or they probably some of them got their father in their life. I forgot about that. So the ones that's they don't mention their son that they raising. Is they afraid of their children? Their son? Or any of the good men? Is there any good men out here? Because somehow every woman claim they got the good man, and they be the man we gotta watch out for, right? So I'm trying to see something, man. Interesting. This is a interesting one right here.
Hi, how are you?
But I only hear that on this app though. Lately, I just hear what's up, Mo. I only hear that on this app though. I'm just trying to wonder, is they really that serious? Like, I mean, if they afraid of men, right? Why are they out here cussing them out, being online? They always gotta have the last word. They always go below the belt, saying you a little shrimp head and all that stuff. If you really afraid of men, how are you talking to men like that? You can't be afraid. You know what
Hey, how
I
you
mean?
doing?
What's up, Gene? I can't.
Genevieve.
You got me good with that one. That's a long name.
It's
Oh,
Genevieve. I'm
somebody in
doing
them cuss.
okay.
Oh. Mm. Sneaky man.
I feel like
That's
I
cool.
feel
That's the
like the
last of it
way
that's in there, anyways. Ain't gonna get
I
him.
feel like the way
Or,
that you're talking about it is like a generalization. I don't think it's all. It's just the ones that show different characteristics that those, you know, turn out to be like that.
hmm.
So of
Okay.
course, if it's a family member, like off top, you're not gonna be afraid of them. You know, you're raised with them, right? Unless they start showing certain characteristics, then it's like, okay, yeah, I need to avoid this person.
Hmm.
Like anything, right? You as a man, if you go out with your homies or whatever, your boys or your family member, and somebody's just in the like the vibe in the room starts changing, or you go out and you walking down the street and you see somebody looking like suspect, whether they have on the hoodie or not,
Uh-huh.
whether they just moving a certain kind of way. If you arguing with somebody and they start punching a fist in their hand, getting all in your face, huffing and puffing, you would see that as aggression, right? You would see that
Uh-huh.
as aggression. Or even if you were thinking about going into business with somebody and they promising you all this stuff with no facts, where it's like, okay, they tell you like, oh, I have $10,000 to invest, and they like, I just need you to give me like 5 G's, and then you're like, okay, well, can you show me the money, or can you show me the progress of your business, or who do you work with, or what's the likelihood of this progression, like, do you have everything planned? And they just like telling you BS. Like, those are precautionary things where it's like, okay, you could potentially be dangerous, because if you just giving your money and you end up in a situation and they can't bail you out, that could be deemed as dangerous. What if it's some other stuff going on? Like, there's different situations. I don't think it's like, for instance, I have to go outside, I have to go to the grocery store, work, live a day-to-day life, right? I can't go outside and be like, every man is going to just be evil. That's not
Right.
realistic. I think
Right.
if you're thinking like that, something else is going on. Like, of course, men act decent, but once you get into close proximity with somebody, and then you're learning them, and if they wanted to take advantage, you have to, I feel like as women we have to, like, basically, to answer your question on how you could fix it, is like really having really strong, super strong boundaries that you will not fold on, because some men will try to hop over that wall, or try to, like like that saying, you give them an inch and they'll go for a mile. Like, they really try to take advantage of that. And it can be family too. It definitely can be family. I mean, I'm not gonna get into it, but we've heard all kind of stories, right? So I think it's just a particular group of men, and
Yeah.
if you're paying attention, you can watch out for that. But of course, it's not all men. It can never be all of the men.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. You mentioned
Uh
earlier
huh.
about the being married, right? You said
Mhm.
don't move in until you married though. What would you
Mhm.
feel like, what's the results in behind that? Like, is that really gonna like kind of save you from that type of man you saying? That's what you was kind of
I
bringing
think
it
it,
up?
I think in a way, like, for instance, I've never done that, right? Like, I still live at home. I've always lived at home, right? So I don't. So that person, they have limited access to me. They don't have access to just coming in when they feel like it. If they know I live by myself and I give them a key, or I say, oh, we can move in because we just love each other, and to save on rent and bills, it would make sense to just move in with each other, and kind of just, like the old folks say, shack up, right? And I personally, like, people that do that, I don't side eye them at all. I mean, that's just the way life is, right? But there's so many things once you do that that can happen, good and bad, right? But when you allow somebody to have that type of access to you, they can take advantage of it if they're looking to take advantage of that situation, right? So, and we know what those negatives look like, whether it be DV, whether it look like financial, whether it look like just wanting to take your time, like on the negative aspect of it. So when you're planning to be together in the long term, like with intention, that can probably knock a lot of the men that aren't thinking that. I'm not saying that's the foolproof, because you have a lot of women that have got married and still ended up in situations, right? But I think it will knock down a lot of the ones that want to take advantage versus someone that's not. Because I think someone that's in their mind has something like that, that is serious, like a serious intention, they're not going to try to come, they're less likely to come in and be as a female. That's what I feel. You're limiting the amount of access a person has to you by doing that.
Hmm. Would you say women don't have good enough It's obvious. Like I hear the like it seems like all the time they the main ones that
Hmm.
get tricks. They don't understand how man or if they got a bad man or something like that. Just like cause like you was just basically saying like it's safer basically to get married, right? So how was they dealing with this guy all this time? Then moved him
Hmm.
in and all that, and then somehow still get tricked, because the ring ain't on his finger yet, and then they get tricked, and he start turning into this man that start whomping on her and all this other stuff. Like it wasn't no signs or early signs before that.
Um, it could have not been. It could have been like you got some men that I would say are more sociopathic or have something else upstairs going on, to where you got
What make
some
him pick that
people.
though? What make him pick that type of guys though? Like a sociopathic man.
No, they don't have to pick no type of guy. It could just like one in 20 people are a socio or a psychopath. You do know that, right? One
Yeah, I
in
ain't know about
20.
that one.
So that means you could be in a classroom full of
So no
people,
women can
and
be
one of those
sociopathic
people,
then? I know there ain't no men then.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, so
it's less likely
yeah, I'm just trying to
the
stick
if
with
you look
the.
up.
I'm trying to stick with the one thing. I ain't trying to go too far though. I'm not even talking about the food.
Right. No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying when you like you got some people that will wait, and they will wait and wait until that happens, and then they just show it all out because what can you do? You now you will have to go through the process of divorce. It will make it harder. So when you have women that are in that's why I said like the marriage part, and they wait it out, and that happens, that's where you're probably more likely to see that. But I think when we talking about somebody that's with DV and stuff like that, it's a little bit harder because if that person is moved in, you have aligned your bills and everything with this person, right? So if you sharing the rent, sharing the bills, and you weren't doing that before, or either you were somewhere cheaper, especially if you throw a kid into the mix, it makes it a little bit difficult to get away from that. And then you
Uh,
have like trauma bonding and stuff like that. I agree with you. There should be signs
yeah,
that shows that a person
that should be before you
is.
even open your legs. It should be some signs before that. That's why
Mm,
I would tell women
I
to
w- mhm.
hold that thing until you
Sometimes you
see the
know what?
craziness
Sometimes
come
it's
out.
after. Sometimes it's after.
Yeah, that mean wait even
Sometimes it
longer.
is
Then.
after.
Yeah, that mean wait
Mhm.
even longer because I think that's the
Mhm.
problem. People be so in a rush, and I get it. I understand that women been raised to because men been manipulating, right? Be saying, well, you must don't really love me if you don't throw that thing back on me right now and all that stuff. But I would just say you got to get out. We got to get out of that because a dude is gonna get crazy, and I would just say for the most part, be patient. What can a dude like? I can't say well, but it's only so far a man can put on an act before he really show himself though. So you give him something that he don't want. I mean, not he don't want. Hold off on what he wants, and then he'll eventually show himself. Because like we are, I mean, and also I get it. They say I forgot what it's called though, but whatever. But yeah, I would just say hold off and see what this dude really about. See how much he keep pressing it and all that stuff because a lot of times they do show those
Mhm.
signs. We get blinded by that intercourse and all that stuff though. But did anybody else wanted to chime in on this situation? You know what I'm
I wanted to ask her something real quick,
saying?
Cliff. It sounded like that she was about to say that men are more likely to be psychopath than women.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean statistically, it shows that men are more psychopathic than women. I'm not saying that they don't that psychopathic women don't exist, but statistically, men are more likely to be psychopathic than women. And I'm not bashing men. It's just that's what the stats show. I'm just going
When,
off
when
of
you
facts, not my opinion.
so when you say psych, you talking about like the behavior or like carrying out the act or like what would be considered a psychopath, like an actual diagnosis? So more men are being
Yeah,
diagnosed.
like a actual like a actual diagnosis. So when he asked the question of, do you really think someone will wait? Yeah. So if it's like if it's an extreme situation, that's why I brought up the psychopath, because those type of people, depending on how much they want something, they will wait. They will wait. They don't have to be psychopathic for that to be a thing, but you got some people where if they really they will wait. I don't know if you've heard some people say like, I don't care how long it take, like I'm gonna get my lick, like stuff like that. And when people do certain things, they will wait, and that could
No,
be a
I
trait of that.
No,
Right.
get
That's the
I
only
get
reason why I
that.
brought that up. That's the only
Yeah,
reason why I brought that up. I don't.
got you. So
Yeah.
like the trace of it, not necessarily someone being diagnosed. So you're saying more men will have a trait of being psychopath than a woman would have.
That's not what I
Because
was
it's,
saying, but I mean, you could look
because
at it that way.
when you use a
Mhm.
actual diagnosis, like
Mhm.
you can really, like you said, go look at the stats to see if that's really true. Like if more men are actually diagnosed
Yeah, more
with
men are actually
psychopath.
di Yeah, they are. So when you look at
Okay,
crimes and you look at are they diagnosed as a psychopath, it more than likely is going to be more men that are diagnosed as psychopaths with psychopathic crimes than
got
women.
you.
That's
But you
what I'm
saying
saying.
you got you. So you saying you hadn't looked it up though. You said more than
No,
you
I
saying that. Yeah,
mhm.
it's your estimation based on
No, it's not.
crime.
No, it's not. No, I said that this is not my opinion. I'm going based off of facts.
But you
That
also
is a
said
fact you can go look up.
more than likely, that, and that's an opinion statement, not a fact
Okay, well,
statement.
what I'm saying is, if you go look up the rate of psychopaths, male versus female, it will show that there are more male psychopaths than there are women.
Okay, got you. Oh, it makes sense.
That's only because they on more antidepressants too, though. So we're talking about like being diagnosed.
Yep.
More women are already on antidepressants, so you won't put them in
Hmm.
a psychopathic trait because they're already heavily dosed on it, way more than men are. So that's why I think you might see
Hmm.
more data
This
showing
shit
that
went
for men than
silent as
women.
hell.
What?
Did
Oh,
it
I
did
just
it
get
said,
get?
is that
awkwardly
you?
quiet? Oh.
Yeah, it got quiet as hell. I thought my phone lost bars or something.
Oh no. Well, yeah, but that's why I think that you might have more data showing that for men because like most women won't be prescribed that because they're all on antidepressants. So like, of course, you're not going to be as aggressive.
Mm.
That
It
makes
ain't
sense
even
too.
really
I didn't think of that.
antidepressants.
Hmm.
Motherfuckers just getting high. It ain't even really antidepressants. They just high.
Nah, no, it's definitely antidepressants. If we're doing this whole data thing, you gotta look into it and look on why it's commonly like that. So if we're doing the data study of it, you gotta look at it at that scenario too.
Yep. I just be
Good
thinking
job,
these
game time.
motherfuckers done turned into junkies.
Can someone define psychopath?
Sure.
Sure, I'll do it.
Crazy mob. Crazy
Let's
people.
get that out my
I,
hand,
I
boy. I'm about
got it.
to
I know it, but I just want to see what everybody else is going to say because I'm
So
curious
it
about people's
says
experience with the
it
words they
says that.
use.
What we
Well,
talking
Okay,
I
about?
got a
so
homie.
a
I got a
psychopath.
homie who like knocking people out, and I think he's a psychopath.
Okay, the
right.
definition here it says a psychopath is someone with a personality disorder marked by a profound lack of empathy, guilt, or remorse, combined with manipulative, deceitful, and antisocial behaviors, often masked as superficial charm, leading to callous disregard for others, impulsivity, and irresponsibility.
That's not the
Yep, that
etymology. I'm
sound
looking for the
sound.
etymology where you see the combination of psyche and pathos. What is the etymology of psyche and pathos? That's a
It kind of sound like
generalization, but thank you.
it kind of sound like you already know. So you want to like kind of expound on it already?
When I heard that definition, that sound just like my homeboy. And that crazy MF just like knocking people out. He get into his emotions and he talk to him and then he sucker punch him.
He should be in
And
jail.
he's a
Or
psychopath.
he should be locked up
He
behind
must
bars.
have run to
He,
the right one, boy. That probably been the end of his life.
Yeah, he need to be locked up.
he yeah, he's been locked up about 5, 6
No, he
times.
need to stay locked up.
But he's a psychopath.
He need to stay locked up. Then he's a danger to society. He's not benefiting no one.
I mean, I'm not arguing with none of y'all. I'm just describing a
I
psychopath.
feel it. I feel it. We're gonna talk about it. I'm just saying he should be locked up away from everybody.
Yeah, but I think the chances that you actually end up in that situation, I think, are probably less likely. But they just show. I mean, you can look it up and just see. And the sad part about it is, I believe they're born and not made. So I think like a a sociopath can be created based off of their childhood and their environment, and they say that the psychopaths are born. I kind of don't believe that, but that's what the professionals say. But I think they can probably look into that and figure that out. But that's what they say,
So what's your
unfortunately.
experience with psychopathy? Who's speaking from
So
experience
I
here on the panel?
okay. So I think I might have ran into it. So I can't say, and I don't know for a fact. But so when I came on here and I brought it up, I brought it up as an example. I'm not bringing it up as like an excuse more so for the behavior. I was just saying that someone that, like, for instance, like a psychopath is a very technical person, so they will plan stuff and manipulate. Like, that's part of their psyche, right? Like, they have different traits that lines up with them doing the things that they do, as far as like extreme manipulation, charming, like everything that she brought up, right? um to where you can have someone that does that doesn't necessarily mean that they are one. But I think in the long run, like, let's say someone gets with someone and it's like 15 years down the road, and then something happens and you start to connect the dots, and it's like, okay, you waited and had a plan with it. Like, that would be more so, I would assume, is like psychopath in the psyche versus just being a manipulator. You got regular manipulation, and then you got extremes. The extreme would be the psychopath. I was just using that as an example.
So
That
how
was
the
it.
psychopaths must be smart
Hmm.
then. They can manipulate
Hmm.
you.
No, I mean, think about it. You can manipulate a child, right? That doesn't mean they're dumb. It just means that they're not experienced.
Nah, I mean, but you talking about a whole adult though. That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you
that
can
mean
have
that
someone,
you still saying
like for instance,
you still
like for
saying the
instance,
psychopath is smarter than you though. That's what I'm
Well, so
saying.
no,
that would
it. Hmm.
insinuate that the only people manipulated are childlike, or they are not mature enough,
Right. Like I said, I
Hmm.
understand
Path
that.
also
right?
doesn't have a personality of its own, and he mimics, or she mimics from what they see from other people that they see that are getting a good response.
Hmm.
It's funny that we got all the
Hmm.
research to be smart enough to know what they are, who they are, but then we still get tricked by them. That's so funny. Stuff.
Well, it's
Hmm.
because they adopt.
You know, you know.
It's so
Right.
funny stuff though. They can do this and do that, but they got me.
Hmm.
Sheesh, I love it.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
What up, conscious?
Hey,
Hey,
Con.
look, psyche means soul, mind, or spirit, and pathos means suffering, disease, or experience.
Gratitude.
When
Hmm.
There you
Right.
go.
so,
Off duty like that one. You gave me
so
that
like
knowledge, there,
It sounds
you
boy.
like
can look
all
at it,
mental disorders.
you can look at it, one of three ways: suffering of the mind, soul, and spirit, a disease of the mind, soul, and spirit, or the experience of the mind, soul, and spirit. So it's like you
Mm-hmm.
could be hurting, you could be sick, or you can have knowledge.
Hmm.
It'd be the same thing with the narcissist. Like, I mean, anybody that can identify a narcissist, you should be the better person. Like, you got the ability to not be like this other person. It's obvious the narcissist is trapped in their own mind, and yet we got all the smoke for them. That's this. I don't know. It'd be crazy to me.
This
I don't know.
this what trips me out about narcissists, right?
Hmm.
If the narcissist ain't against you, then he's a winner. Like, you look at Michael Jordan, you look at Kobe, you look at Mike Tyson, all of these dudes is narcissists.
What?
Like, look at all.
What?
No,
But
No,
no.
people can
how would
have
you
Explain.
know that?
narcissistic traits. They
Wait a
Before
minute.
you get offended,
Pause.
look up the etymology of a
Pause.
narcissist. I
You
yield.
ain't about to, you ain't about to
Pause.
do no definition.
Pause. Pause. Look at the definition of a narcissist. He's a fucking winner by
No,
any means necessary. But
no.
You make them a
listen,
narcissist though.
listen, listen. Look at the definition of a narcissist. He's a fucking
Doesn't
winner
say by
until.
any means necessary.
God damn it! Let me get it out.
Well, hurry up, man. Damn. Damn.
I I'll
We
be
about to
able to
make you
get
a
it out.
narcissist.
I'll
It's
be
about
able to
me.
hush. If you look at the definition of a narcissist,
What's the
A
definition?
narcissist is a fucking winner.
No,
What's the
He's
because it
definition?
somebody
says
by
here. I have
my
the definition.
fucking goodness. Y'all
What
Just
is?
let
acting
just
like
let him finish.
You already
narcissists.
said what you
Just
had
let
to
him
say.
finish.
Yeah, y'all
No,
maybe take 2 hours to get it out. Y'all need to let
god
him finish up.
damn.
Yeah,
Just let him say what he gotta say.
That you said
you
there's a winner.
started. Let
Okay,
him
what
finish.
else?
Let him
Just
finish.
hush. Just hush. If you look at the definition of a narcissist,
Uh-huh.
you're gonna realize that your Michael Jordans, your Muhammad Ali's, your Mike Tyson's, your Kobe Bryant's, your LeBron James's, they're all narcissists. But it is only when they apply those tactics at you that you have a problem with it. But when they apply those tactics at their opponents and you sit back and observe it, you appreciate the narcissist. But that's all a narcissist is, somebody that's going to win by any means necessary.
No lies detected.
Now I rest.
So you
That's not
sure
true
you're not
about.
mixing narcissism with arrogant? That's what it
That
sounds
part.
like.
Or
Look at
either ambition. I
look
would say
at
I'm
more
the
so
looking.
ambition, not
definition.
I'm
arrogance.
looking at it. A
Look
narcissist is
at the
someone who is
definition.
excessively self-absorbed, obsessed with their own
Yep.
image, achievements, or
Yep.
importance. That don't mean they're a winner.
Yep.
They might act like a winner, but
Wait
that
a
don't mean they're
minute.
winners.
Listen to what you just said
So let him finish,
before
sir.
you give your opinion.
That's
Listen
not
to
an
the
opinion.
definition.
Just because they self-absorbed, mean they focus on themselves,
Listen to
that don't
the
make them a winner though.
definition.
So
That
Listen
don't
to
make them
the
a winner. You
hold
can
on,
be
hold on,
focused on
Definition
yourself all day
says
if
that
you
a
don't go out and
narcissist
hold
perform.
has
on,
You're not a
lack of
everybody.
winner.
empathy for others.
So what
That
he was
doesn't make
saying.
you a winner. If you have lack of empathy for others, you're
Hold
not a
on.
winner.
Hold on. So
Do
when he
Mike
said, hold
Tyson
on,
have
my
an
goodness, can y'all
empathy
not hear
for
me?
others?
I
He
mean,
said,
he's in the sport
hold
of
on. Use your
boxing, man.
power,
They fighting.
unique.
Yeah.
Hold on. So it was one word that I believe conscious use that the genre is trying to bring out when you're obsessed. And I'm probably one of the biggest Kobe's fans. He was obsessed with winning. That's what he was
Thank
trying to. So
you.
when you're obsessed with something, you're going to do whatever you have to do to succeed at that. And the only way that it goes against someone is when they do it to you. But when they're doing
Thank
it on
you.
the court or on the field, that's what he is saying, that they're obsessed with winning. That's what makes them great. If everybody that you don't see that's not great, they weren't obsessed. They just wanted to be regular. That's what he was trying to point out.
I mean,
Word.
but we
Now,
also
whoever's here to
know that.
weaponize the word, go ahead now, weaponize
No,
it. Go right
but
ahead. We're listening to the
but
weaponization.
unnecessary. He
Yeah,
also
I
said.
think it's
He
weaponization
also
too. I
said,
think they were more
yeah.
so
He also
ambitious.
said that's what makes him a narcissist, and that's totally incorrect. They're
And
like,
there's different
you
types of
have to.
narcissism.
That's just a
It's
trait.
not just one.
That's just a trait, and also you have to have 5 criterias out of I
And it
believe
gotta be
9,
consecutive.
and it has to affect your life like in a way that is
Mhm.
crippling. Sort of say that it
Right.
cripples your
And there are
relationship.
different
It's much
types.
deeper
It's
than
not
that.
just
You can't
one.
just be like, oh, somebody's
Mhm.
obsessed. Like people with OCD are also obsessed. People with
Mhm.
autism are obsessed with stuff. Like there's a whole bunch of people obsessed with stuff. You can't just say, oh, he was obsessed with winning,
Or
therefore
addicted.
he is a narcissist.
Or
That's too much of a blanket statement. So
See,
you
but
gotta
look,
be careful.
But that's the
at
etymology
one
of the
time before I
word.
found
Why
out I
do we
had
want to
autism, I thought I
misapply
was a
the
narcissist.
etymology? Why?
You
Because
know,
we're talking
there's two
about the
different
word
words for it.
narcissist, but people who have NPD, they have a lack of empathy for other people. A
Mhm.
narcissist, just the word
Don't y'all have
narcissist
a
means
lack
that
of
you're self.
empathy for them?
Right,
A
right.
I
narcissist can
mean,
just be, it's the definition, yes, it says they
Yeah.
have an obsession with themselves, and that's their thing.
Hey,
But
is any of
people
these
with
women empaths in
NPD
here? I
have
heard a
no
lot of them.
empathy for other
a what?
people.
Are
That's
you?
not true.
No, it
That's
is.
not
Look,
that's not
I'll
true.
read out the traits for people who have NPD. Watch.
Is that the DSM-5?
The what?
NPD is different from the Greek mythology of Echo and
Oh my
Narcissus.
God, etymologist dude, please.
Right.
Yeah.
It's so
But the
important because
etymology,
people
it makes sense
abuse
though.
misusing words. But go
Oh
ahead,
my
I'm
God,
listening.
hold on.
People can barely know the regular definition. Y'all be that's what I ain't know the
That's
etymology.
the
That be
original
that just
definition.
be giving me
And
headache.
then they
But
want to
people don't
debate.
know.
How you going to
But
debate and
people
you
don't
don't
even
know
know
the
the
words?
definition. People don't even know the current definition. How you think they're gonna know
Words
the original
words
definition?
Hold on.
I
My
mean,
evolve.
if
vocabulary
they
is
didn't
limited.
research,
Let me
that's on
debate
them,
you.
Kev.
No, but you gotta. But that's the
Oh
reason
my
why people
God.
you're gonna always go over people's head when you go to
Words
something that they barely
evolve.
even know
Don't
what
be
is.
offended.
Well,
I'm
It's
tell them
called.
listening,
pick their
bro.
head up. Then
It's
I
called.
won't go over the head.
It's called. It's
Words
called. It's
also
called. But as I
evolve,
was saying,
guys. Oh
oh my
my
god.
God.
So no, I do want to address. I want to address this though. Like the thing. I not get it. Y'all just want to sound smart and all this other stuff though. But y'all don't teach people though, right? Y'all don't actually make a room and also try to get people to understand you, because if you're so pressed on trying to get people to know this etymology stuff when they barely know basic English, that means you just doing it for yourself or pride, just to, so that you can do. I know
Ego.
this and y'all don't know this. That's all y'all do. But that's why you have to.
Narcissism.
Sometimes, hold up. Sometimes
Narcissism.
you got to
I mean,
take
I'm a
baby
winner
steps.
with words. Why aren't you
Sometimes,
not? Why are you not a winner with
sometimes, yeah,
words?
but
Why
that's
are you
what I'm
speaking for
saying.
everyone
You
else?
not, but you're not looking to help nobody. You just want pride and slap your own booty. That's all you want to
That's
do.
a
That's the,
multiple
but that's the,
personality
that's
response.
the,
Speak for
but
self.
that's the. I'm just saying, y'all not trying to teach people. Y'all just want to say, I know this, and y'all don't. When you're teaching people, you
Y'all,
have
I'm
to.
only me. I'm just brother
Yeah,
Hassan. I'm
right.
only
So
one.
we're
I'm not a multiple
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
personality.
But that's cute that y'all know these words. That's cool. That's sweet. But all I'm saying is overall, yes, people barely know basic English, and then talking
What do
about
you know,
etymology.
brother, then?
That's just
Are
that's
you
a help.
people or are you just you?
Oh
All right,
my
so
Huh?
God.
next person, never mind, they missing it though. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I
Y'all
so
haven't
missing
even
it?
answered the prompt yet, but
all right, we can do
Yeah,
that.
nobody's answered the prompt
I'm too
except
intelligent.
for me.
I did want to ask y'all two women. Do y'all know what empaths are? Have y'all know about empaths? Are y'all
I
empaths?
am one,
I am an
Oh,
empath.
and it's exhausting.
oh
It
no.
I'm an empath that don't have no empathy.
that doesn't even make any sense.
What
It's
about
like
you,
saying
Got
water isn't wet.
Faye?
time for that,
Faye, you an
Kev?
empath too?
I'm such a strong empath that I can just sit next to a stranger or walk by a stranger and I can feel what they're
How y'all feel
feeling.
about Charlie Kirk? I thought that every time. But
How do I feel about Charlie Kirk?
yeah.
He's an
I have no
asshole.
comment. I
I
have
don't
no
know
Let,
that dude.
comment.
That's how I feel about
That's
him. I don't know
let me
that
see
yeah.
if
dude.
I
That's
can go
all.
into my bag of
I know
quantitative
that's
linguistics
almost
and
every woman
dumbassary.
I know is always an empath though. But that's how I be calling y'all fake, because y'all I think it's a
They're
soundbite.
not
Y'all
empathic
not,
on that.
y'all not though. Cause like empath,
Selective
Why not?
yeah. Once
empathy.
you selective with your empathy, you're not an empath. Empath, they literally say you
That's
can't
not
control it.
you can't listen. You can't be selective for empathy. You
Yeah,
empathize with people with what they're
So why you
dealing
ain't
with,
empathize with Charlie
right?
Kirk?
Exactly.
I don't have it because I don't know him.
that's not what an
Ah,
empath
That's the
is.
difference. I
Okay,
somebody
don't know
okay,
somebody
him.
said
listen.
you
Let
empathize
me
with a
explain. Let
stranger
me
earlier.
explain.
Now they
Let me
changed it now.
explain. Let me
That
explain.
happened
You
Am
are
earlier.
I tripping?
confused.
Somebody literally said that it's so draining because when strangers come by, I have to empathize with. Now you
That's
said I
not what
gotta
it
know
means.
them.
That's not what an empath
That's
But
is.
what
when
An
I
you know how to
love
empath.
about
control
this
it though,
fake
Hold
empathy
on.
thing.
Let
See
me
what
I
explain.
y'all
know.
heard? Let
You're
me
an
Gush,
finish
empath.
quiet.
You
talking.
about to get stressed.
Yeah,
Jesus.
everybody get stressed. Empathize with me. You better empathize with me.
That's not what an empath is.
Yeah. See that?
Empathizing with somebody means
Tell us
that
the
you
non-etymology. Thank
shut
you.
up.
Oh Jesus.
We about to all
What's the
blow up in here.
dumbass
Oh
version? Because
gosh.
that's what's accepted here. The
Holy
dumbass version.
crap.
I know
Okay.
you are
Em-
highly intelligent. You might want to find a different panel to
Yeah,
be
we
intelligent
all
in.
stupid in
We're
here.
Yeah.
just
So,
really, really
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
dumb. But go ahead.
okay, let me thank you.
Can't wait
An
till he
em,
hosts this
em
on live.
oh my lord.
Don't call him Lord
Emphasize.
now.
Holy shit.
Nah, don't be calling him. Don't call my Lord.
I'll wait.
You better empathize with me. You better
I,
chill out.
That's not what an empath
why
is if you
are
would
you
let me
not
explain.
empathizing with the
Explain.
impulsivity?
Explain. Explain.
We might have ADHD. You're not being very empathetic.
It's giving that very well.
Yeah, no. To be honest, for
So
real,
what is
that
it?
is part of empathy. You would have a
Can
little
I
bit more
You would
patience with
explain?
empathize
someone.
with us, so we the stupid ones. You know.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Calm
It's
down.
not about being stupid. It's just what empathy. See, people feel like, oh, well, you're an empath. Well, you should. Everything is okay. Like, no, that's not how that works.
So
Okay,
Everything
how to
is
work?
not
Y'all
let
still
okay.
have to
me
see how it works.
You
explain.
you don't cry and be like, oh, that person died. Like, oh, that's not how that works.
Okay.
How do it work
That
then?
is
You
Em-
gonna
not
keep
how
oh
that
my
saying
works.
god.
Okay.
Let her
so
Let's see.
speak.
So
Faye?
yeah. Souls. Go ahead, hon.
Thank you. Emphasizing with somebody, right, means that you are like, okay, I sympathize. Being an empath means that you pick up on every emotion, that you can sense every emotion. That doesn't mean that you're gonna be all, oh, well, that's okay. Da, da, da,
Except
da.
your
It
ex.
means that if you're angry, I feel it. If you're sad, I feel it. If
That
you're
makes sense.
whatever, that's all that means. It means you
Except your
sense
ex.
emotions.
You ain't feel that
Yeah,
though with your ex, did you?
that don't
And
really make
feel
sense.
what? How does that make any sense? It
You
does
ain't
make
feel
sense.
you ain't feeling your ex was mad at you or jealous, you ain't feel that, did you? You ain't
Right.
feel like
But
you ain't
see,
feel
that
that.
goes back. But
You ain't
that goes
feel
back
that
to
when you
your prompt.
disrespected him and made him feel bad. Did you feel that?
What are
But
you
No.
see, that
talking
goes
Depends
about?
back.
on him if
But
That's
he
what I
see,
feel
that
mean
bad
goes
though,
by
back.
Cam. That's a
selective
choice that he
impact. I love
chose.
them.
He ain't
I
have to live
love
that.
But
those.
but see, that goes back to the prompt where it's like, are women really afraid? And when you have a
Not.
mindset like that, where it's lackadaisical, right, and nonchalant, how can you take somebody serious and feel
I,
anything for them and they don't feel for you? So what you saying
because you
that
got
is just
selective.
like dismiss. You just dismiss all what we're talking about, and then you say,
Because
do people have empathy? How can you when you
Exactly.
have a mindset like that?
you're an
You,
Well,
empath
if you
though.
can't take that next person seriously with what they're discussing and what they're saying, that's part of the
yeah.
I'm not an
problem that we're
empath.
talking
So,
about.
Yeah, but
No,
so,
regardless whether you're one or not, that's the
Yeah,
okay.
you're
problem.
confusing
So
that an
let
empath is just an empath is just gonna adhere to whatever and feel sorry for you. That's not what an empath is. An empath feels every emotion around them. They feel it. That's all.
What?
Yeah, okay, this is true, right? They feel other people's emotions, which strengthens their understanding of other people,
Hmm.
which then gives them the empathy, the to be in someone else's shoes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, but that also goes with why you would be more sensitive to people's situations, right?
Mm.
Because you have a
It's like
deeper
a hypersensitivity
you
to
yeah, but you
people.
it's not just about feeling like, oh, this person's sad. I feel and I'm not gonna do anything about it. It kind of does move you because it's kind of like if you were sad when you're sad, right? How would you want someone to treat you?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Right? So like that deeper level of understanding that does come with empathy. And having a great level of empathy is going to kind of um push you to care. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Hmm.
So that's why
You're
they're saying like, huh? I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna add on to say like you're gonna care more than the next person, and I feel like women would have that maybe a little bit more, and that's why we deal with what we deal with, and we get taken advantage of in that aspect because a
And
man will come
that's
in and play with a woman's emotions all day long
and you know
and say, "Well, you're
what?
the dummy for not realizing that I was playing with you,"
And
but
you
that's
know
the
what? That
manipulation
if
in that.
and you know what? I do agree with that, which is why I think that a lot of women they still claim empath, but after you've been hurt so many times, you are now retrieving away
Absolutely.
from being an empath, right? Now you're probably going into more dark empath where you're
Hmm.
using what you have learned, your understanding of people to sort of be the manipulator. A lot of
Yes.
times people don't realize they are stepping into that role now because you're operating off of hurt. So that's why
So what does that look like?
it does start to become selective.
What does that look like?
What, a dark empath?
I'm a dark
Hmm.
empath. I know what that looks like.
Go ahead, you can explain it to her.
So your entire life you pick up on people's feelings and then you feel for them and you
Hmm.
probably are a little bit softer and a little bit like. But then eventually once you're overwhelmed by them, like she said, once you're overwhelmed by how people take advantage of that, then you have to kind of, once you sense the emotion, you have to twist it and you have to turn it into power. You sit there, let's say that somebody is really angry, just an angry person. So you pick up on their anger and then you feel their anger too. So before it destroys you, you have to sit with it. You have to be strong enough. And then you have to silently pretend like it's not affecting you. And then that way they can't hurt you. You know what I mean?
But wouldn't that
But
just
then you
be?
would use
But
it
would
against them
He's
later
wrong.
on.
okay?
He's
Because
wrong.
I'm
That's
gonna
not
say
a
Well,
dark.
yeah, but
That's
that's what
not
I
a
mean.
dark
That's
because
how
empath
you
wouldn't
at
that
do it.
all.
just yeah?
Because
That's
if
Because I
a
was
you're
gonna say,
guarded
isn't
person.
that yeah? I was
right,
That's
gonna
not a
say,
dark
isn't that
empath.
just
That's
being
just a guarded person.
Get him, Randall.
yeah?
but what
Because
it
I was
does,
gonna say,
but what
isn't
it
that
does once
just
you
having
stone.
control of your emotions? That's
No,
just control of your
because here's the
emotions.
difference.
Yeah, that
Let's say
was
that if you're a narcissist's favorite people to attack is an
Or
empath,
empath,
and then they
yeah.
can
How do
turn
y'all
them
know
into
that?
a dark empath. And then how
Child
you
life.
finally use their logic against them is if it's kind of like energy, right? So if we can pick up on their energy,
Oh,
and then
gullible
you're
people.
filled with that,
yeah.
they're very angry, and they fill you with that type of anger. If you show them that you're able to just stonewall them, gray rock is the word, and not react, then automatically all that anger and energy just deflates, even though you're still carrying it. And then they lose their
Now you
power.
gonna answer my
But
question?
that's not dark empathy. That is just using strategies against a
Yeah.
narcissist.
No. That's
Yeah,
can I
dark
can I
empathy
answer?
has to do with manipulation. What's up,
Yeah.
Randall? Long time
But
no
that
Randall.
What
is the
see.
up? Long time
manipulation.
no see. Can I explain what a dark empath is?
Let's
You know what I
go.
mean?
Game
A dark
time.
my bad. I know I just hopped in. A dark empath, right, is a person that can relate and see the weakness in somebody and use it to their benefit. You know what I mean? It's a
Mm.
little bit. It's like it's not even manipulation because sometimes you can manipulate a situation but a dark empath is very selfish, and is always operating off of survival, not love. And I mean,
But
so
wouldn't that be like a narcissist then?
yeah, it's same difference. Same. It's a skill of a narcissist. Understand that it's a skill of a narcissist. See how
Mhm.
powerful that narcissist is. So they use everything they can to make sure they're okay on top, or use that person, use their people around them for their benefit. You know what I mean? And they have no remorse
Well,
for what
that's
they're doing.
only done if they deserve it. Say if somebody hurts you and they keep hurting you and you say, "Hey, this is hurting me," and they don't stop, then you do it back and then they lose their power.
No, that's
That's
mirror.
when you're like,
That's
"How does that
mirroring.
feel?"
That's mirroring. That's
Yeah,
not
I think that's
not
mirroring. That's more
that's
so
mirroring.
mirroring.
A dark empath is always on like I'm getting what I can get out of every situation and everyone, and I don't
No.
care about
But
anybody else's feelings.
wouldn't that be like the loss of empathy then?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
a
just a
little sociopath.
narcissist.
They're a little sociopath. It's even a little deeper than a
Yep.
narcissist. They are
Yep.
sociopathic.
Yep.
Like
They
it's a
don't
sociopath.
understand. They don't
So let
understand
me
how they can be an empath
Yeah,
and be
it's
just as
deep.
bad.
Try to use it against you, but at the same time, they still have empathy.
Mm, that's
True.
a manipulator, right? So let me ask
I think
this for
that's
the
All right.
I
manipulation.
want to get back to this. So you say for the woman that said the empath, the powers that they got, right?
Hmm.
They said that they can they can control. Basically, you said you can understand. Y'all got a clear understanding of other feelings around you. Okay, I see you, Red.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yes!
okay,
Congratulations!
yeah, yeah.
Y'all
All right.
funny.
You're here for love.
There y'all go. You know they empathize with each other. There we go. All right.
Okay,
So
you guys are
with
right.
Uh
I'm not
huh.
a dark
with that,
empath.
y'all said did y'all did
Oh,
mention
he's
that.
so in love. He got the hand
There
on
we
the
go. Look at that
cheek.
little cheesy boy. Cheesy boy. I like that. I like that. I like that. I
Oh
like
my
that.
god.
So for the two empaths in the room, right? Y'all said that basically you have a clear understanding of the feelings around you, right?
Yeah,
Let's agree with that, right?
yeah,
Hmm.
All right. You too. You too. So y'all double down on that, right?
yeah. I can just walk into a
Okay.
house and I can
So
sense if, even if no one's in the room.
I
Yeah.
love that. I love that. So let's go back to this again
I
now.
feel it coming.
Let's
Go
go
ahead.
back to
Say
this
what you gonna
again.
say, cause I already
You
I
about
feel it
to
coming
get
right
it,
Yep.
now.
So let's go back to this. Why
Uh
didn't y'all
huh.
have that
All
clear
right.
feelings with y'all exes? Why didn't y'all have that clear feelings, huh?
That's why they're
We
exes,
did.
and they're
That's why
not,
they're exes.
Y'all
Yeah.
should be
and
able to
they're
read
and
it. Y'all
that's
should
what.
have read their mind instead of them reading your mind, right?
But here's my
Why the
question:
divorce rate
what's
so
your
high?
because of money? 50% of divorce is because of money
Well, you
issues.
should have empathized that he was broke.
I've never been married. I've never been married, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
I
get.
love all these empaths, man. They just so
Yeah, you
wonderful.
just trying to you okay, I don't get how that's
I
the
love
actual
y'all,
logical
man. Y'all got
question,
that
but okay.
selective. One minute y'all say is y'all can control it. I mean, y'all can't control it.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't help it. It's just a torture because I take all these feelings that be around me, but y'all can't even take the feelings that y'all sleeping under. What is going on?
What is
You
that
know,
I'm
supposed to
man.
mean?
confused. What kind
Yeah,
of
that what is that supposed to mean?
Oh my gosh, you supposed to
How
empathize with it
often
and
do you
know what
get
it
to
means.
observe people?
Because
How
cause,
often do you get
because
to
my thing
observe
is
those
this
people?
because my thing is once you realize a person is being manipulative, then you leave them alone. So I don't get where you don't have our history of
Why did
what
that take you
happened.
after you got your junk? Okay, let me not say that. After you got toe up all them years, booty getting slapped all around the cheeks and all that stuff, and then it
What
don't
do
go
you
your
mean
way.
years
Then
though?
all
How
of
do
a
you know
sudden,
how long it's
then all of a
been?
sudden, yeah, because y'all be in a situation for a long time, don't know the signs, say
How do
y'all
you
got
you're
tricked,
assuming.
don't
You're
know a man is
assuming.
dangerous. Speaking of
yeah,
the
you
topic,
are
don't know a man
assuming.
is dangerous, but y'all somehow y'all can't empathize with that, and then be like, oh, we just don't really understand.
That's not empathy. That's being
I'm
aware
so
of your
confused.
surroundings. That's
I'm just
different.
saying you can understand the feelings, right? You say understand feelings. Feelings is many different feelings, right?
That's why you walk away from the situation and they
Or
become
do
an
y'all
ex.
only
Like that
understand
whole that
people
whole logic
saying
doesn't
this?
make any sense.
Can y'all
Yeah.
understand happiness?
Yo, Kev, can I defend my
Nope.
fellow empath people? Can I defend us real quick?
Oh man, you part of them?
Kev does not care.
Look,
Randall,
look.
I'm gonna let you know it's gonna end with him saying, "I don't care."
Please just speak for yourself. Woo,
All I'm
please.
saying is the difference
A lot of
between
split
being an
personality
empath
talk.
and having empathy for people. Yes, throughout time, yes, I've grew to have empathy or compassion, right? That's what I call it, right? Empathy is more of a
Hmm.
self-centered type thing, and it's just taking on somebody's feelings, but it don't have no type of resolution at the end. So it just be like, okay, I feel this. We can. That's where a lot of trauma bonding type rooms, whatever they call them, right? The trauma, those connect with each other because they do it through. Okay, you went through this, I went through this, and all that stuff. But compassion, which is much bigger than that, right? You let them know that you could put yourself in their shoes, but also at the same time, you've kind of find a way to get out of that feeling also. So that's the big difference. So I would be compassion all day instead of so call me a incompassion. I don't know. I try to think of something. I don't know that.
Can I chime in though? Like
Go
I
ahead.
understand and that's valid.
Please.
That's very valid. I mean, but an empath person, right, can how they feel about other people and we pick up on energies that we don't even want to pick up on, right? So that's
Hmm.
why we have to that's why impact people have to kind of turn it off sometimes. And it's like, well, how come you're not? Because it gets overwhelming. You know what I mean? Because we
Hmm.
can go and walk in a room and read everyone's energy. It's almost like, damn, okay, I can see how they feel. Dang, I understand why they feel this way. Like, and sometimes that can be little like, oh, you know what? Let me just turn this off and not moving that gift because it's a gift. You know what I mean? It's a gift in the sense of that. I mean, you spiritual, you grew up in the church, whatever. So, gifts and callings come out of repentance. You know what I mean? So when you're gifted in that sense, when you have that, when you can like, it's like super discernment almost, right? Being an empath because it's like, oh snap, I can read the situation, I can read the circumstances, I can read the emotions in the room. You know what I mean? Like I can tell how everyone's feeling. I can tell why they feeling that way. Oh my God. And some people take it real personal into heart. You know what I mean? So a lot of times, so you got to learn that boundary with yourself and separate. Like, dang, I can't make sure that doesn't affect my mood. You know what I mean? So
So I
understand.
want to ask you this real fast, Randall.
All
So
right.
I grew up in church, so I definitely can resonate with what you're saying, and there are particular gifts that I believe that I possess. Having
Okay.
those gifts, why would one want to turn them off if they show you what you need to see, allow you to hear what you need to hear, and,
Mm-hmm.
assist you in making better choices than waiting down the line just to realize that was not the correct choice.
I can
So,
answer that.
so in your example, I go in the room, man, I'm sensitive in the spirit. Okay, Lord, I'm going to turn this off. Now I'm vulnerable and
Can I answer?
susceptible to a mistake that if I didn't turn it off, I would have probably not made that mistake. I hope that makes sense.
Hey,
Hmm. It makes
unnecessary. I
sense. I
think
want
what
to
you
answer
speaking
after
on,
she
we
does.
we talking about biblical, right? You're talking about discerning the Holy Spirit. That's what you're talking about.
I
But
wouldn't.
this
Oh,
this
We all don't call it
man-made
that
talk,
though.
this, huh?
I wouldn't say turn
We
it
all
off,
we all
but
don't
like you
call
don't
it
gotta
that
attach to
though.
their
I
energy. You
forgot.
could
Yeah,
I
you
just
get
can
it.
call
observe
it.
it and just
Yeah,
let it
go to
go.
your etymology stuff. I'm talking about for believers right now, so I'm talking to believers right now. So I'm
Yeah,
just
Well,
saying.
people
definitely.
that know don't believe. I gave up believing at 6.5 years old, but I'm
My
Yeah,
listening though.
dog.
that's cool.
Hey
That's cool.
Kevin,
That's
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 my
why
cool.
dog
he
right there. I don't even know him, but
Respect,
he
hey,
respect.
addressed
Let
it.
him finish his thought. Let
He
Kevin
Right.
finish his
addressed it
thought.
to
Right.
unnecessary.
Unnecessary. Right. I thought he was a. Dang, you got it. Might have to use
Wait,
another
could I
melody or
answer
something like
his
that.
question?
But But yeah, that's what we call
Let Kevin
discerning the
finish his
Holy
thought, and then we
Spirit,
can
though, and
answer.
that was
I'm
more
sorry.
different. That's different from, and that's also not coming from just us, right? So it's like it's given to, because like this thing where they be saying women intuition and all this other stuff or whatever. No, it's nothing in the Bible you're gonna see that say something about intuition. We call it the discerning the Holy Spirit for the ones that have the Holy Ghost in them or the Holy Spirit in them and stuff, and that's a gift that He did give us of is discernment. But what they talking about is like this mysterious power. But I leave it alone. Okay, I gotta leave it
Yeah,
alone.
Let me
I
be
think
clear. I am in agreement with that, though, Kev. I'm not going to knock it. I'm just saying that my perspective, right? When I hear the word spirit, I immediately think ruach, like breath. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of life's breath. Because when a lot of times when we get into the word, we don't really even go into like the exegesis of it, really. And then we'll just keep it at the surface because we think we're entertaining surface level minds. Where I think I'm always addressing intelligent people, like dangerous minds, you get an A till you earn an F. That's just it. So I'm thinking if we're saying that we're discerning by way of the Holy Spirit, that means that we're internalizing something by way of our own breathing, right? We're calm. We're able to allow ourselves to receive as well as dispense the knowledge and wisdom that comes to us and flows from us. That's all I'm saying. I yield.
Okay, I
yo,
get it.
I
Kevin,
agree with
like,
that.
Could I
I
answer
think that's
yeah,
the
unnecessary's
answer it.
question because we still haven't gotten to his
hmm
answer to an answer to him. So unnecessary, you basically asked if you can pick up on people's energies and how they're feeling. Why is it that you stay, and why is it that you don't just quickly leave? Like, and here's the reason, because, and then why do you turn it off? So you pick up on the
What button
energy.
do y'all press to turn it off too? I want to know that.
I
What?
can get into that, but
the power
but
of
first let
No,
me
choice.
I didn't
answer.
hear what he said.
He said, "What button do you
That
press
was
to turn it
funny.
off?" But
The holy button.
so
Holy
this is why
Wow.
empaths, right? They pick up on it. They read what's going on. I got to the point, I'm not even kidding, where I could read my ex's mind so well that he got freaked out. It
oh,
was crazy. And so at that point, you you say, okay, I picked up on the situation. Now I need to think, and then the empathic side comes out where you want to figure out how to help them not be that kind of person. That's why they change. And then you think to yourself, okay, well, if I'm put on this earth and I am supposed to be a light to people and I'm supposed to be an example, and this person is clearly struggling and I care about this person, then what can I do in order to get him to change and to have a heart? And sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes people are too stubborn and you just can't fix them. But
Can I answer that?
that's why they do that.
it
You
just seems
gotta
to
wait
me
until
like
they want to change themselves. Like it don't matter how much you want to change somebody. If
Well,
they're not ready to change, you can try all day. All you doing is wasting your energy. They're like pointing to a cup with no
I
bottom.
know that's the thing, but they try anyways.
but it doesn't matter.
That part.
It just makes you seem stupid and kind of inferior because you're trying
Not
to change
really,
somebody.
because some people do change, and that's the thing. I've come across a bunch of people
No,
who I've
no, it
been able
doesn't
to.
work.
But look,
I
think
can
about it like this.
read
You're like
your
you're just
If
a
they
mind.
want,
victim.
look,
You're
if
just
they're
a
ready to
victim out
change,
there.
right? They go come to you. If they know that you can help them, they go come to you and be like, "Hey, look, I'm trying to change." Like, wait till they come to you. Don't reach out because now you just,
No,
Why?
because listen,
Why?
I'm a
Why?
teacher. Listen, I'm a
Oh my
teacher. I
god.
work with children. If a child is not behaving in a way that is kind, I'm going to take it upon myself to teach them how to be. I'm not going to just wait for the kid to say, "Hey, how do I be kind?" No, if I see something and I care about that child, I'm going to be like, "Hey, this is not how you behave. You need to act like this, and this is why, and this is how it benefits you."
Wasting your time. It's time
I
wasting.
think I see, but see,
No,
that's the thing. I
No,
think that's the difference between.
he's not gonna change. He's
But
gonna
see,
be the same.
that's the difference between an empathetic person and someone that's not, and why it's
Mm.
exhausting to answer unnecessary question when you're around that. And let's just say, like, she's a teacher, right? You got family members, you have somebody you're dating, you have your friends, you might have your kiki coworker that you buddy with. You're surrounded by people, right? And those people they call you with whatever they may be dealing with. And if it's something where it's tugging at you, you're going to be dealing with that. It's almost like you're being pulled from every angle in a way, right? So if you with somebody, and here's the thing, everybody's not going to come with their baggage and say, here's my baggage, can you help me with this? It's embarrassing to some people, or they just don't know how to ask for help. So you can't say, oh, wait for that person to come. They may not never come. And that's why you have some people where they'll see something and say, hey, you know what, I see what you're dealing with, I empathize with that, I can understand that, let me help you, or let me it may not be that direct conversation, but you can see something and say, you know what, let me do this for you, right? That's what
Geneva,
that's the difference
And
between what you said and what she said. That is
go
the
ahead, Randall.
example of what
I'm
that
sorry, bro.
is.
I'm sorry,
And
bro.
it does
Go
get
ahead.
let her
exhausting.
finish. Let her
That's
finish.
why you have to turn it off after a while, because you can exhaust yourself with it mentally. It's
Mhm.
exhausting.
You just use it to make it better in the very beginning. I don't understand why you got to go through all this hardship to find out you got to turn it off.
It's not
Because
like
I
troubleshooting.
just explained, I just explained that, because you
You
go
said, but
through
you,
every,
you, you said a
like for
lot.
instance, you have,
You said,
yeah,
but
I
you said
just
a lot.
explained that, like if you have,
If you're so good at it and you see it,
hmm
if I see a hole in the street, I'm not gonna walk into it. I'm gonna go around it. Simple.
But
okay,
it's
let
not.
me give you this example. You have
Mm.
Oh,
you
can I,
have athletes,
Gene?
right?
Gene,
You have
can I?
athletes like Kobe, right? They're not gonna
Hold on,
play a
Geneva. Hold on, real
season
quick, cause
all
Randall been trying
year.
to go. Hold on, real quick. Let Randall go. Go ahead, Randall.
Gene, I promise you, I'm gonna add on to what you're saying. I'm gonna complete your thought, right? In the simple fact that when you're an empath and you work in a muscle, but also it takes time and maturity as well. So again, gifts and callings come out of repentance, right? But doesn't mean you know how to use your gift. Doesn't mean you know how to use it properly either. And I mean, so it takes time to work that muscle and understanding yourself. So when you're an empath, when you have an impact, like again, like she's a teacher, whatever. She knows children. She understands that, so she's going to reach in. Most people who don't have that, they're not going to do that extra mile. They don't have. They can't relate to it. You know what I mean? We see a problem and we can be like, "Yo, I know how to fix it. I know what to say to fix and to reach this person." And a lot of times, some people don't understand that. I know my own family don't understand it sometimes with me because I know I could reach people they can't reach because, like, no, this person in this lifestyle, but I know what to say to get to them because I can feel and I have a certain understanding. Again, it's a muscle that has to be worked and under and cultivated. I mean, it's not just a guarantee. And sometimes a lot of people who have gifts, who do them, who use them wrong, only use them for selfish reasons, it usually blows up in their face. But when you take the time to understand and study and know yourself and know what you got and know your and understand, oh dang, okay, bang, this is what God gave me. All right, cool. Let me use it to definitely to the benefit of humanity and to the world in His name. And I mean, so when you understand that and once you get that, and I mean, it takes time to work. And again, a lot of times, some people don't even know they're gifted in certain ways, and so people are like, oh my God, I didn't know you're so good at that. Everyone, I bet you in this panel, everyone been told like, oh my God, you're so good at that because we're just gifted people up here. And I mean, so I bet you someone like, oh my God, I didn't know you had such a gift in this, and you react and you can relate to children this way, or you very creative in that way. And I don't know, that's your gift. That's what you're called to do. But doesn't mean you have to operate in that. This is sometimes other people recognize that in you, but that's a gift. That's a God given gift sometimes. You know what I mean? And I
And
land
I
right
I
ask
just
you
there.
say
all.
cool.
Say
I just say
So
cool.
Wait, but let me just say this real quick, y'all, real
okay, I'm
fast.
sorry.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be quick, and you right next to for sure, for sure. I was gonna say this right off my observation, right, of empaths, right, and like I said, it's a difference between having empathy and being an empath, right? I don't believe in empath thing. I'll let y'all rock, whatever it is, what it is, right? But what I notice, the common empaths I always hear about, right? They are very sensitive, right? They very sensitive, and they full of trauma. That's one thing I noticed. The common every time I hear an empath, that's the main thing. They always sensitive and full of trauma, and they rather call themselves an empath because it sound more because they don't want to admit that though. But the thing is, like I said, everybody, I'm not gonna say everybody, people do have the ability to empathize, right? Throughout the years, that takes time of trying to. All it is like putting yourself in other people's shoes. That takes selflessness and all the other things. But a lot of time it ain't always selflessness because you have to want to relate. You got to relate through your own personal things to understand them. So it's like half and half selflessness, selfish at the same time, though. But yeah, that's what I noticed. That's the common thing. And if you run through to majority of them, right? There he got me. What's up, Wolf in the building? You got me. I go to bed soon. But yeah, most of the empaths I know are sensitive and full of trauma, and they just have not proved me wrong to this time. That's why you will hear all the stuff. I've been going through so much, and I just can't. Like it's the same old exact story I hear all the time. That's why I'm just being funny now. I just want people to kind of wake up and realize that some of these things are just sound bites. We learned this in the English thing, and America taught us these things, and we just attached ourselves to it and stuff, and not really understanding what it really is, and it's stopping us from changing and becoming better. But I'll let y'all rock again. Go ahead, unnecessary. I think you had something. Then I just want to throw my 2 cents in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick because I see a couple of hands in the chat. I see off duty hand in the chat. So when I say this, I don't mean to be non-empathetic to those who rock with that gift. For one, to me, it sounds like an excuse, and it sounds selfish, right? It's an excuse because to me, this I'm talking about me and just what I've heard. It's an excuse because it seems like those people stay with people that have shown them the worst of them, and you all use it as an excuse to stay. So when it falls apart, you say, "Oh, I just tried to help," and that's selfish because why do you think you can help everybody? You can't. They have shown you that you can't help them. Leave. They have literally shown you that they don't want help. And so to me, it sounds like it's an excuse to stay, and it's selfish because you're trying to help. You can't help everybody. Go
Where
ahead
they
and
gonna
leave.
go? Where they gonna go? Where they gonna go?
They,
Where
they,
gonna
they're,
make it
they're,
in?
they're going to go to the next
No,
person that they
no,
try to help
exactly.
because
That's all I'm saying.
it
Like,
sounds like that's who they attract. Only people who they feel like they can help. Do y'all
exactly.
attract
But
anybody
Ooh,
that can help
that's
y'all?
deep.
yeah,
That is
like,
Do,
exactly. We're
ooh.
not going. We're not.
y'all?
Can I counter?
Somebody throw
I got
some
an
water
No,
on
argument. Boy, I got
unnecessary.
an argument.
I
I got
don't
an
agree
argument.
with that.
Can I counter
That
that?
was a gold one though. He said,
That was
do
good.
y'all attract
He
people that help
that was
y'all
good.
instead of y'all want to help them?" That was
Can I
good.
How
counter
can
that?
you be selfish? But my
He
thing
just
is this,
shook the
how can
room
you
up
be
with that one.
selfish? No, how can you be selfish and then help at the same time? A person that is selfish is only
Because they're
thinking about
telling you
I
they
like
don't
themselves.
to.
want your help. They're telling you that they don't want your help, and you
still
But
forcing
trying
how
to
is
it
that
on
being
do
them. That's
selfish?
it. I'm
selfish.
trying to do
That
it.
is selfish.
That's the
But
narcissistic
how?
empath.
A person that is
Mm.
selfish will not try to
Yes.
help somebody else.
If if
That's not even
if
being
you're trying to
selfish.
help me, and I tell
Mhm.
you I don't want it, and you're trying to
Mhm.
force your help, it becomes about you and not me,
Mm.
Mhm.
which makes it
That part.
selfish.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
True.
I wanted to comment really quickly. Um if you
All right.
if you look as far as like empathy and you look at it spiritually and you say, well, empaths always go through this trauma, they always go through this. If you look at the Bible and you look at what
That's it.
Jesus went through and
yeah.
you look at and that was true empathy, right? That was an
They don't
empathetic
use
person that
empathy in
came
the
down.
Bible.
They don't
Compassion.
use it at all.
But that was empathy though. That was an
But
action of empathy. Just because they don't say, oh well, this person was empathetic, that doesn't mean that
that was
that's
a
not what
mission.
that was,
The difference.
Nah,
right? So that is the greatest
nah.
example of
Nah,
empathy.
nah.
Prove me, how is that not
Because that was
empathy?
because that was a mission. That was something that he did. He was created for. He understood what he was
And
doing.
also, Jesus sacrificed
Right.
himself. A lot of these
Uh-huh.
empaths are not
But that
sacrificing
is
Yeah,
themselves.
but that's empathy though.
that's
That's
not.
God's
That's not.
empathy
That's not
coming
empathy,
down in the physical
Y'all can't
form.
even sacrifice y'all peace. Y'all
right?
sacrifice the whole marriage because y'all want to be happy. Like,
Right.
nah,
That's
that's
No,
not.
that's not
empathy.
that's not my story though. That's not my story because I don't have
Uh,
any children and I ain't
Can I?
never been married
Can
and
I?
I'm single.
Off duty had his
So
hand up in the chat before
that's
Randall.
not my
Randall, then
story.
you can go after off duty.
But that
Don't forget your thought, Randall. Write it down, brother. Hold on, Jen. Let off duty
mhm.
go because he did have his hand up.
Another
Yeah, go ahead.
etymology technique. Okay, all right. Let's just get it.
So how I'm looking at it, right? Like now, if you are taking your trauma to do something good, I can only equate that to like how a lotus flower comes about because they're grown in swamps and some of the best perfume is made by lotus flowers, but they have to grow through the muck and the mire of fish poop, alligator poop, and all of that in order to be a well sought after flower on the surface of the waters. So I get that if what you're calling being able to take the muck and the mire that you've grown through to now use that to be able to maybe help assist in guiding people to not make similar mistakes, then I can accept that as well as something that, crediting it to empathy or a compassion. But I really don't have a dog in the fight as far as whether you call yourself empaths or not. I mean, I'm just curious on, are we clear on how we got there? That's what I'm usually interested in. But I yield.
Then game time. Go ahead, Randall.
All right, so I want to defend again. I'm empathy. I'm an empathic person. I mean, so again, I want to defend. Like, I'm not denying what you're saying. Whatever, saying that it can be selfish. It can be a very. That's what frustrates me
It's
sometimes.
unique.
You need right.
It can be very
It's
selfish.
definitely unique.
It can be self-righteous and very almost like a superiority, like a self-indulgent or a superiority complex. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's like giving money to the homeless person and taking a camera to it. Like, oh, this is what I'm doing. Oh, see me, this is how I'm helping people. Like, I get that. And I understand that. It's like, why, how come you haven't, but a mature empath person who been through it, who understands who they are and their capacity. You know what I mean? Knowing that, okay, because you can't cast your pearls onto swine, right? I'm giving y'all word right now, so because I need y'all to understand me. This is where I'm at. Don't cast your pearls onto swine, right? So a healthy person with anybody knows that, and the same thing as an empathic, that same rule applies. Like, yo, I can't make sure I got to make sure I'm in a position where people are receiving what I'm saying, or I'm doing it for the wrong person. You got to know the difference. You know what I mean? But you got to know yourself as well. Again, knowing what you can take, you can handle, and knowing the audience and knowing the person that needs to receive you. Because a good person person knows, like, okay, this is the person that's meant for me to be around. The energy, this person needs whom I am. You know what I mean? You got to understand that. And if that person doesn't receive you in that way, you can read then you leave it alone. You walk away. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's how understanding and using your gift and your tool and your sword to see the best of your ability. You got to know when to draw it and when to sheath it. And I land there.
Sorry, you
I
can't.
From what
agree.
I'm hearing, no, not from what I'm hearing. All the impacts I'm hearing, they just basically just food, bottom of the food chain. Easy to be taken advantage of, easy to be manipulated, easier to have whatever you want from them. Seem to be very long-winded, say a lot to get a point across, but ultimately could have been done in the last like 15 seconds. So it's just a lot of talking. Nothing really helps it whatsoever, because you meet someone that's actually available to understand what you're really saying, it's game over, man. Like, so you're never gonna get what you want out of it. So it doesn't work.
What doesn't work?
Being what you're saying to be doesn't work. This whole
As
empath
far
thing,
as what?
this whole empathic thing that you're saying and stating that you do this and you have this type of gift, it's not a real thing because it doesn't
How
work.
so?
You just said it yourself that you're going through all these traumas and situations, having to talk through everything, and it hurts you. You trying to talk to this child to develop this child, but it's not really a child. It
That
doesn't
wasn't
work.
me. That was the other. That was the other girl. I didn't
I'm
say
saying in
that.
general. I'm saying in general. You asked a question and I
Mm-hmm.
answered. I'm just telling you it doesn't work. This whole empathy thing is not a real thing. It's a
No,
false
it's
thing.
not. It really ain't no
So
scientific proof though.
okay.
So it is like I said. That's why I need people to realize there's a difference between being an empath, which is it's just a belief, really, in real talk. If you look it up, and then having empathy, right? That's a different thing. You can have empathy. You don't have to be an empath to have empathy though. That's the thing though. So and then my thing is, look, right. The reason I'm challenging all these empaths, right? I think if you don't even know what unconditional love is, right? I don't even want to hear nothing about you being an empath because it's not about you anymore. That's the thing. When you're an empath, it's literally not about
And
you no
we're
more.
true empaths.
That's a fact, right? Because we know unconditional love, right?
I literally brought up the topic of Jesus, which is the definition of that, and
That was
and
wrong.
you
That
said
was
that
wrong.
doesn't matter.
That was
Yeah, because
wrong.
we,
Not
we,
on,
we
not
don't
only
we don't
that,
use
not
that
only
word.
that.
He compassionate. He ain't no empath.
Yeah,
That's not an empath.
that okay. That how is that not
When
an
you
empath?
when you talk about my Jesus,
Because
you know,
that was
we
that
talk
was a
about
mission. That wasn't him being an empath. He was doing the
Real.
listening.
It's discernment real then. To me, it's discernment real then. If y'all challenging empath, it's discernment real.
Yeah,
The Holy, the
discerning
Father of the Holy
yeah, we
Spirit.
discern the Holy Spirit. Yeah, yes.
That's
Empath.
real.
Yeah. So yeah.
We're smoking about a lot of pathies, like empathy,
Mm-hmm.
psychopathy. What about telepathy? I yield.
Mm-hmm.
Next, right.
Just brought up discernment. That's why. That's the only reason I
You
asked.
tried
I
it.
I
You
yield.
know.
tried
I
it.
just know. That's
You
why I
Well,
tried
said
it.
the next one.
discernment is just knowing your surrounding, your situation. That's pretty much what that is. Most
Yeah.
people can have that, but it can be a gift if God is working with you.
Like a yeah. But people just,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
what other people. Everybody got their own
Understanding, like
self discerning thing. They got their selective
Mm-hmm.
trauma based discernment. And that's not how that's supposed to
yeah,
work.
yeah.
I don't
But
understand
it
all this
works
God
though.
talk
It
without
still
meditation
works.
is useless. Nah, all this God talk without meditation
Yeah,
is
it
useless.
helped them. Yeah, it helped them
I
be
can't help.
more single. It helped them
Yeah,
be
man, like,
more insecure. That's what
come
it's
on,
helping.
man. Like, I
Showing
don't
helping
understand.
nobody
Like,
else.
I always been like, God did this and
I
God
like
did
how
that.
you
And
assume
He
the
said, "I didn't say it
negative.
was good though."
That's crazy, man.
It's
It,
not. It's
It haven't
not.
been good. Like every time you hear it out their mouth or these so called empaths' mouths, there's always some negative stuff behind it,
right.
or be scared, be afraid, be a victim. Like where's the good empaths at? Like where
It
the
is.
healed ones at?
Sounds
You
bad.
right here.
You
You
the
Well,
right
you
here.
God.
put
Hey,
you
There
put
you
up
go.
a
hey.
you
So
put up a
Right
prompt.
here.
You put up a prompt to answer it in a negative way.
Oh,
You
Randall,
didn't
you
put it
can
to
put
where it
it
could be answered
down.
positively.
We're not
I
an
mean, you
impact.
can answer
yeah,
it.
this
Look,
prompt
just
ain't got
because
nothing
it
to do
might
with
be
empath.
questioned in
That
a
was a
negative
side
way,
thing we
you
was
can
talking
still
about.
answer it positively.
You haven't
You
even
know what I'm
answered the
saying?
prompt yet, so don't be
I
trying to.
did. I was
You're
the
not gonna
first one
trick
that came
me.
on and
You're not
answered
gonna
it.
use those
Y'all.
narcissistic tactics on me.
Y'all are hilarious.
oh, I can't.
Yeah, no, I was the
You
first
just gonna
one that came on
manipulate
and
me.
answered
None
the
of us
prompt, and
even hit
everybody
the
else
topic
came
yet.
on.
We didn't hit the
Yeah,
topic yet.
no,
We
I
didn't
no,
take the
I
lead.
did. I was the first one on here to
You
answer
ain't
it, and
no,
y'all
but
came
we
on
talking about
after me.
empathy.
So
Don't
you
try to
guys didn't hear what I
sidestep.
said.
You trying to
Wait,
side.
Genevieve, how you can't use your empathetic
Mm,
like skills to see that he is joking?
Oh no, I do. I'm just
Cause
stating the
that ain't got
facts.
nothing
Like
to
I
do with
came
Yeah,
on
but
empathy.
you
here.
but you're still
Empathy has nothing to do with it. All
Do
I'm
your
saying
empathy
is
only work with
factually that I
sadness?
came on here.
I noticed that
No,
empathy only work
all
with
I'm saying
sadness.
is
but you can
that's not.
feel
But you see,
feel
but listen,
it's
but you see
it's
how you're trying. No,
lighthearted. You can't feel that it's lighthearted.
That's
all
why
I'm
the
saying
mental
is I
illness.
came on here and
She's
I
still
didn't
with
answer
trauma
the
right
prompt.
now.
That's all I'm saying. Just
You don't work
because
like that,
I
Kev.
have an opinion about what he
Yeah,
said
you're
She
does
right
not
though.
mean
she
to.
only feel the bad
But
things.
he was
Right.
just
That's it.
he
That's all I'm saying.
look even
I,
right now. Why are you so serious?
I'm
Hmm.
not serious. I'm just
Empathize with this
answering it.
funniness.
That's it. No, I'm just saying he said nobody answered it and I did. That's all
Empathize
I'm
with this
saying.
joke right here.
But that's why
I
that's
think
I
y'all
know
being
I
too
listen,
hard on her.
I
Hey,
know
you
that
ever
it's a
notice
joke.
they
If I was
selective
so
they
serious, if I was so upset about it, I would have dropped off the panel. I'm
Not
not that
upset,
immature.
not
Don't
upset, but
understand that
you're
it wasn't
like
a joke.
not upset, but you're like really serious. Like
No, she just
Because
making a
that's
statement.
how I am. Well,
you're
here's
not
the
even
thing.
making a statement,
We
Constance.
all don't know each other,
I mean,
right?
she just
I
making a
just come off
statement.
that way.
I know,
If I
but
just have to,
It's
if I
false.
this is just how I
her
am.
empathy
Okay,
But
didn't work this
this is
time.
can
just
I
how
say
I
something
am.
though? It's
Go
Rachel.
ahead.
You just perceived it as her being serious. Like she just said a statement, but you perceived it like that.
Yeah, that was
That's like
it. I was just
nah,
stating it.
nah,
Thank you.
nah. The YouTube
no,
everybody
no,
got
no.
that.
Well,
Please
no.
don't
The
explain.
the thing is, there was no shift in demeanor at all. Like, I,
Don't
So how
always
I've
be
been talking
misjudged.
previously and now,
no,
what
it's
was the
not
shift
about
in the
it's
demeanor?
not about misjudging. It's about I don't know, most empaths, I guess, like Randall was saying, when you have matured as somebody who has empathy or whatever, you're not like empaths lead off of just their feelings, right? A lot of times it is based off of them,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because the thing is, how are you not observing and being able to flow and adapt to the conversation? Like,
How am I not flowing and adapting to the conversation?
okay,
Maybe
No,
that's
I
her
just
style of
genuinely want to
comedy.
know.
Don't take it personal.
it's
She's
not
just
her
No,
saying
style
I'm
of
just kidding.
comedy. It is not. It is.
Maybe she's
no,
like
I'm just
Janine
trying to figure.
Garofalo.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
No?
like, how am
Oh,
I not flowing to the conversation?
not funny. That was so classic.
It's
Big
okay.
game.
Listen, uh,
It's a good
you
radio
will find
opportunity.
out as you.
Wait, how old are you guys, by the way? How old are you?
Oh
I'm
shit.
I'm
30.
41.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm just trying to
31
see
is
what she
crazy.
did
See,
wrong
look at
because
that. Look at
I
that little laughter. Did you hear that laughter?
But
Oh,
that's
That is
cool.
a
But
clear
I'm just,
indication that she found that funny.
but I'm
yeah.
just trying to
I'm a
see.
I
jester.
like
You
how I'm
guys
No,
being
no,
the
haven't
no, no,
noticed
no,
part
it
of
no,
like
yet?
a
But
science
look,
no. The thing
experiment.
is, no,
I
you're
don't want to be
40.
made the topic of the
But
prompt
look,
because that's not what
right,
we came on
right.
here for.
Like I'm
We
trying
came
to
on
no,
see
here to
but
what
discuss
she
the
said
prompt
that
first
was
so
of
everyone
wrong.
can
all,
grow from this. That's it. I don't want to be the topic of the prompt. That's if I did, I would have made my own life.
Yeah, we haven't
Respectfully.
even talked about the prompt. I haven't
Yeah, you
even
getting
said
in your
anything
feelings
yet.
now? It's all right, man.
yeah,
So good.
No, I'm
we're
not in my feelings. I
Kev,
just
you picking
don't.
Kev?
It's not that serious.
Yeah, it ain't that
That's
serious, huh?
that's the
Kev.
It's not.
point.
That's
That's
Kev
the
Hey,
nervous
just
system
because you
point.
get
I
tripping.
challenged,
understand, but I
just
understand that though. That's what
because you
I've
get
been trying to
challenged on
say. I
something,
understand
that
it.
don't mean we can be selective with. Just like you selective with your empathy, you want to be selective seriousness. But we was
That's not
talking about.
selective of being.
You got something to say
That
for
has nothing to do with
everything, man. How about you
empathy.
use your powers and understand what's getting said to you right now?
Kev,
I do understand. What made you feel
Good.
like just because I have something to say
Wait,
doesn't mean I don't understand?
wait, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh my.
age
But
doesn't.
anyway,
Kev, can I say something real quick, Kev? Cause you
what up,
know
what up,
I
what up,
rock
what
with
up?
your heart. Kev, you wrong right now, Kev.
How about you empathize with me, man? I know you find your
I'm
empathize.
empathizing with her because
Yeah,
Kev,
that's
Kev,
cool then. So,
Kev, I rock with your heart, but right now you being wrong, brother.
how am I being wrong? Who to make that judgment?
Just like you judge stuff for being serious, and all that.
Yeah, it was
No,
serious. If it
wait.
counters on what I was
No,
saying,
that's how
then
you perceived it. She just made a general
ain't no
statement. Her tone
perception
was
when you can't answer a direct thing like I tell you, and you choose to push out an energy of not even an energy. You just basically made something that was a joke and whatever. I done forgot how to win. Anyways, I done forgot so long ago.
it was
But
probably a joke to you, but not to her. Just cause something like it's like this. I
no,
might say
yeah,
something funny that's funny to me, but you might not laugh at all.
yeah, but this ain't the time for
Conscious.
pandering. This the
It's
time for
okay.
learning right now. So we
I'm
trying to.
not
Conscious.
pandering, Kev. You know I
So
don't
we
pander, but I'm gonna stand for right or
at,
wrong, Kev. You wrong.
at the moment, right? At the moment, I am trying to make a teacher lesson. I'm trying to let people know just because y'all claim that y'all empaths. Empathy and empath are two
Oh,
different
that's why
things.
he's
Yeah,
talking
he
I
like
he
don't
just
that.
have
we
empathy.
know that. We know that.
Oh.
But yes, right. So you should empathize with all of us, right? And understand this is how the conversation is going because we all trying to teach each other, though, instead of putting our own little feelings in it. That's what we're trying to show the difference in the situation. That's all that is.
But all right, so look, where
What I'm
in
doing. This is
well
what I'm doing.
at
Just want
at
you to know
what
that's what
point
I'm
did
doing.
she
But
add
Kev just said
feelings in it,
that's what I'm
Kev?
doing.
Hmm.
What's that?
I said at what point did she add feelings in it, Kev?
Boy, this topic it don't went too far. I don't forgot now. It's done. We
Yeah.
done now.
Listen.
I remember.
All right. So, anyways, she was
I don't
not being
have to say
truthful.
a whole lot of things you
It's
already
okay.
know. I'm gonna stop,
Just
yo.
wanted her to empathize with me. That's all.
Okay, let's just move to the prompt. Okay.
Yes, please.
My enemies wanna see me fall.
Hey, what's the
Let me stop,
animosity
yo.
on that?
Are you gonna fall? Don't play
My
with me.
enemies want to see me fall.
Lord, I really do need ya. Let me stop, yo.
Yeah, you better.
Wait, who was here first?
I was. That's what I was saying.
Ah.
That's why I said what I said. Because I was like, he said nobody answered the prompt. And I literally was having a conversation with him and everybody hopped on. That's what I was trying to say. That
Yeah,
was
she
it.
was. She
That
was
was
like the
it.
second one that came in, though, yo. She was.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Second.
I
when you
witnessed
Yes,
it.
that's
said
what I was
I bear
saying.
witness.
But he
when we
wasn't
were
being.
talking, yeah, when we were talking about empathy, we wasn't talking about the topic. It was obvious on that. So you only went back
Right.
to that because I called out and I said, why do majority of empaths always come with negative things instead of talking about the good energy they receive? Because it's no way these empaths, right? Even though I don't believe in them, right? They always
Mm-hmm.
see the negative. That's all they can do is, oh, I can't help that these people are sad, and I can't help that it's angered and all this other stuff. Like, why can't you
It's
help
not
when it's
sad, Kev. It's
jealousy
I
or
think
emo.
I think
why you
that's I
can't
think
help
that's
when
like one
I can't help
I
when there's
think that's like one
happiness and
side of
joy
it.
because these are also feelings too. Also, joy,
Mm-hmm.
lust. How you don't know a guy lusting after you, but we be half naked around here. Like empath be so selective when it comes to certain things. That's why I don't believe it. It's just like it's fake. You know what I'm saying? According to that version of empath, right? Like I said, it is a difference between empathy and being an empath. An empath is always it's been proven wrong so much because it's really just a belief. It's been proven wrong so much once it became selective. Well, it's just this thing where people are sensitive and traumatized, and they call themselves empaths, and that's the cleanest way they can do to make themselves feel better. That's just what it is.
Kev.
So let
But
me ask you
religion is a
Yeah,
this.
belief,
chicks
So
Kev.
let
clap
me
Kev.
too,
let me let
though,
me
Religion is
ask
a
you
Kev.
this
belief,
real
Kev.
quick.
Stop.
So you, so
So
you
let,
know,
I,
religion
I
is a
just want to
belief.
ask this really. I just want to ask this real quick. On the flip side of everything that you said, that's what a narcissist would be. So do you believe like they cannot have no inclination, no empathy, they're not thinking about you, and they go and twist and manipulate? Like that's on the negative side, on the negative flip, like everything that like me and the other girl were saying earlier, that's what that would be. I think it's more brought up as far as the negative because that is what is most experienced. Like on the flip side, yeah, you do have positive experiences with that. Of course. I think it's just not talked about a lot because
Yeah.
it's
So
not quote unquote a hot topic. I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you.
I'm just saying
But
it's
if
always
you
sad. Every
yeah,
empath I hear, they always got this sad or victim type story, and it's like, dang, do I really want to be an empath? If that's the case, like, what
I
the heck?
think it's
Like, when
because
whenever,
I think it's because like the ideal of it is like when we talked about the turn off button earlier where people just you I don't know, do you have that friend that you like everyone has that go-to friend. You can talk to them about any and everything, like damn near your therapist, right?
yeah,
And let's just say they're that person for a lot of people and they're not getting paid for that, right? That person is more than likely would be put into that category because the next person could say, you know what,
Get rid of
bro,
that friend.
all
That's a
right.
narcissist.
Right.
I was
You
about to
said,
say.
wait, say that again. I couldn't hear you.
he
I
said,
said, get rid of that friend. That's a narcissist.
Right.
But at
No,
the
no,
same
no.
time,
I
that
mean,
person
no,
making
no,
a
no,
choice
not
to
that friend.
listen though.
Wait,
Like,
who? I'm confused. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
at the same
huh?
time, that person making
Describing the spec or the log. That's all I want to know.
what happened?
Say that again. I'm sorry. It's
Is
like y'all
Genevieve,
talking, then
are
it's
you
uh huh.
describing the spec or the log? When you're describing what you're
Mm-hmm.
describing, are you describing the spec or the log?
What's the
In other
difference?
What
words,
do you?
are you describing what you observe others do, or are you describing what you do or have done?
Oh, good question.
As far as what part? Because I'm talking about both. I'm describing more so what I have experienced and also what I've seen. But
Well,
depending on what
okay,
you're asking me
gotcha.
on what part of what I'm talking about, I can go more into that. I'm not trying to make it long winded. It's just if you're talking about as far as the negatives, I've seen the negatives like when it comes to other people, and I've seen the positives when it comes to that, and I've had my own experiences
Well, can I
to
say one
where I
thing?
can uh-huh.
It's best to only speak on your experiences and not what you seen,
Mhm.
because what you seen could be like biased on what you thinking at the time. You might not see the whole picture.
Mhm.
True.
If
So
I'm
it's
being
best to just
told the
speak.
whole picture, if I'm being told the whole picture,
People
is
hold
that
back
would you
facts every day
still
though.
Boo.
But people hold back facts. Like, think about it.
Yeah.
okay?
Whenever someone tells you a story about something, they're not telling you the full story. They're telling you their
Mm-hmm.
story. It's already three sides to a story.
Mhm.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Doesn't work.
That's true.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
I think my wife likes the fact that I got a little bit of narcissism, but it's peppered in when needed, and then when it's out of control,
We
it's
Oh
saw
shut
it
my
on
off.
camera.
god.
We
Can I keep it
saw
real?
it.
Lord.
You got to learn from other
but
people's
it's only his
mistakes
wife
as
that
well.
loves
So
It's
it
sprinkled
doesn't
on the
matter.
camera.
Can I keep it real with you? Your experience and your environment is the best teacher sometimes in how you talking
Mhm.
in home, right? Nature versus nurture. So at the end of the
it.
day, it's not saying that yeah, people you can't you got to what you see is also valid as well. Your personal experience, but what I see and what I watch is also a great teacher too. I can learn the examples that's in front of me, and I can learn from the mistakes that people show me. So you can't diminish what they say. Yeah, people can lie and twist the truth, but also you're learning that people are lying and twisting the truth because you saw that
Mhm.
happen in front of you. So you can't
Right.
you can't say that.
You don't know what you don't know. They're lying. So how can you learn from something you don't know what's actually
Find
happening?
out. You'll find out
No,
later
no, no,
because a
no, no.
lot of
But that
truth
goes
going
against
to
what you.
reveal itself. So
But
if you
that
don't,
goes
you might
against
not know
what
they
you're
lying in the
lying. Like
moment,
you're not.
but later
That
on, when you find out that is a lie,
that
then
Nostrils.
you
goes against.
recognize it.
Hey,
But
you
that
cheating
goes
on your
against
wife
what
now?
you're
As close as you
saying,
could, you
though.
kissing this
We can
thing on
test that
thing.
now, though.
It doesn't make
How
any
so?
sense. It doesn't.
But we can
The
test
math.
that. We
Off,
can test
off
that now.
off duty. Go ahead. What do you mean by
That
that?
boy was
You
making
hear me?
out with the camera,
No, I'm
boy.
saying we can test. Look, we can test it now. Look, watch. Look, this apple pie is so delicious, ain't it? Come on, y'all, tell me how delicious the pie is I'm eating. Come
I don't know
on.
the etymology behind it.
Oh no, you tell us. You the one eating it, man.
I
Come
had
on, tell
apple
me
pie
how
before, and
delicious
it
it
was
is.
delicious. You know what I mean? Maybe you got from the same bakery I did, or maybe you didn't. You know what I mean? But
But I'm talking
that's
about
the
this
point
pie
of the
right here in my
conversation
hand.
of
How does it
really getting
taste?
to know somebody. You know what I
Answer the
mean?
We
Then I
question,
don't
find out
Randall.
it
know.
was in your head. Like, oh, this nigga
Answer the
crazy.
question.
That's
Answer
it.
the
You know what I
question.
mean?
We
Answer the
don't know
question,
because we
Randall.
don't have that pie. We
Oh
don't
my
know.
How
God.
does it taste? How does
Answer
the
the
pie taste that
question.
I'm eating right now?
You the
Does it
one
taste
Answer the
similar to
experiencing the
me?
question.
pie taste, man. You got to tell us. We can't answer that.
No, that's not
Based
how
on
it
your
works.
expression, it tastes amazing.
Right.
I know, but what's your experience of the pie that I'm eating right
Well, it
now?
didn't
Yeah.
taste
Man,
like boo
what you
boo
eat
because
don't
you're
make me
talking
shit, bro.
about it.
What you eat don't make me shit,
Oh
right?
my
What you
God.
There
what you
you
put in
go.
your mouth
There
don't
you
make me shit,
go.
right? So I
There
don't
you
know,
go.
but I know what apple pie tastes for me. Your apple pie might be trash compared to my apple pie, but I still know what apple pie tastes to me.
But how you know what the how
Correct.
can you say that? But you can be around people who are liars and learn from them, but you can't tell what the pot tastes like.
What?
That's a great point, right?
What
That's
the
a great
hell?
point, right?
See, I like
But
That's
Randall.
I
based.
can't
That's
argue with
based
that.
off of
You're right.
experience. But
Shit.
that's based off of
Let
experience,
me think.
though.
Let me digest what you said. But I don't like what you said it, how you said it. But I'm gonna keep looking at you.
No,
See,
I
now
get
we're
what
being
he was saying.
honest. I like
I get
this.
what. I get
Yay!
what he was saying. I get what he was saying, but I think it just
What
depends
happened to the other
on
impact
your
sensor?
experience, huh?
The other
No,
impact
man.
extender left, man. I was trying to get in.
She left. No,
No,
because
I
Genevieve
get
about to, no,
for
Genevieve,
game
Genevieve,
time.
you
I
gonna
get
do
what
it
you were
again, Genevieve.
saying.
Genevieve, you gonna
For
do it again. You about to give me a whole monologue on why it works when it doesn't work.
no,
I
I don't have
smell,
a whole
I smell it
monologue.
coming.
I'm just saying
Okay.
it's based off of experience. That's it.
No, conscious. Stop
No, that's
raising,
not
man.
how
You've
it
been
works,
gaslighting the last
conscious.
like 10 minutes.
And oh, subjective
It's just
self.
No,
subjective
we
here.
shouldn't
You
have
know
a
that.
judgment. You know, if she
It
think that it
doesn't,
worked for her,
but
then
it
it
Hey,
worked for
doesn't
let her
work.
her.
have her
That's
It
apple
how I
doesn't.
pie.
know.
Let
It
me
doesn't
stop.
work though. It
I
doesn't
see
work.
why
Happy
he
No,
wife
I'm
does.
not
behind
saying
over
it works or
conscious.
it doesn't. It's just based off of experience. If I
I smell
experience
it.
The
something
happy wife,
versus the
happy
next
life type
person,
relation, boy.
I'm feeling
Yeah.
conscious. I'm feeling conscious it doesn't work because what happens is they come along,
Because
they
you know
get the
what? We
crying, they
can't
get the
challenge
whining.
his own reality, right? I can't challenge his own perspective, right? All I can do is
mm-hmm,
respect it, right? His
right.
thought process. So I can't challenge what he tastes, what he eats, or what he thinks is real, right? All I can do is respect it, or be like, damn, that shit kind of crazy. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's like if he feels as though that apple pie is good, I don't know where he got it from, how it tastes, what it looked like to him. Apple pie could be a banana, right? But that's how he's interpreted it. You know what I mean? All I can do is respect how he interprets his apple pie.
So why you
You
can't
know
get
what I
So
mean?
along
what?
with
And
it?
that's the
Okay,
only
So
way.
what?
why
That's
you
my
Randall,
only
Wait.
counter.
That's real.
Randall, you can challenge anything. You
Yeah.
can make them prove to you that that's what it is. And so far, you all have not proved to us that
nothing?
that's what it is. So you can challenge
Uh,
anything.
Hmm.
Anything could be challenged at any moment, any time of the day. You
Concede,
need
Randall.
you have to challenge people so they can prove to you that what they're saying is what it is. Just like you said when you brought up in church, if
Mm-hmm.
somebody was to tell you that Jesus is not real, they're challenging you.
Mm-hmm.
You have to prove to them that he is.
Concede, Randall. Concede. This where you concede, Randall. Concede. It's over. Concede. Concede.
Carry
It's
on.
No,
over.
I don't concede.
Come
Reason why
he
I
on.
said, I
don't
ain't going
concede.
out that way. You know that Randall ain't giving up.
Nah,
Why?
nah, because you know what? Because I gotta be understand. Because how do you make Jesus or things real to them? Only if they can relate to it. Only if they're in a
Mm-hmm.
position where they can receive it, right?
But
Man, I done heard enough of this cap. Randall,
you
if
only
I perceive,
That's
hold on,
cap.
unnecessary. If I perceive you to be a woman, bro, you not finna to be like, well, that's his opinion. That's his perspective. I can't challenge that. You a grown man.
Concede,
You
nigga.
know what?
Mm,
But
that
it's
was a good
crazy
one.
because if I thought I was a woman, I wouldn't want you to. I wouldn't
Bro,
want you to
you are
That's
believe
not
literally
what
I
you
was a
think,
circular.
woman,
though.
right?
I see what
But
it is.
that's
This
how
debate.
crazy people get, though.
But
This
you
That's
moving
debate,
the
how
goalpost.
crazy
but you're
people
not
get,
You
crazy.
though.
moving. You
But
moving the
you're not
goalpost.
crazy.
I'm
You
not
moving the
crazy.
goal.
So can we get to Romans
He
8
gave you
now?
a great example. He gave you a great example, and you
Romans
moved the
John 8.
goalpost immediately. Answering questions
Look, I did.
directly.
Yo, game. I'm not lying. I know. I'm sorry. I can't just sit in this though, because I feel like I'm valid. That's
It's
why. I
over.
feel like I'm
No,
valid. That's
Bro,
it's
all.
I
over.
just
It's over.
said,
No, that's
hold on,
narcissism.
game
About to
time.
go off
Hold
your
on,
That's
game
feelings.
that's
time.
very
All I
narcissistic.
said was you are capping because you a grown man, and if I said my opinion and perspective is you a woman, that does not mean my perspective must be respected. That's cap.
I
Concede,
mean,
Mm.
dude.
respect.
Concede. Concede.
I mean,
Ah.
I look at it like this, right?
It burned,
Respect
don't it?
means to look again.
It burned,
Touche.
dude. We got some heavy
Nigga,
hitters up
touche.
here. It's gonna burn.
Nigga, touche. Damn.
He said
There you
touche.
go.
Ah, I tried. I
Yeah.
You
tried.
think it's something? Give me
Gina,
some
I
time.
need
You
help.
think it's
Gina,
all,
help me
lady?
out, Gina.
You think
They
it's
should have
all
never
something,
let
lady?
me in. They should have never let me in here.
He who is without apple pie cast the first stone. No,
Stone's
no.
thrown, bro.
He made me want
Stone's
some apple
thrown.
pie.
Man, he do got me once in his Bible pie. I ain't gonna lie, boy. With the whipped cream on there, I ain't never tried that though. It's on. It look.
Look, our mode.
You said Alamo.
So now check
Oh
it out,
shit.
right? In terms of the prompt, right? In terms of the prompt. Look, now was Mary Magdalene scared? Was she? Was
Mm.
she? Was she scared?
At one point in time,
We don't
what you
know.
mean?
All I'm saying is where the
No,
dude that she was caught with, or these
no.
four dudes that brought her, they was running a G on her, and that's why you say he was out sent without saying cast the first stone. Huh?
It's
What are
the
you talking
second
about?
time you
Huh?
brought Mary Magdalene into this. What is with you and that?
Cause it's so
Because he's
apropos to the
addressing the prompt.
conversation.
No, it's
He
not.
addressing the prompt as far as like women being afraid of men.
Yes.
But we didn't
Was
know the
she
prompt.
scared?
We didn't know.
When did
She
I
probably
don't
Yeah,
was.
but
Bruh, I
no
just want
she
y'all to
wasn't.
know that it was not Mary Magdalene that was caught up in that situation. I don't know why
Exactly.
you keep saying that. There was
Here's
a
my
woman, but it
question though.
wasn't
Where was
her.
the dude? Where was
But
the
no,
dude
your
It
then that
was
question
got
was
Mary
caught?
Mary Magdalene.
Magdalene's.
The context was Mary Magdalene.
How was she
I
scared?
mean,
No. How was okay? First of all, how was any woman back there scared during that time when it was actually like smashing them for the coin?
yeah,
So
they got worse things to worry about.
yeah, what I'm saying,
Oh, hold on
what is
now,
the
hold
point?
on. Y'all going too far with that because women had every reason to be scared, especially if they were
Mm-hmm.
married.
Oh, let's
Because
get
they
it
didn't have,
on.
like literally in that Roman society, the husband had the ability to sell his whole family into slavery. Like he could do
No,
whatever he
no,
wanted to.
no, no,
Mm.
no,
Mm-hmm.
not no, because women back then still had powerful influences if their man had influence too. So it wasn't that easy.
Game time.
But
I
it was
didn't
through
say
the
they didn't
man
have
though. It
influence.
was
I'm
I
just
through
saying,
said
the
they
it
had a
was through
reason
the
to be
man.
scared.
just
But
saying,
it
this
was
is
always
not.
through the man. And if they
I,
didn't
I,
have a man, then you get that Mary Magdalene situation.
It's
It was
that
not.
is
always
not
through a
where was
man.
y'all are
that dude that
capping.
she was caught
No,
with?
Y'all are capping on historical things you have not
But where
researched
was
or
the
studied.
guy?
Okay, off duty. Earlier you asked
Where
that
was the
question.
guy? Or was all four of these dudes hitting this chick? That's all
Hey,
I'm asking.
off duty. Earlier you asked this, and I was on your side until you came at me wrong, and I just didn't say nothing to you. I'm like, there's no point. But what I was telling you earlier was the man was supposed to be present. That's a part of the reason why they couldn't say anything because they was completely they were out of line when they presented her without the man, and they were trying to stone her, and that's why they got checked the way that they did because let you without sin cast the first stone. But not only that, you know you sinning because you're doing things out of order and
exactly.
they knew it, so
But
they
what if
couldn't
they?
do
But what if
anything.
they was the ones that she was caught with? What if they was ratting on themselves, but
But
using their
but
That's
but
what he
station
just
but
to
answered
hide it?
that.
but that's not what
He
happened
I
just
though.
legit
answered
just
it.
answered
But
your question,
that's not
bro.
what happened. Why y'all was throwing hypotheticals for something that was factual? I don't understand. You throwing new things in and we can't discuss upon. That's not what happened.
So what happened?
None of us were there actually, so it's all
No,
speculation.
no,
But I'm
no,
listening.
no. We can read about it, so we can talk about what we read about. But you throwing in things that wasn't in the actual text. So why are we doing that?
Because he likes to debate.
Actually, no, I'm not. Because look, check it out. It's four guys that's like, you know what? Our pockets is hurting. We got to get Malcolm out our pockets, right? So this is what we going to
There
do.
was no
We going
Malcolm.
to ask him a question. It's a
There
catch
was no
22,
Malcolm.
right?
There was no Malcolm
We're
in there
going to ask.
whatsoever.
I'm
You know what
being
I'm
a
saying?
jester. It's so
I don't
funny.
care. Well, if you
But if
being
you
a
want me to
jester,
be,
how
if
how
you
about
want
you being
me
a
to put
jester with
on
the
my
text?
Bible exegesis scholarly,
It's not
I
my
can do that too, sir.
it's not my fault. You're not using the
Mm.
correct etymology
Let me
of the
grab my
word.
monocle. Hold on.
So
Animality.
you gotta be very
Let me
careful.
grab my monocle.
But you better do something because it ain't sounding
Game
No,
right.
no, I
time.
don't.
I don't know why
No,
you
I
I
don't.
got
wasting your
another
time.
question
Because
for y'all while y'all
I'm
talk
looking
about that at the same
exactly
time.
at the text.
My other question: do you
He
believe
was caught in
the
two.
disrespectful women really afraid of men?
Yeah, I do think so. Actually, yeah, I think the
Hmm.
disrespectful is. I do. I think women who are like that towards women are scared of men. I do think that actually, it's
Hmm.
almost like a defense mechanism that they made up in
Anybody
their
else?
own head. I think they made themselves. I think they make themselves afraid of men without having the actual experience of
So you
supposed to
could
being afraid.
disrespect the man and be afraid of him at the same time?
Yeah.
I do
That's
think
because
so.
they hate
I think
themselves.
they did that internally on their own to do that. Because women who act like that do that, and they're like they made themselves afraid of men. They don't have to be, so they use
Hey, Kev,
disrespect.
I could not
can
be.
can
Uh,
can black people
That's because
be
they hate themselves.
can black people be afraid of cops but still talk crazy to them?
nope,
No.
nope.
God,
No, that
what's
what?
black
No.
people?
They
What kind of fear is that?
right. Shoot me,
What's
mother.
black people?
The heck?
But I'm
They
just
not
I'm
afraid.
just saying, and I'm just saying in general, right?
People do that all the
We
time.
I'm yeah, I'm
No.
saying because we don't like cops, and we are in a sense we're taught to be afraid of cops. But every time you turn around, we talking crazy to the cops and holding court
Yep.
in the
Same
streets.
thing.
So same thing.
Literally the same thing. They're not afraid.
Oxymoron,
When
They're
bro.
not
It's an
afraid.
oxymoron.
They're
who's doing
selectively.
those things?
So it goes back. I love that. I love that you use that. That shows that they're performative. This black
Mm.
people
Kev,
are performative, just like
that's
these
cap.
women are performative.
That's cap, bro. That's like asking, why do children do the thing you told them not to do if they not afraid of the punishment?
I
Bro,
agree.
that's cap.
I agree.
Well,
I agree
that's
with
Wait,
that.
way
what?
So do you mean
different.
like people like the
That's way
background?
different. No, I wouldn't
How
say
is it
that.
different?
Yeah,
How is it
okay.
different?
Okay, if I'm afraid, okay, look. If I'm afraid of, let's go to something else. Then animals, right? If I'm afraid of a lion sitting here about to bite me or something like that, you would not see me in their area, uh, saying motherfucker bag up or something like that. I'm going to probably do some avoidance or something close to that. I wouldn't be disrespecting no lion when I know that thing can
There's a
eat me.
difference in the fear. One is a fear for your life. The other one is just a fear of a specific outcome you may perceive in your mind. There's
Right.
a different level to that fear.
I can feel that though, but I think if you really fear something, you're gonna avoid it. In reality, that's how I view it.
There's no,
I
then
never
there would
heard
be no
this.
room for
This
I
courage.
think a
yeah,
lot of
Where does
people.
I don't
courage come
believe
in
it's
then?
fake fear where you see and provoking certain things. That's not
Yeah.
real fear to me. You could provoke
If
something
Um,
instead of avoiding it. That's not
yeah,
fear.
provoke. If
I
you're
mean,
provoking, I don't think that's fear.
at the end of the day, you got stupid people though.
Right, exactly. I think they
Yeah,
do that
they're not.
internally,
Yeah, their stupidity makes them not scared.
but
No, they are afraid, but they're responding as a daggone
Everybody.
fool.
No.
they're scared. They're not scared. Okay, I think that they do get scared after they say what they say when the consequences start to be shown.
Mm-hmm.
100%, because I've seen it too many.
Everybody.
I've seen it way too many times where you have a woman extremely disrespectful, talking that talk, popping off at the mouth, and then as soon as she feel like she's threatened, oh no,
Right?
don't do this
Yeah.
to me. It's like, what you talking about? I thought you no. It's like, hey, you was reacting the way that you was reacting because that's how you are.
They
Number
just
one.
get scared to get hit at that time, but
Yes.
otherwise they not afraid of them.
Initially, they
So,
were not.
so
You know,
what they're
my
scared
lady
of doesn't
said.
matter, is what you're saying.
My lady said people can be afraid of their dreams, but they still pursue them.
What?
Hey,
Most
that's
people
true.
That's a
actually
true
don't,
statement.
though.
That's true.
So I'm gonna put it this way then.
Well,
Like
Most
that's a
right.
people
dream because it
don't.
has
Most people
chlorophyll.
don't
That's a true
pursue their
statement.
dreams because
I
of
get it now.
fear. Fear of
Mm-hmm.
failure, fear of success. Fear holds back so many people. If you're truly afraid.
Yeah,
No, that's
just
not
like I'm
true
afraid
because
to
fear
go.
is an
Just like
actual
I'm afraid to get
motivator for some
robbed, right?
people.
He
I'm
made a
afraid to
good
get
point though.
robbed, right? If I was to go, so you wouldn't see me at no gas station that don't have no lights on it. I'm gonna try to avoid it, or I might be on my p's and q's, but that don't take the fact that I am afraid. And you wouldn't also see me provoking or being, well, let's say disrespectful, right? I wouldn't be disrespectful to some people that I'm afraid of. It just don't They don't work that way. I think that's a big oxymoron, and that's some things that people fall for, and that goes back to the sign. That's why I put that up there. What are signs? Because if we saying that these people really afraid, that means you will never be able to have the signs of a person that really is or really isn't. And
Bro,
just like
you
we said, we
literally
can
got.
challenge these things like unnecessary said earlier. Some things can get challenged. Like I can tell the signs of people that's faking, that's putting on the act.
Hey, Kev, let me go. Let me do a little scripture thing in there for you,
What up,
right?
Sean?
What up? What up? So I know this might get you, Kev. Okay, so could someone sin and also be fearful of the Lord?
Mm.
Can someone miss the mark and be fearful of the higher self within them? Let me see.
No.
Say it
Said
again.
no.
What you say, Kev?
Said no.
What type of sin though? I guess it depends.
No, no,
Cause
no, 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 no.
some people
No,
sin that don't
I
know.
want to hold on. I don't want to move the goalpost because it ain't no stipulations, right? Can you
Is that
be
all
fearful
sin?
of the Lord and still sin?
Mm.
Be fair. Yeah,
Willfully,
yeah.
hold on. Forget that, man. But let me equate it. Let me add it. Willfully sin.
Yeah, no, no,
Day,
I'll say no.
every
I
day.
say
Let's
no. I
be
say no.
honest. Every
I
day,
say no.
every day,
You
I
say
say
every
no.
day.
no. I say no. Because
No.
if the Lord was right,
Yeah, I don't know
if
that's
the Lord
fair.
was right in front of them, and
Nah.
they wouldn't
I
sin.
ain't saying
Cap,
about no in front, Kev.
cap,
Come
Yeah,
on,
so
man.
I'm
You
gonna
moving the
say
cap,
no. I'm
goalpost.
gonna say no because
cap.
it's obvious they're not afraid of God.
That,
They're not fearful. So yeah.
come
It's
on,
gonna
So
be
man.
people
Really?
saying
I think a
it's gonna
person
be
that's in
people.
fear, they really would treat it like they were afraid to do any.
Wait,
Like if you afraid to get bit or something like that, you're not about to do anything to get bit, or you're afraid that somebody might pop you. You're not about to be like, hey, pop me or something like that. You're not gonna do that. So yeah,
Lord
no,
Jesus, please don't
I
let me
don't
get
think
caught
people
when I go
fear
to
God.
steal from Walmart,
People
please.
say they fear God, but they just say it off soundbite, but they don't really fear him for real.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
because
no,
he's
that's
not
not what.
present. No,
Because he's not present,
because
right?
he's not present, and it's like, and also being given like so much forgiveness and grace, and it's like if you've already done something bad, and then you see that nothing really happened, or a little bit happened, or there's always this grace. Oftentimes, I mean, it's understandable why the fear would start to diminish a little bit. You might have some fear, but it's not a great enough fear for you to stay away from doing that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what? So what fear we talking about? We're talking about like actual like scared fear or the real reverent fear of the Lord.
Yeah, you mean like reverence, or you mean like nail biting?
Because this is different. Because
Say
fear of
nail
the Lord is
biting.
not
Then
only.
we can say nail
Well,
biting.
okay. Well, if nail biting, then I would agree with Kev. If it was reverent fear, then I would disagree.
Hold on, wait, hold on. So now, okay, so we can't. Okay, if I'm going to the prompt,
Reverence
it's
is
no
respect.
stipulations. It's no stipulations when a woman like has a fear for a man, right? I didn't hear the stipulations on that part, but when I say like, can you still sin, willfully sin, and have the fear of the Lord, right? That means by that definition, everyone is sinning, but the Bible also says to be fearful of the Lord. But we are not perfect,
Answer
so
your
can
question.
we
No,
still
well,
willfully sin
it
and
don't say
still
that.
fear the Lord?
But
By
it don't.
definition, yes.
It
Yeah,
don't say that.
you answer your own question. They're not. It's obvious they're
But,
not fearful of the Lord. I mean, just because
but
you
No, no,
say you are, that don't mean you are.
Because I
no,
know
no.
some people
Hold on.
who
You
are
missed it. Hold on,
actually
you missed it.
fearful of the Lord, and most of the time they're kind of like cultish. Like literally, they will not do anything outside of what's in the Bible.
Hold on, hold
Because
on.
they
I
Jesus
think
did
y'all
but
it
that's
missed
not
it.
in
what.
100 seconds.
No, you know, but the Bible says the beginning of wisdom is
it's the fear of the Lord. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
yeah. So it's not like being scared of the Lord. That's why I said there's a
Right.
difference. You can't just say fearful
Well,
because
we
he's
just
not.
going around with what Sean put out, so we just
No,
rock
no,
with
no,
that.
no,
Okay,
no.
all right.
Hold on. Sean knows the Bible. I am the book of Eli right now, right? So it says
Okay.
the fear of the Lord. So what you just said, game time, is not actually what it say. The fear of the
No,
Lord.
the
The
beginning of
fear.
the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. That's what it says.
You can
Say
speak
it
freely,
again.
Sean.
What you
Huh?
That's
say?
legitimately what it
The
says. Fear of
beginning
the
of
Lord is the beginning of
wisdom
wisdom.
is the fear of the Lord. The beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord.
No,
It's
you
It
not.
saying it
also
backwards.
says
You saying it backwards.
I'm not saying
it
it
also
backwards.
says the fear of the Lord is the beginning. The beginning. The fear of the Lord is the
What
beginning of
versions
wisdom.
are we reading?
Oh Lord, we ain't have Bible study. I shouldn't have brought
Yeah.
it up there.
I mean, you
Yeah,
started it.
but overall, I
I'm
mean,
with
like I
it.
said,
I'm
y'all. I
with it.
mean, if y'all do believe that, right? If y'all do
I
believe
like this
that,
conversation.
disrespectful women. That's why I asked that. Disrespectful woman is really scared of men. Then y'all can continue to believe that. I don't believe that because they literally be in men jaw talking about hit me and all this other stuff and f you and suck my this and all that other stuff, and that don't sound like a scared person at all to me. All I'm saying, that sound
Yeah.
provoking,
That's
and
self hate.
that sound like when something don't go their way, then that's when they play victim after that. You know what I'm saying? So like
Yeah, I'm
that's
not
how they
gonna
keep
lie.
tricking people and manipulating a lot of, especially men. They manipulate them into falling for these things. I just don't fall for that junk.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared of a guy punching me in my face. That's
Yeah.
why I'm very respectful.
You know what's funny though, Kev? By your logic,
That's why you're very respectful.
you
No, no,
literally
no. I'm
just
saying like
okay. Yeah, I
I
wasn't
wouldn't
talking. It's
provoke a
okay.
guy.
I feel you, Jerry.
All right,
My bad,
Jerry.
Jack.
Yeah, I was saying you literally just disqualified courage.
The cowardly
You
don't.
literally disqualified courage. There is no courage without fear. Without, well, not, I'm not gonna say fear. Scared, being scared. There's a difference between fear and anxiety. Those are two separate things. When you're dealing with the amygdala, like fear is actual present, like a real caution over a present and real danger. If an
Yeah.
actual lion is in front of you, that is a literal fear
But what
because you
did I
can
say
get
that
ate up.
disqualified it? I'm trying to see. What
Yeah,
did I
so they
say?
don't see it's real
What?
danger.
No, I'm trying to ask. No, I'm trying to see what Jared actually hearing.
Yeah,
What did I say
yeah.
that
So
disqualified it?
yeah, so whenever you said that, whenever they are disrespectful,
Yep.
and then they try to claim to be afraid or fearful.
Yep.
Sometimes they are moving in their mind. I don't agree with it, by the way, just for the record. I don't agree with the foolishness.
Mhm.
But in their mind, they're being courageous because they're standing up to their bully. They're standing up to the one finally that has been suppressing them and oppressing them, whoever that represents in their minds. So it doesn't mean that they're not really afraid. That clown think they're doing something that's actually helping them when it's really not. It's making the situation worse. But that doesn't mean they aren't really afraid if they are acting the way that they're acting.
So you, yeah. So you speaking on like. So what I'm saying when I'm saying like disrespect, I'm just saying the ones that go out their way to press man and say pull up and I'm gonna do this or whatever. Whatever they act and they act like dudes, them they dang on themselves and stuff. So you saying that they still scared of men?
No, the ones you're describing, Kev, no, I don't think she's scared of nothing because she's stupid.
Yeah, okay, no
You
more.
gotta have, sometimes you gotta have some sense to actually be afraid of something. I think some people ain't got no goddamn sense. That's why they ain't afraid of nothing.
I
Okay,
get
I
that,
see.
Jared, because look, I just watched some body cam footage of a young lady, right? She had headbutt a dude, right? But she didn't start crying until she was in handcuffs. So I get that.
Hey, hold on. Let me do a little hot seat real quick, Kev. Okay, so do you, man? How the hell my service? Okay,
I
do
did see that
you
too.
do you fear the Lord? Yes or no?
You said, "Do I fear the Lord?"
Yes. Be
Yes, in
careful
reference.
because you're gonna answer the prompt.
Mm,
I
You
I
respect.
got it.
respect. I respect them. It's not that type of fear.
Yeah. I
Okay,
wouldn't.
so
I'm not
I don't want to say I
scared
don't
of
want to
him.
say
I,
that
I
you
love
are
him more than I'm
performing.
scared of him. I love him more than I'm scared of him. So yeah,
Okay, so I don't want to say you are. Can you hear me?
yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so I don't want to say that you are performing. So would you say, according to your own logic, if you don't fear the Lord, but you say you believe in, are you performing just like the prompt?
No, I don't know if you heard what I said. I said I love the Lord. That's why I'm trying to follow and do what I can. I didn't say I was ever fearful of him. I never said that. Or my love is over or is more than the fear that I have for him. I don't fear when I know I'm on his side.
Okay,
So then
but
the
you do
prompt
believe in the
is
Bible, right?
I'm not disrespecting God either though. You know, that's the difference, right? So I was talking about like disrespectful, provoking type people. You don't see me, that's why I try to avoid calling God out his name and saying, gosh darn it, and all that other stuff. I try to stay away from doing things like that though, because I respect God uh in that way. And then like I said, I never said I was afraid of God either because I want to be closer to him. So why would I be afraid of God? I want to say
Because the word tells you
all
to.
The
all
word tells you to.
The word does it.
Huh?
It does not say that. The
You
word
know,
don't
It
say
and the
Yes,
that.
it
doesn't
Lord,
say
does.
and
that.
the word also
It
tell me to love,
absolute
and the word
it
It
also
doesn't.
tell me
absolutely
to
tells
love
you to
Him also too,
reverence.
though. So I mean, we
Reverence
got many
is not
options of what we want to
included.
do with God. You don't have to only fear. I mean, maybe some people have to do it, and some people don't have to. I can love God, show love. I do everything else. I don't have to do every last thing that the Bible say.
Yeah, but
So
you don't
some
have
of
to do
I
that
mean some of y'all probably
Hold
have to
on.
fear to get closer to God. I don't have to.
because
Oh
fear.
I agree. Hold on, I'm
But that's not what
agreeing with you.
John did. John didn't brag about fearing God. John said, "And the disciple whom Jesus loved." He found it more important to brag about the love that the Lord has for him. That's what his focus was. He wasn't focused on too much
Reverence.
of the fear. He
Hold
felt
on.
like, oh look, he loves me. Look at this. Let me brag about this. You know.
True.
Okay,
That's true. Very
so
true.
I,
And
okay,
the
so
thing is,
my
Lord wants
point
you
of
to see
saying
it.
my point of saying what I said was I do believe that you could fear something and still go against it. I truly believe that. So I wasn't trying to out you. I'm just saying like from I believe that you
What
do
about
based
provoke then?
upon
Let me
always
change the word to provoke then. What about provoke? Can you provoke something that you're afraid of?
yes,
Yes.
the scripture said that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
explain
provoke
that.
someone
Like, give
angry.
me an
Yeah,
example
yeah.
then.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. As a group, black people are afraid of cops. We are as a group, but we do a
I don't.
lot of things in those instances to provoke those people, whether you like it or not. You can't hold court on the streets. So we could say you are afraid of something, but still provoke it. So I could agree with you when you say they really don't. But as far as what we portray, we are afraid of them. But at the same time, you can provoke something that you are afraid of because people are dumb.
I
That's
don't
why
know
we
that.
got the word
I'm
you
not
you
sure if
dumb.
you.
I don't know that makes sense, my nigga,
Yeah,
because
it.
That's an oxymoron
It
too.
makes a lot of
yeah,
sense.
You
It
That
makes
didn't.
a
makes
lot
sense.
of
It
sense.
No,
happens.
It
but
makes
the
a lot of
no,
sense.
but the question was, can you provoke something that you are like? Can you be
afraid of,
fearful of
yeah.
something that you are provoking? And
Yes.
Yes.
the only, but
That's
People
the,
do it
called
all the
but no, no,
courage.
time.
no.
Paul
I
said it.
don't
That's
mind.
called
I whoa,
courage.
whoa, 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 whoa. I don't mind you saying yes, but all Sean did was generalize all black people and say that we're all
Yeah, he did.
scared
He
of the
did.
police. So if we could get something a little bit more, I
So who
don't
is most scared then? The one
like.
that, because I know I'll be afraid, right? I can admit that because I'm afraid to get popped, right? But you don't see me saying "f you, mother." You know what I'm saying? So who is the more fearful? So is they more? You saying that they're
Mm.
they're they're scared more than me? You trying to say?
So hold on. So let's use what Rachel just said, right? Why generalize all black people? With that logic, that's what the prompt is doing also with all women. So
Mm.
come on now, we can't pick and choose how we want to
No,
generalize something.
Not
That's what I
bad.
was
no.
getting
Not
at,
bad. You
Sean,
got
but
that
I
Wait,
didn't
intellect.
say it.
Not
That's
bad.
literally what I was getting at.
wait.
Not
What
bad.
does that have to do with the prompt? I was speaking to how you rebutted and that your rebuttal didn't clarify or like help make your point.
Yeah, I did. If I say as us as a group, right? Majority of our community talks about the fear of cops, right? That's not a me thing. That is a majority of our community, right? So with that being said, we also do things to we talk back to police officers when they pull us over. We don't you see it all the damn
But you're not,
time.
yeah, but okay, so now you said majority as opposed to black people. Okay, you said majority people, so that leaves so that leaves the possibility that the people who are provoking are not actually afraid. That's why I was saying what the example you were using is not proving any real point.
It is. I said majority
No,
at first.
because
I
there
didn't say all.
So that's why.
it doesn't matter. It's about is there a possibility that someone who is provoking is not actually afraid?
Yes, and is it a possibility that a woman that is afraid of men do things like it's the same? I'm basically you proving my point about the prompt.
Yes, but it's
So
yes, saying that a woman would be scared of a man or whatever, but fight against it, right? Be brave. Like let's say the man is doing something to them or whatever. That is a different scenario than somebody provoking something that they fear.
yeah, I never
But
heard
the
of.
prompt
I
doesn't
never heard of
specify a
bully.
scenario.
I
That's the
never
point
heard
that
of
Sean
bully.
No,
making.
but we're not talking. We're speaking to what Kev proposed. You guys, I'm not understanding why we keep going back to the prompt. Kev was speaking to something specific. It was speaking to someone who is provoking and saying that they are fearful.
I
Yeah,
think they
I
can
know
do
I answered that.
but they do that sometimes though. I've seen women do that. They will provoke and be fearful while they're doing it though.
A
I
hundred
Yeah.
be looking
percent.
at them.
So basically, what I'm getting to is like in a bullying type way. Like you're trying to literally. I don't know if y'all know what provoking. I'm gonna try to do it a different way, right? Say how bullies go out their way, right, to sit there and pick on somebody, right, or use their power because they know that they got the upper hand or something like that. They pick on something to get something out of it, or whatever. Like so they can have this thing like, I made this person do this to me, so I can yell out. You know, I don't know if y'all know how people manipulate people nowadays or whatever, but the thing is that I look at that different from a person that's really shaken, right? That don't want to really be around men or cops, right? And when you see a cop, you down there like, okay, you freeze basically. You freeze, right? You freeze or whatever, right? You just like, dang. All right, I hope I don't want to get unalive today or something like that. You just really just frozen. Like it's people that's like that, right? And then you got the people that literally just like get your stupid cell phone. You don't know your rights. You don't, just calling them out the name, doing anything to get this cop to do whatever, right? Because that's what we talking about, the cops, I guess. I don't see them being as afraid as a person that is afraid to, I would say afraid of them to get unalive, right? Over the one that is actually freezing, right? That's freezing, like, okay, cool. I just don't want to. I want to make it home type situation. I don't see that as the same. I really don't see that as being afraid. A person that's afraid, they gonna try their best to prevent, right? I don't think people that's I don't see a provoking people or people that's bullies that are afraid. I don't know. Maybe it's, I don't know. Whatever.
Well, that,
Kev, you are
Afraid
literally
based off of
describing.
outcome, though.
Okay,
It's
Kev,
kind of like. Oh, sorry. Go
my
ahead.
bad. You were literally describing a person with some sense. That's the point. Historically in this country in particular, I'll just say that you have people that are treated a specific way because people are afraid of them. Because they are afraid of them. And of course, it's got to be in
Yup,
groups.
they be scared of Moors. They be like, why that Moor got on a fez? And I'm joking. Go ahead, Jared. My bad.
You good faced. But the point is, they literally mistreat people because they are afraid of them. They literally do it because they're afraid. And the reason they do it is because it puts a fear in the person that they are afraid of. But the moment that individual come at them, they want to act like, oh no, why you do that to me? And all that stuff because they're stupid, which was the point that Sean was making and the point that I was making. You got people who provoke animals they are afraid of and then turn around and act crazy whenever they get bit or get charged that. It's like, what was you doing? Maybe they weren't thinking that the thing that they were afraid of was actually going to do something to them. Maybe they thought that something was preventing that thing from doing something to it. That don't change the fact that they do have a legitimate fear of that thing or an illegitimate fear of that thing.
a good
If you're
point because
not,
Y'all never seen nobody play with
if
bees.
you don't think the thing is gonna bite you or hurt you, why are you afraid?
like I play
Because
with
you're,
dogs. It's
cause
defense
no,
in a
because
way.
no, you're not afraid
So is it
though.
people actually
I
chasing
I
bees and
was
stuff, or they
afraid.
running away from bees when they afraid of
No,
bees?
but
Or you go out there
I
and
was.
provoke a bee? You provoke bees that you're afraid of, or do you see
We
people
used
running
to
away?
know.
How
We
many
used to
people
catch.
who attend
We used to
bees?
catch wasps
How
with
many
bees
people
and
are
put them in the jar, bro.
beekeepers
Like
who are afraid of
shit, get rid of
bees?
them.
Sometimes you do things to overcome your fears, and sometimes you're still doing it while you're
They're not
fearful.
provoking bees. Like
I
they're
mean,
not.
how
They
you
Yeah,
gonna
are
know?
no,
Like,
learning bees. That's very different. They are
Hold on,
Yeah,
helping
they
they
bees.
facing their
literally
It's
hold
fears.
on, they
it's
right,
literally
but
going and
as you
destroying
learn
their
the bee,
stuff.
you still could provoke the bee as you're learning them because you're still
Yes.
learning them. So you don't know what provokes them
you're
or
not
not.
provoking it to bite you.
That
what he's saying is you don't know that though.
your intentions don't matter on what's going to react and what's going to react to you. That doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So especially in
Hold on,
nature.
Randall. Hold on, Randall. Hold on, y'all. Cause see, y'all not y'all not doing this. Y'all not doing this. Y'all just being good debaters right now. But here's the reality: you got people that have sent a whole army into certain places of people that they are afraid of, and you sitting up for trying to tell me that they ain't gonna provoke the people that ain't afraid, that they are not
That's
afraid of
fact.
or are
That's
afraid of.
facts right there. That's
No, they
fact.
fight, but they fighting for the. Oh my gosh, I don't know if y'all having a hard time.
No, no, no.
Understanding
I'm
what's
not talking
going
about
on.
just our
Cool.
country. I'm talking about
Let's do this then, because I'm gonna put it away for y'all. Y'all gonna understand me before I'm done though. I know because this is gonna hurt my head though. Like literally, y'all is in a way y'all about to enable these women, and I'm trying not to do that right now because y'all really say because this y'all way of saying, well, they're just fighting for their stuff. They don't really know what they no they not tricking me. I know at the end of the day, a lot of these women is not afraid of these men. Real talk, they just not. They just put on an act on TikTok, but I'm not gonna fall for it. It's just gonna be me. But overall, right? Uh, dang, what was I about to get to on that? What I overall, yes,
There are scenarios.
yeah, I can see the face of fear thing, right? The face your
Yes.
fears and all that stuff, but that usually be something to get um to probably make a connection with or whatever it is, right? I'm afraid to get on airplanes, right? But you wouldn't see me provoking the freaking pilot to crash. You know what I'm saying? So that's a different thing, though. So it's a difference between getting on a ride or putting your life on the line. I mean, I can't believe I really got to explain this, John. This is crazy, though.
Do though.
But
It makes sense though, because some dudes out here who there are dudes out here who would have sex with a woman without protection. He's provoking an STD.
That he's afraid of catching because he done caught it before
But he's still provoking it though.
because he's
Somebody need a
stupid.
parasite cleanse. That's
Because he's being stupid. That's literally what you've been defining this whole time, Kim. That's why I agreed with you earlier. I said, but there are like the whole point is you are describing someone who is not wise. You are literally describing foolish women.
so that means everybody can, according to
But
that, everybody literally can run away with that car. We can. You
but
saying we will never be able to identify a
okay.
person that's really afraid of
Okay.
something that's and not afraid of
How
it.
about this?
We,
How
we
about
weren't
this?
talking about identifying though. We
Yeah,
were
because
saying,
that's what you
you asked,
basically
can they
saying
do
though.
this?
That's what
Okay,
basically
okay.
saying
How
though.
about this?
Because I can call it out.
They started off scared, but the fear was over. It overrided what? Wait, hold on. Sorry. What overrode the fear? Oh, okay. Them needing
Rachel,
to
if you're reading
provoke
off notes, let me find out you
whatever.
reading notes.
Them being dumb or them reading whatchamacallit, trying to get whatever reaction. That overrode the fear, so they are no longer afraid.
No, they weren't afraid enough is the point you making. It's like a kid doing something they ain't got no, you wasn't scared enough. That's why you still did it. Knowing
That's
you wasn't supposed to
okay.
do it.
Okay, but uh,
So
it
okay, I give
doesn't
you this.
matter.
I give
They
you this.
still
I give you
ended up
this.
not being scared to the point
I,
where they would still do
I get
it.
what they trying to do, right? They doing like
Just because they're
how
not
boxers
scared
are.
enough
So
doesn't
I
mean they're
get you.
not
I
scared
get
at
what y'all
all.
saying, right? I get what y'all saying though, but I'm not coming. I guess I'm not coming from that angle though. I'm talking about. I guess I'm talking about the average, right? So yes, we could say someone, but that's not the majority of the case. I mean, unless y'all believe that, but. So I would say this, right? I do get y'all because it's like being a boxer, right? I'm pretty sure they're afraid of their opponents sometimes, right? But they still have to face it because they gotta, they gonna fight. They're gonna provoke them. They're gonna do all the other stuff or whatever. I get that, right? Eventually, you still got to go in the ring. I mean, we even heard boxers even admit that later, or people that fight in general, right? They admitted like, yes, this person had me in my boot shaking. I could have got knocked out or something like that or whatever, but I know I had to do it. So I can get that. I guess I'm speaking in a way as in I don't know, maybe it's a gift then for me then because I can see this thing where has majorities women talk online and based off how they have conversations on here, how they willing to cut you off and how they willing to call you out your name and stuff, that is not no face and fear type situation. These are women that are so dang on masculine they can care less and they ready to fight a nigga type stuff. So that stuff I'm not letting slide on my end, and you're not gonna tell me that they're scared of men for real. They just not. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm not falling for, and that's what I mean about provoking. And I'm not talking about. It's a difference between provoking and facing your fears. I believe those are two different things, and I believe we keep mixing those two in, and those are different.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is like again, it's a difference between an antagonizer and a person trying to face their fear. And I mean, a person who's antagonizing someone, they have no
Don't
fear of
steal
them at
my
all.
stuff. I
They
said that. It's like no, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No. But I'm trying to double down what you're trying to say. You know what I mean? And once okay, now I understand his perspective. You know what I mean? Because those type of women, nah, they pretending. And I mean, it's like a lot of women that go through divorce, they try to play victim because they know the judge or the jury would sympathize with them more. And I mean, because they try and go to divorce, they try and say that the husband was abusive and all that, AB, whatever. And I mean, they're trying to get that sympathy and manipulate the situation to benefit them. So in that aspect, there's no fear in that at all. They trying to just play victim. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I think that
they literally be cussing they man out, calling them shrimp this and doing anything to get this. They not afraid of these dudes for real. They just not. They not.
I
They
think
just
I see your point, Kev.
yeah.
I see your point. And I saw your point earlier, but I want to specify because I did not miss what you were saying. There are those who do their stuff online. They wouldn't do it in real life though,
facts,
because they're afraid.
facts. fucking fact,
Oh,
man.
let him cook.
Nah, some of
Let
the ones
him
that been in
cook.
DV,
But
hold
George
on, some of the
Sizzle.
ones that been in DV
Hold,
situation, I believe a lot of them, and based off hearing them online, I believe a lot of them played a part. I mean, because I don't fall for that one sided stuff either, though. I believe that a lot of them put their hands on the man, and then the man they found the right one that came back, but they never say that side of the story though, and that's when they come on here like I'm afraid of
True.
Okay,
men.
okay.
Okay.
Here go that one too. There are those, and I hate to say this, I'm about to put my business out there. I remember when I was a teenager,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember dating this girl who was not afraid of men. So much so, she put her hands on men. She boxed dudes. She tried that mess with me. It did not happen again, but the point is, she did not have any fear of men at all.
But you
Mm.
said she's scared. I mean,
I
she's
didn't say
just
she was
dumb.
scared. I did
No,
not
you
say
said
that, Rachel. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't you do that.
no. You said she's just dumb.
hey, hey,
No, I
can I
said no.
say?
No, that's not what I just said, Rachel. Before you being facetious.
Hey, let
She
me ask
gotta
this
be to
question,
not
right?
be scared.
I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna do two sides real quick, right? Okay. Do you believe a man could be? Let me see. How I can put it. Hold on. God damn, I almost had a Kev thought at this moment. Okay. Do you believe that you could have like a woman could be fearful? God damn, Kev. I see what you be going through now. Shit.
I
Okay,
ain't
come
got
back
time.
to me.
Well, I'm rubbing off. Yeah.
Yeah, the point that Kev was making is the point that I'm making. They do exist. Boy, they definitely out here. They do exist. However, there are those who act like it until they get met with what they didn't realize was on the other side of their
I
actions.
can see that.
So
I can see
the
that.
fear wasn't there when they was doing what they was doing, but it definitely came after they had to deal with the
I can see that.
consequences.
Yeah,
But
I can see that too. I think we was talking about that earlier too. Yeah, I can see that though also. Yeah.
I think at the same time, though, those men who go through that, not saying it's their fault, but it's a lot of other men that these women attract and be with that make them want to do that to the other man because the first man they was with was a lesser man. So they get with another man who's more of a real man, and they think they can do the same things to him they did to the last man, and it don't work out that way.
Okay, thank you. You game time. You just made me remember. Shit, damn. I don't get 40 years. Every time I turn 40, my
Real
memory
man,
just
it's done.
shit. Damn. Okay. Now, do you believe there's a chance? Just like a man could be scared of men, but he not scared of your ass, right? Like he might just think you just weak of a man, right? So, do you think there's a chance that women could be afraid of men in general, but it's something about a soft ass man that they don't have no problem disrespecting?
Yeah, because she see him as her equal.
I don't believe
Yeah,
that.
I didn't want to go that far, but damn,
I don't believe if it was a general thing that you. I think your actions would show that you scared of general men. I
Hold
wouldn't
on.
So
because
then,
Hell, you
if that's
describing a
the case,
phobia,
that mean
bruh.
men online is soft because the
wait,
way they be talking to these men online, they must all be
I
soft.
get
wait.
what
So that
I
just means
no,
you're
I just get
scared
what
of
you're saying though.
specific type of men,
Yeah.
though. Like that
Yeah,
just
You
I get
talking
what
about
you're saying though.
phobias though, bro? Like, do they have a phobia of men, period,
Well,
or
yeah,
do they
I
have a
get what
phobia
Kev,
of certain
Them
types?
thugs,
that
but
could
they
be
dating those
possible.
men.
I'm saying, but Kev not wrong though with that statement because they do sound like it's all men. So I do agree with him on that point because they do come on here and be like, "Yo, men this is men that," and
Men so
it's all
dangerous.
men like
Yeah,
that. Right? I do.
but as
I
soon
see where
as
you're
that
going with
man
that, man.
panders, they're like, "You're good."
Right? You know what I'm saying? What the
Yes. I
Yeah,
can't stand it. I can't stand it. Soon as that man
Unlock
pander,
him. Unlock him.
oh man.
yeah,
So
I see what
annoying.
you're saying. They
So
out here, bro.
annoying.
I remember being on a panel when this chick was literally she just hated men. She hated men with all like with every ounce of her actual soul. She hated them, and we went back and forth with her. It was like, you know what? I see what's going on here. So of course I asked them the right questions, and then she was like, "Well, that's different." I said, "Nah, man. What you talking about, Kevin, is an actual confused, foolish." Individual who is so doggone obstinate in their thinking they can't even see the error in their own ways. So no, they can't really be afraid. They really not afraid.
Yeah.
But
Just stupid. Who
at
said
the
Sean
same
just said they
time,
dummies?
there are those who are afraid, but
You
it's
you know
only
what?
at certain times. It's not consistent. They literally are double-minded and unstable in all their ways, Kev.
Can I
Yeah,
say yo?
I was about to say
They're
this.
not.
Even in
Hold
reality,
up. Can I say something real quick? It's not that
Bro, if you
wait,
don't
you about
back
to
up
they have
out this
kick
selective
her?
camera,
fear.
I'm about
They
to
have the
say, back
selective
up, man.
fear.
Like
Only
back
certain
up on the
things
camera.
activate their fear. Like a lot of women are intimidated by a strong
Brother,
man.
Back up, Randall. We looking at your
Yeah,
nose.
get off the camera, bro.
He about to kiss, boy. I seen the phone coming up on the screen. It
Like
was
certain
foggy.
things are selective fear.
She want that lovey dovey, that
No,
kiss
look,
kiss.
nah, because I've noticed like if the man is attractive, there is no fear. Tell you
Look,
that shit right now. There's no
look.
fear
Even
whatsoever.
this though, the funny thing is, I don't even hear this in real life either. Though I only hear this online that women be claiming that
Yep.
they afraid of men. I don't
Right.
like in my family. Like I haven't, unless maybe because I'm in Detroit, I don't hear women being that scared of men for real. Like, but maybe it might be different in y'all area. I don't hear
Detroit
none
is
of them
niggas.
saying
You know
that.
they
Women
niggas.
here are tough.
They literally grimming the
Hey,
man, and
locals.
every time you take an order, they ready to cuss you out, nigga. What
Yo, when I tell you I'm scared of them,
It's so cold
Hey,
in
hold
the
on.
D.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick. I want to know if y'all experienced this, right? I'm gonna only say why I kind of understand it. Don't mean it's right. I understand it. As a boy, who were you told to be fearful of, a man or a woman?
Man,
I would assume a man, right?
Man,
So
yeah.
also, if you are a father and you have a daughter, what do men teach their daughters to be fearful of? Other women or other men?
man.
So I could understand it because it's a conditioned thing that society teaches women to be afraid of fucking men.
But they
Yeah,
say it
so I
wrong
would
though,
say
Sean.
to a certain extent, they just saying fearful of certain things about men. Just like they taught
Right.
us to be fearful of like certain type of women that are try to get you to pregnant them with and pierce you. Because I got taught that thing too though. Like watch out, they'll try to trap you and all that stuff or whatever. So yeah, I mean I got taught both of them actually. But
I,
yeah,
I
the
was
men
taught this. I
overall,
was
you
taught
talking
this
about
too.
men because they'll rob you, they'll do this like so. Yes, but it's not that fear as because he also taught me to stand up too, stand up for myself also. So it was like it wasn't a fear as in yeah, it wasn't that fear as in run away because they're so dangerous or something like that. It's just like watch your back type stuff. That's the
yeah.
only thing I got taught.
I thought it was like
I was waiting. I was waiting for Sean to start pandering for women. I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
hella.
Well, Sean,
S-I-M-P-ology. What
that
logic
makes
do you
sense because
use?
like Sean got a whole. Nah. Let's not act like Sean don't have a whole circumference of women on his page. So he got to be careful when he go live. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, they be following him in the
You know what I'm
Yeah,
Hold
saying?
on, wait,
shot.
hold on. Hold
Yeah.
on. That mean
Sounds
that
always
y'all don't
right.
be following me in these lives. I just told Kev earlier. Then I
Ain't gonna
went off
follow
on
me.
two women on a panel. Did I tell you that earlier, Kev?
Yeah, yep.
Two women, and I told her she ain't no submissive ass woman. She up here lying because you disrespect men. If I go at a woman, it's because she's very problematic. So I don't do no pandering. I'm just very balanced.
But
So
that's
y'all
an
better
easy
mix it
one.
right. It's a pandering red pillar. You know what I'm saying? That's what.
Hey,
I'm just
hold
saying.
on.
I'm just
In
saying.
some
I ain't never.
spaces, oh, go ahead, game time.
Well, I was just saying, Sean. I do watch your content a lot. I don't like everything that you put up there, but I do see it a lot, and I'm noticing your pages like for the last 3 months. I think you hit a great strive in your views and comments and likes. And I've noticed some of the things that you've been doing, and I'm seeing the repetition of things that work for you and then that don't work. But what I haven't seen is how you talk like this. You don't talk like this in your post though.
I seen that coming. I
About
seen that boy. Game time got his name says it all. He built you up and then he
Oh,
was
I
like,
like
"Yep,
that.
but here you go."
I
hold on.
like
No,
that.
no, no.
Game time be
He's
on it.
he's he's actually off, right? Because I even said that to Kev, right? What Kev posts on his main thing don't be what he have on his panels. So there's a two. I even said that about Kev, right? So it's nothing wrong with it. But I have a certain thing I want to push on my own page compared to me going to somebody else's panel and they controlling the narrative. So I'm all about kids and I post funny, dumb videos and I post stuff about uh uh like therapy type of shit, stuff like that. But just so happen women gravitate to those things more than men. Because when I had a mental health talking about men's mental health, it wasn't men still following me. It's majority women. So my following have always came from women. I can't control that.
So we're
Hey,
not gonna
hey,
act like
Sean.
we're not gonna act
Kev
like
talks
that.
about everything he talks about on the prompt. I'm just
Well, I'm
saying.
saying, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not hating on it, but you do. I remember the workout videos. I mean, I'm not gonna act like
I
those.
bet you do, game time. I bet you
Yeah.
do, game time.
Shut up, accountant. Anything got to do with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What's wrong with workout videos?
No.
Ain't nothing wrong with him. He just said bring him back. He said bring him back, man.
we do
He
know
said
what's gonna bring in. Like, I'm just saying, like, I've noticed
he
the
said bring it back, bring it
because you know,
back.
fuck you. So, but we don't do. I'm just saying, like, okay, Sean,
I
like,
appreciate
okay,
that, Jerry, because he was trying to get me there. And I appreciate you,
don't
Jerry.
don't don't try to like back up on this, Eunice. Anyway, yo, look, Sean, look,
Pause.
I'm just saying, like, I don't, Sean. If you did to your own live panel, what would one of your topics be? Just out of curiosity.
I would focus on men and men only. I don't. I told kids all the
Pause.
time. No, for real. I care about building up men. I care about freeing men from a way of thinking that society taught us to think that we are only valued by our money. So I teach men to think that they have a value outside of a woman, and I actually say that on my own stuff. Though I say that my identity as a man has no attachments to no motherfucking woman. I say that on my own shit. So I will uplift men, and I would like to have a conversation with men, and don't bring up women. If I don't want to be centered around the men on my panel that always feel the need to be female centered. Everything goes
I
back
got
to a
to see
fucking woman.
this.
So I disagree with that.
I got to
Hold
see
on.
Ooh,
this.
hey
Ain't you
Sean.
married,
If you don't
Sean?
put it in a way
Aren't
where
you
women
married?
always clapping every moment, I know something up then, boy.
Oh,
Hey, Sean,
Sean,
I got a real quick.
ain't you
Hey, hold
married
on,
though,
Randall.
bro?
I'm
Sean, ain't you
Hold
married?
on, Randall. He can get into that.
divorced.
He gonna cook on that. But hold on, Sean. I got a real quick question. Like a real quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where you from, bro?
H Town, Houston.
Bro, I knew we was. Hey, bro, man, I knew it. I'm in the DF Dub, man. I said, my man,
I
bro,
used to live
sound
out
like
there. I used to live in
Wait,
North Dallas for 8 years.
how do
man
you know he's
already,
from
man.
Houston? What's
I
giving it away?
knew it. I said, bro, you the way you talk remind me of my
Because
people
he's an
growing up.
empath.
What?
So
Hey,
it's like,
Jerry.
He's an
Jerry.
what's up?
empath.
All three of us gonna have to get together, man.
Yeah, y'all three
But he
understand.
said he said he from H
Dallas
Town.
based,
He
bro.
may not be in H Town. You still in Texas, bro?
I'm still in Texas. I'm back in Houston now, but I lived in Dallas for 8 years, from 2005 to 2014 or
Already,
13.
I'm
One of
from
them.
the funk. I'm from the funk. You know what I'm saying? But my bad. That's all I wanted to know. Because I said, bro, this dude sound way too much like my people. Like I've known
That
the way
fourth
you.
word. That fourth word.
Yeah, man, cut
Yo,
it out.
hey,
Yeah, but
That's how we
hold
know
up.
Sean is lying about his body
Sean, are
count.
you
Go ahead,
married though,
Randall.
bro? Sean,
Hey,
you married?
That's unique. I don't
hold
believe
on.
nigga
What you say,
either.
Randall?
He right
Sean,
live about
aren't you
that unique.
married though, bro?
Hold on,
Like,
hold
not
on.
trying to put you out there, but
Legally, I'm still married, but I'm going through a divorce. Yeah.
Okay, now it makes sense. All right, go ahead.
no, it don't, Randall. No, it don't. I don't know what you think
What
makes
makes
sense,
sense?
but
No, I want to hear this shit. What makes sense, Randall? Out of curiosity.
Right. My head hurt.
Not
You want
Randall.
me
What
to
makes
tell you
sense? No,
what makes
what makes
sense?
yeah. Just curious.
What I mean by that, when he said that he's empowering men, he doesn't want to center women. Now he going through a divorce. He was married, and a woman was the center of his universe. Now it's not.
oh,
that man did not say
that's
that.
when it makes sense.
Ouch.
That man did not say that. I thought you was an empath,
He
bro.
said,
Hold on.
"Now shit."
Damn,
He
Hold
said,
on. I
that's
explain.
nasty.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Very nasty.
Hold on. Wait. I will
"You
explain
used
it.
to
Right.
center women. Now
He.
you
Hold
consider
on.
men now."
No. He
Not
have
not
every
on
right.
no not
Hold
on
on.
no
Wait.
other
Hold on.
weird shit and nothing like that. But I get it. Like I get it.
No. Hold on.
Not on no weird shit, bro. Like, but I'm just understand because I know before again, like yo, we've been on this joint for a minute though, and the reason why I say that because like I remember you was married, you was talking about a healthy marriage and healthy relationship. Now you centered like yo, that on some reals, not knocking you like, but that's what I remember of you.
He
Okay.
been
That was
having
my
his
Okay.
whole
first impression
So
nostrils
of
in this
you.
thing in a minute.
Thank you for close. Thank you
hold
for
on.
that.
Hold
Whoever
on.
did that, thank you.
So I still speak on healthy marriages and healthy relationships dynamics, right? And also the reason why I went through a divorce is, let me make sure I make this clear. I had this thought process before I separated because I also said I went to therapy, right? And once I went to therapy, then I realized, okay, I see something that men happiness doesn't matter at all. It's all about the woman happiness, right? So I
Mm.
decided to try to make it work in my marriage before I left, but it wouldn't work. So I had this thought process while I was married.
So give
That's
me an
what made me.
example, Sean. Let's go and get a little preview of how would you do if you was the host of live. Let me see if I could join you. Do a little
Okay,
thing.
come on, let's do it. Yeah.
Let's see how you would be though. Let's see what you got though. Let's see what you're gonna say to the men. I want to see something.
Why do fools fall in love?
You got to ask me some questions.
Okay, here we go. Hey, Mr. Sean, how do I become a better? What the heck is that? I know. But how, Mr. Sean, how do I become a more successful man? You know, I want to be able to be more uh consistent at what I do. So something like that. What up?
Know what your goals and aspiration is, but if I sit here and tell you anything, I just be projecting. So it's all about what you want in life. It don't matter what the fuck I tell you. You have to be true to yourself. You can lie to me.
Okay, let's do this since it's so popular because you know it's still gonna get popped up, right? So how do I as a man, what can I do to get the type of woman I'm looking for? Like I
Okay,
wanna
so that's where you'll have me lost at because my focal point, once again, is I'm not a relationship guru. I joke about the love doctor, but I'm all about trying to get men to change their thought process of thinking that all they have to do is provide and protect for a fucking woman. That's not hate. That's called love that I have for men and try to get men to change. So I don't
Mhm.
need my focal point to talk about women. We should talk
Okay.
about men and men building shit. But a
Yeah.
lot of times men don't want to talk about building shit because they so focused on women.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
isn't
Yeah,
the
so you
whole
saying so you wouldn't do it if it was based on a relationship. So say what would you like how could you reconstruct their mind? So I know you said one part was like you said that just to focus on that they can become something, which I remember you was talking about it before. What are you so basically your basis, what are you without a woman involved? Basically, that's gonna be your base, right?
Okay, if you ask a man what is a man, right? They
Right.
basically gonna say a provider and a protector. That means that you are not a man without servants and a woman. I disagree with that. I think that's very dangerous for little boys to be taught that. Also, I don't agree with little boys taught to suppress their fucking emotions and deal with that. So that's why you have a high unaliving rate amongst men, especially black men, right? Because you're taught to do these things. So I believe that your identity as a man has no attachments to a woman.
But what is a man without a woman?
A man.
There you go.
No,
You the
no, no,
man.
no, 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 no,
I
no, no,
get what
no.
he's
Okay,
saying
I'll
though.
say it again. Like,
Some
what?
people
Okay,
can
what
love
is
it.
a man purpose? What is a man's purpose without a woman? Then.
That's on an individual basis. Game time. I can't tell you your purpose because I don't know your parents. I don't know your upbringing. I don't know what they instilled in
Okay,
you.
okay. So what is the? Okay, so tell me
Man, you
this
better
then.
teach the man
What?
something. I'm trying to see. You
What?
sound like you just
What
I,
is the general? What is the general purpose of what a man is supposed to be? Then.
okay, you must don't be listening. I'll be on care panel. That is very subjective, brother. I
Oh,
can't
come
tell you
on,
that.
man.
Wait, hold on. By definition, a man is just an adult male, right? Anything outside of that, I would be projecting my lifestyle onto another man, which I disagree with. Because what you think a man is, may think is a what you may think is a masculine man, I may think that's a feminine ass man, right? So we
mm.
won't have the same talking points on what a man is. That's
But
very different based upon what state you
So
from.
Sean,
Your
this
neighbor.
what you that's what I'm saying. Would you if you hosting a live, right, you gotta only speak from your perspective. So tell us because either people gonna agree with your perspective or not, and then you just say why you believe in what you believe in. So that's why I say give an example of what you would say of what you view a man is and what you view man should be more focused on all that stuff. That's what I'm trying to see. You know, I'm just trying to see how you go your preparation
Yeah.
of when you do it.
Okay,
He already answered that
I
though.
said it several times already.
Yeah, he
What,
already
what did I
said
say?
May
that.
Because
I, may I
maybe
interject?
I didn't hear because it just sounded like it was more of it sound like you were saying what I don't do and I'm saying what do you
right,
do? I'm saying the opposite, right? I was kept hearing what you don't do and what you wouldn't do and what you don't talk about, but you didn't tell me what you would talk about.
May
Community,
I,
community building.
may I
Commu-
interject? I actually agree with Sean.
uh,
Um,
of course you
but,
would.
What part?
The woman.
well, this is the thing. A man has to have his purpose before he has the woman.
I agree.
If he doesn't have the purpose, he doesn't have anything. And a lot of men, they will exchange their purpose for punani, and then they'll praise the punani, and they will lose themselves to the point where they can't lead, they can't protect, they can't do anything within themselves. They can only do something for the woman. And when you do that and you deplete yourself to a certain point, you get resentful, you get depressed. Nothing actually is going to be satisfactory to you internally. Eventually you're going to crash out, you're going to burn out, and that's going to be it. So you got to have your purpose, you got to have your alignment
Hey,
before you even go deep into that
hey, hey,
relationship.
hold on. But also, I get this talking point actually from the Bible, and I'm surprised that men would have a hard time agreeing with it. But they call themselves. There's not no point on anybody on this panel, but I'm just talking about men in general. You say you're a believer, but Adam had a purpose before he had a wife. He had a fucking purpose, right? And he was a man before a woman was ever created. So my talking point has not, I'm just giving biblical, I go off biblical principles, right? So what I'm telling men to do, right, is remember, where I say I don't worry about what women do, is when Adam and whatever happened with Eve, God addressed the man for the woman behavior. Did they both have to pay a consequence? Yes, but he addressed the man, the husband, for his wife actions. So I'm trying to align with biblical principles, right? Everybody don't subscribe to that. So I'm just saying I got a purpose. A man has a purpose outside of a woman. A man is a man outside of a woman. And if you think that your manhood is attached to a woman, you are signing up to be a slave. And I think that's not good for men, period. Because
Oh,
you got
so
men complaining now about it.
Oh, can I
let
say
me
something? Yo,
let me
can I
ask this. No,
please
let me
say
ask this
something?
though, because like maybe I guess everybody's saying that I'm the tripping one and I'm asking the questions.
Nah,
Because
you ain't
so
tripping. You ain't tripping, Kev.
I'm gonna ask it. I guess because I'm gonna ask it this way though, because maybe y'all must have learned a lot. Y'all clapping and all that stuff. I don't even know what y'all clapping for. So what have you know what because maybe I missed the part. Then what am I supposed to? What am I learning from Sean so far? Like he haven't. I'm trying to see what did he teach us how to be a better man yet? Like what's the part?
Nah,
Or maybe I
nah.
Yo,
missed it.
can
Maybe
I
I
say
missed it
something?
though.
Can I
You
say
know, he
something?
didn't tell you nothing
Yo,
other
can I?
than what you
Yo,
asked.
can I?
He answered your
Yo,
question. That's
real
all.
quick, real quick.
That's what I'm trying to. That's
Bro,
why I
can
said
I
give me
say
an
something?
example of what you're going to teach. That was my whole point. I just need an example of something
Okay, hey
like okay, like
Sean.
this, like put it right there.
Bro,
I do an example right. If I was to teach men or women, right, because I do both, right. So if I was to be like, I would say, hey, you know, I feel like forgiveness is a big thing, and I speak on forgiveness. Forgiveness, you know, that take empathy, empathizing, you know, learning yourself, selflessness. Sometimes you may have to. I would advise maybe going to therapy and somebody telling you something. Speaking to you about the things that you have been stuck in since you were a child. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that, right? So I get different advice. Then they question me on that. Then I add more things behind that to basically get to understand where their mind is coming from so we can so they can learn more about themselves. That's what I'm kind of asking the basis in. So far what I heard, and maybe I'm hearing it wrong, right? What I've heard is what he's uh not going to talk about. What you said, relationships, I'm not going to talk about that or something like that, right? I'm also going to teach that it's not about what do you say, the gender roles and something like that. Your base shouldn't be around women and stuff, and I mess with that. It's some of the same thing as saying not teaching about relationships, right? But I want to know. I wanted to know, right, specifically, if you're gonna have host for hours and stuff, are you gonna host for hours just to say don't be traditional and so whatever it was, right?
No,
And stop centering women or something like that, or you're going to actually have a subject that say this is what it takes to be a man, and this is how I view being a
no, because
man.
I would no. With that being said, I would be no different than the. To me, I feel like that creates an environment for judgmental people, right? And what I mean by I'm willing to, in order to be the best version of yourself, you have to be real with yourself, and being saying that you are a provider and protector and all those shit. That is what society told you to do as a fucking man. So you don't have no thought on your own. You don't come up with your own original thoughts. You subscribe to someone else's program. All I do is try to teach men to unsubscribe from that shit and have your own fucking thoughts. And wherever that leads you, that would be the best outcome for you. I would rather go to hell on my own accord than to go to hell listening to someone else.
In
But
a
then
nutshell,
why
he's
should they
anti.
trust
And
your word though? If you said to not believe that, then what
They're
should
not
they trust?
trusting my
I'm just
Okay,
saying,
no,
what do
you're not
you,
trusting.
what if you're gonna deconstruct something, what are you gonna construct them with then? Because that's usually what you, what as speakers,
That's
right?
true. There's
You're
always
supposed to,
something else.
you're supposed to take one thing out and teach them something that they should believe in. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna try to elaborate this time.
Believe in self.
Okay, you. Okay, I don't know how hard that is, but to me, it works wonder for me, right? So the fact is, put it this: most men, how can you say you are a leader? Let's go with in general. Men say they're leaders, right? How can you say you are a leader if another man, if the YT, fuck that, I ain't gonna say another man, if the YT man is telling you how to fucking lead? You're not a fucking leader. You are a follower. So I decide that I make my own fucking rules as a human and as a man. And I'm live to unalive on a hill because I'm standing on my own shit. I don't need nobody to follow me. My goal is more of having a freedom. So if most men want to stay in that ground of that matrix of I'm a leader, but I'm listening to a motherfucking YT man principles, then you just want to be a slave. You just want to be a robotic ass motherfucker. I don't want to be that way.
So you basically saying, so if you are going to teach, it sounds like you teach it like, which I didn't think you had to teach that because everybody doing what they're doing regardless. So you basically just saying, do what you feel is what you feel you should do, right? It sounds like it ain't no construction behind it or nothing. You just saying, do what you feel because you are your own person, right? And that just should be the best. Should be like a check off, and you should be done with the live already once you say that because like it's nothing else to teach after that because people doing it already. They doing whatever they
Nah,
want to
they
do.
not.
No, they
Nah,
not.
Kev,
No.
they ain't doing that, Kev. They're not doing that.
What are they following though?
They're
Like
not. They're not following too much of anything. I think what I see
exactly.
what Sean I see what Sean coming at because he's giving you the opportunity to think for yourself.
Exactly.
And
Okay.
what
It's
is
called
that?
free
Like what
thinking.
is that? Like how do you? Maybe okay. Maybe I don't know. Is I'm thinking
Yo,
too
Kev,
deep
no,
or
no,
So
no.
something like this?
Can I keep it? Can I keep a
Most
buck
people
with you?
can't, Kev. Hey, Kev,
No,
most people can't.
yeah,
Most people can't
yeah,
think for
that's the
themselves,
thing.
though, bro.
No, no,
Like, for
no.
real.
Can I keep it a position when you're in a position of leadership?
if you
It's only
reposition
What's the
your
point of
your
your
yeah, go
teaching it or
ahead.
when
But
you're
doing
in
if
a
you don't
position of
reposition your
leadership.
face,
It's your job to guide people. Point blank.
Yeah,
Period.
right. How are
Whether
you
you
gonna
want that
guide them? Right, true.
whether you want that responsibility or not, it's your position. If you put yourself out there, you can say, "Oh, whatever you think that no," because they following you, they listening to you, so they need to understand where you're coming from because you relate to them and you're activating something in them to believe in.
No,
That's the real responsibility of leadership. No,
no,
you
bro,
can't. It's like
no.
bro,
Hell,
I'm not trying to
bruh.
get out. I'm sorry, I got too hyped, but I'm listening to
Yeah,
you.
we know that's why your camera got cut off.
I
yeah,
know, my bad, y'all. My
yeah.
bad, y'all. But
That's not it at all. Like
I'm gonna
no,
tell y'all what Sean is saying is this. Hey, you a grown man. You
right,
need to think like a grown man. That
motherfucker.
means you need to understand what the flip you want in life and you need to do something about that. Don't wait on nobody's permission to go do what you know you want to do. And don't think it's got anything to do with satisfying some woman. You go find what it is that you're supposed to be doing, you do that. But at the end of the day, he didn't say he wouldn't talk about certain things. He said he don't talk about them because that's not the topic of discussion.
Fair enough. Think for yourself. Have your own self.
a
Be
lot
your
of people
own
don't
man.
know
No,
where to
no,
start
no.
from. A lot of people don't know where
Right,
to
people
go.
don't even know
No, that's not.
themselves
But
to
that's
even
not. But
teach that.
that's
That's
not
what's
Sean
getting me.
Brown.
Real.
That's
This
not.
hurt my
You
head though.
can't do
People
that.
don't even know who they selves are,
Thank you,
and
Kev.
then gonna say do this. Like nobody have a base of what they're going to. No purpose. You're basically just saying do you. People don't even know what a real man is or whatever the heck that's supposed to be
They
like.
gotta.
So
But Kev, you gotta
if
figure
you
it
don't
out though,
have
Kev.
nothing, no example to show or what or something to I'll say mimic or whatever. What is we really teaching though? That's what I'm trying to see.
Yeah,
Like
hold
what?
on.
He
That
Give me
part.
legitimately
something. Hold
just
on. Wait,
saying
wait, hold
you
on. Give me something that I said that the Bible doesn't agree with. Give me that.
Oh shit.
What you
I'm
talking
gonna
about?
tell you right now. I'm gonna
You
give
haven't
you right
said
now.
Hold on.
anything.
God said man should not be
You haven't
alone.
said anything.
Point
You
blank.
said
Period.
don't.
What you just said, God said man should not be alone. Let me give him a help me. That's
it
what the
did
Bible
not say
says.
that.
He
It
never
did
Man
said
not
should
that.
not
say
be
that.
alone.
He
It
never
did
Man
said
not
should
that.
say
not be
that.
alone.
He
That's
never
in the
It
said
does not
that.
Bible.
say that.
That's why
He
he
never
It
said
does
created
not
that.
say
Adam.
that.
No, he never said
It
that.
does not say
But,
that.
That's
It
but,
says it
crazy.
is not good for man to be alone, but it didn't say
Exactly.
man should not be alone.
Even Paul said
Okay.
that he. Even Paul.
Context. You
Even
right.
Paul said.
You right.
Even Paul said, "I'd rather y'all niggas not get married and be like me." Come on, bro.
Yep, be
Right.
with the gift of
Paul
singleness.
did not say niggas. Paul did not say niggas.
Whatever.
Paul did not say niggas at all.
Whatever.
But
Hey, that's
again,
crazy.
Same
That's
thing.
crazy.
same
Adam
thing.
should not be alone. The fact, but what I'm saying is he still recognized it, regardless the context of the verbiage. He still recognized that shit, right?
He
He
But
still
that's
recognized
not what
recognized
what?
it.
Sean said though. But Sean didn't say that. You're adding things to what Sean said.
That's why I said
That's
Sean
a
haven't
difference.
said anything. Y'all keep helping him
But
out.
Sean said a lot. From my
Sean said a
understanding,
whole lot.
All
he
he
did
said
say
is,
a
"I'm
whole
going to
lot.
teach y'all to know your purpose." You don't even know
No,
what
no,
That's
he
purpose
not
is.
what
didn't.
he
No,
said.
what he based from my understanding, what I got from it was he's showing men, like, be your own man and don't let no one
What
else
do
tell
that
you how to be
mean?
your man.
What
No,
do
but
that?
That,
I'm
that
saying because Kev, like, people have to. You gotta think for your fucking self. People keep following everybody else, and when shit don't work, they blame the next thing that told them how to do it. No, just do your own thing. Figure out what works and what don't work for you, because you can't tell someone what to do.
Wait a minute, game time. So, Kev, Sean is teaching the ultimate accountability, and it's difficult for people to hear that
Oh man, I ain't never
because we're
thought about it
so
that way.
because we are so used to blaming others for our shortcomings.
I
If
ain't,
we do not succeed, we
Preach.
can always say it's somebody else's fault. But what Sean is saying, you are the reason for everything, no matter if it's good or bad. It's the ultimate accountability that we're not used to. We're not used to that at all. It's different.
Tabernacle.
yep.
I'm not gonna lie. Oh my bad. Go ahead.
And at the
No, no,
end of
go
the
ahead,
day,
G.
what Sean is saying is
Go ahead.
there are those who are his audience and there are those who are not his audience. If it take you all day to understand what he's saying, no disrespect, but you just ain't a part of his audience.
Yeah.
I
I might,
mean,
Hey,
I
hey,
might
let
be.
me add to the
I
wisdom real
agree
quick
because if
on
it
Sean
doesn't
what Sean was
resonate with
saying.
you, it
I
doesn't
did.
resonate with you.
I guess y'all got magical ears or something. I might not inherit that, but
Magical
that's cool. I'm gonna leave. I guess I'll figure that out later down the line. That's cool.
Nah,
I did
Kev, I'm
not hear
with you,
that,
bro.
but I'm glad
Kev,
y'all.
I'm with you because
I'm glad
he
y'all
said
cracked the
nothing
code for
substantial
me.
to me. He said nothing substantial to me at all. Like
Rhonda,
I'm gonna
stop
keep it real with
pandering.
you.
Stop pandering.
I'm not pandering.
Hey,
Cause
hold
I'm
on.
like,
Look,
Wait.
me and
Hold on.
Kev
it's
Hey,
like
disagree
hey,
all
hold
the
on.
that's
Watch
time.
this.
giving him
Hold
more.
on. Wait.
And
Wait.
the
Watch
thing
this.
is,
Hold on.
I want it.
Now, hold
What
on.
y'all
Let's
doing right
compare.
now? What y'all doing right now? My bad. What y'all doing right now? I wanted Sean to do that for himself, but
I
y'all
did. They saying
helping
the
him
same
out.
thing.
Because I mean, he the one that said that he was going to make. If he was to do a panel himself, I wanted him to be detailish about the things that he was going to basically have topics on or preach out. So that's why I'm challenging different things. Okay, if you say, okay, I need y'all to know to be a man, the man is going to be a man. Are you going to give examples of like, what type of man you want to, or what are the questions you're going to ask, or are you just going to be saying? Because all I
Okay.
heard so far, and maybe because I could replay this back, I could have sworn all I heard him to say, and I agree with that. You should not be just only following things that you probably don't even really understand. Really, that's what it is, right? You following people and you don't even know who you are, and I get that, but I want to shine because he's supposed to be the next speaker, right? As he said he wanted to do. I wanted him
I
to
didn't say I
say
want to do
that
nothing. Y'all put
that
that on me. No,
that
no, no.
that.
Y'all put
that
that on me. I ain't say that.
what happened?
You
Y'all
going
put
against
that
that
on
man's
me
core
about the debate. I didn't
values.
say I want to do nothing. Y'all put that on me.
I
Okay,
didn't
what?
ask the question.
Okay, you don't want to do it
I
then.
didn't
So
ask the
I wasted
question.
my time putting you in a big
No,
box
no, no,
because I
no.
could have
Hold on.
sworn you said
But
that.
you hold on. You said what else can I talk about, right? Now I've been on your live for over a year, right? And I have been saying the same shit to men since then. So when you ask me what can I talk about, it depends on the conversation and what a man is asking me, and I have the knowledge to be able to say certain things. I
Yeah.
don't have a script. Hold on, you asking me, this is what I'm saying. You ask like panders have a script. I don't have one. Whatever someone asks me, I feel like I have the knowledge because I'm so comfortable with what I'm talking about that I could easily answer it. I don't come with a script. You see what I'm saying?
In,
So
in
if you had to,
reality,
oh,
in
wait,
reality, Sean, you spend most of your time. It's not. You spend most of your time of saying that what you don't agree with or what you like. You give like your stuff is smoke, right? You say I give smoke. Most of the time, it's not about teaching. It's about something you're against. Majority of the time, even when you say it, it's something you're against. So I can't
but
say you. Yes, your
you could
talking points
teach.
have been. Your talking
Hold
points
on,
is like I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That's not true. It don't be like what you
hold on,
believe should be
hold on.
true. It's like
You you
that's
just
what
kind
I
of like okay. You
go
just
ahead.
kind of like I ain't gonna say you lied, but you kind of you didn't tell the truth all the way, right? Because if I say I disagree on something, I'll be able to elaborate on why I disagree. And I said it earlier, right? When I talk
Yeah.
about the man and all that shit, right? So let's go with your point, right? This is what I mean by having a mind of your own.
You know how you say some of those feminists don't be having these certain encounters with other men, they just going out with everybody else is saying and everything. Those
Right.
are people who don't have a mind of their own. See what I'm saying? So all I am saying is, once again, you could have all men on a panel, and you ask men what is a man. If you got 8 people on a panel, you're gonna get 8 different answers.
Exactly.
That shit is confusing, right? But also, when you start talking about that masculine and feminine shit, which I don't subscribe to, remember in the 60s and 70s and 80s, the men was wearing goddamn tank top, bell bottom, tight ass jeans, right? They call that masculine back then. So if masculinity could change throughout time, that's not solid for me, right? So
Yeah.
what's solid is
Well, I'm
me
glad what you
being
did,
me.
Sean. Look, I'm glad what you did right there. So now, that's what I say. You don't subscribe, and I get you. You. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. You speak on. So what do you subscribe to, Sean? That's what I want to know. That's my base question. If everybody didn't understand, even the
Yo,
dude that been in the comments like, "Hey, that's not it." If okay, a QG, I understand you love Sean, man. That's cool. You can kiss him, whatever. I'm gonna
Oh
leave that
my
alone.
gosh.
But yeah,
yo,
because you just been riding his
Hell,
nuts every
come
since you've
on,
been in there.
Wow.
Hell,
You've been
come
riding his
on,
nuts every since you've
Hell.
been there, and I'm trying to, because I know what I'm trying to say. My whole point is
Hell,
like.
pulled her
Wait,
off
wait, wait,
mute.
wait. So
I
hold on, wait, wait,
want
hold on, wait,
can I
hold
say
on. So
something?
would you say
Can
that
I say
about
something
Randall?
real
Wait,
quick?
wait,
can
wait,
I
wait, wait,
finish? Can I
wait.
finish the point? So my whole
Would you
point
say that
is,
about Randall?
I,
Would you say that
whatever.
about Randall
We can
riding
say
you?
that too. We can say that too. We can say
Okay, all
that too.
right, cool.
Whatever.
That's fair.
All right, yeah, because it's pissing me off because I'm trying to get my point and everybody getting their brains because I'm my stuff. What I'm saying is very simple. I get that you can say what you don't subscribe to. I'm saying if you're going to teach people what do Sean subscribe to, so you can tell them what you subscribe to, so everybody can understand what your world is. That's all my whole entire
Okay,
point is.
okay. I'm gonna say it again. I think at this point you're probably not listening because you don't care, right?
Yeah.
When I say I make my own rules, right? I subscribe to Sean. My name is Sean. We're on this bitch for a fucking reason, right? I subscribe to me, and I think that's what everybody should do for them fucking selves. Is subscribe to themselves. And if people don't like it, fuck it. Because you know why? You can't please everyone. When you people that are people pleaser tend to straddle the fucking fence and they not loyal at fucking all, right? So I believe that you subscribe to your fucking self. That is the best thing you can do as a human. Because guess what? If I tell you what, like let's go with black shit. I'm gonna be real quick. Even in our own community, I don't subscribe to the whole black shit because you know why? If a motherfucker don't have the same views as you, they'll try to find a way to take away your motherfucking black card. So fuck what people say. I believe you should stay solid to who you fucking are and don't worry about what fuck nobody else say outside of you. That is a problem that we have in society in today's time. So fuck what I subscribe to myself, and I think that's what everybody should do.
Can I
In a
can I can I,
nutshell,
can I
that
chime in?
man's
Can I add to
actual
the wisdom
pillar
real
Can I
quick
is
say
on that,
something
be
though?
y'all?
true to
Like
you.
for real.
Yo, can I
Be
say
true to
something though?
you.
Can I say
Be true
something
to
to
you
you?
is all he's saying. Man, if you don't talk,
I
We
mean,
get what you.
in a
Yo,
way,
yo,
I
real
think
quick.
that's what everybody kind of pushing out
Y'all
anyway.
hilarious.
The free world is already doing. I didn't think we had to really teach that though, but well, I mean, it is what it is though. Everybody already
Can I say
subscribed to their
something?
own
So let
stuff.
me
Like,
say this then. All right, so
hold
check it
on. Let
out.
me.
Like, all right,
Can I
I
say
Like people
grew
something?
don't
up.
believe
All
in the
right, cool.
Bible
The
no
way
more.
I
They don't
grew up,
believe in none
right?
of that stuff. So to say, I mean,
Yo,
I
can I
did.
say
Maybe
something?
that's what threw me
Hold on,
off
let me
because
talk to that,
everybody.
Kev, because that's where I was
Please.
going with it. Kev, that's where I was going with it. Look, check it out. All right, so all right, like I said, I'm a be super serious, right? Because I know I like to joke a lot, but all right, so I'm 41, right? And it wasn't until this September I actually had an unvelation, right? It was unveiled to me that I wasn't prepared, right? I had to really say to myself, like, damn, I really wasn't prepared for the life that I'm living in terms of being a father and a husband, right? And I noticed that I wasn't prepared because how I grew up being a son, only son of a single mother and father who wasn't there, among other things, dealing with like different abuses and stuff like that. It made me go search for the images of what I think I'm like, dang, this is what it like a man should be. So it led me to the Nation of Islam when I was 20. You feel me? I ain't had to go to jail for it. You know what I mean? I had peoples around me who was already studying. You see what I'm saying? Then from there, as I learned about different things or whatever, then I had joined. I think they call it the Holy City of Zion now, right? Used to be New Psalmist Baptist Church. Went there, wanted to join the music ministry or whatever, just being an engineer because I'm just really into like live music and live music engineering. Got into those studies. did the baptism based on looking at the outward baptism as a symbol of the inward baptism. You see what I'm saying? So once I got that, then boom, then I moved on and graduated to another school of thought. You see what I'm saying? That's why you'll see me unapologetically in affairs. However, what I was able to develop now was a way of making sure that when I interact with people, though, for real, I'm being the man that I think my father could have and maybe should have been. But at the same time, I'm now just making sure that I'm, pleasant with myself. So it's like I low key kind of see where Sean coming from, where he's saying like subscribe to self, because some people don't have that direction, G. Like for real, and they go through life. Some people don't ever get to that point where they go like, damn, yo, I really wasn't prepared for this, because their pride not gonna let them go. I've been sitting here calling myself a grown ass man, but whole time I'm socially awkward as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. But with that, I yield the floor.
I like how your voice changed too, by the way. Off beat,
Yo,
like, very interesting.
Oh, gratitude,
Yeah, yeah,
gratitude,
yeah,
G.
yeah, yeah.
Is
can I
right.
come in? Can I respond?
I
Please,
don't
please.
know, man. You gonna pander
Go
again?
ahead, Randall. Leave
I'm not
Randall
pandering.
alone.
Yo, y'all
I want to
Yo,
hilarious.
go
can I
after
respond?
Randall, if that's okay.
All right. Yo, with Sean and what your conversation is, yo, when you're in leadership position, you gotta stand for something. That's why people follow you. That's why people want to listen to you. If you don't stand for something, everyone will fall for everything, anything, right? So again, when you're in position, you're promoting an idea or a thought. You got to get people by to believe in that idea or thought. It's kind of counterproductive to say, "Hey, believe in what you're saying, but don't believe in what I'm saying." It makes no sense. You got to stand 10 toes on what you're believing and what you're trying to do, what you're trying to teach, and what you're trying to express. To me, to me that makes sense. I understand what you're trying to say, but you also got to be the example. Regardless, you're still showing the example of like, hey, I'm the example of believing what you want to believe, and most people don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? So and again, we're on a panel of educated and insightful, thoughtful type of people right now. So they get what you're saying, but most people are dumb. They don't get that, right? You said that yourself. So like most people are dumb. So again, you got to stand for something. You got to show them. You got to lead that person to water. You got to teach this person how to fish. Like you're the leader. You're the person with this idea. So you got to have something to believe in. Even if you don't believe in what you're believing in, you still got to believe enough to sell that ish. You know what I mean? That's what I think Kevin might. Am I wrong, Kevin?
You
I
wrong.
maybe I'm wrong, but again,
Hold on.
this is
Can
what
I
I
tell you
believe.
how? Can I tell
Right
you how I'm leading by
I'm
example? Can
already
I tell you how
done,
I'm leading
bro.
by example?
I'm done.
I'm gonna tell you how I'm leading by example, right? And I believe that people in this world would benefit from people like me, right? Let's go with Kev. Kev just gave me my flowers the other day, right? And he have had several people that come and will used to support him and they disappeared on him, right? So when he had a whole viral moment and all those things that come, and I told him he had several people telling me, why am I over there modding for a red pill and all these things? And I was over there with them feminine side people. I still stayed loyal because I have my own way of fucking thinking and I can't be controlled. And if you pay attention, people that like to control people get upset. And I'm call you out on this, Kev. You get agitated, or you saying it's making you upset because I have a different viewpoint than you or how the world should be, right? So I'm not offended. I'm not getting upset because you have a different viewpoint than me, but you tend to seem to get upset because you're not getting where I'm coming from. I don't get where you coming from, but it doesn't create me to have no anger or frustration, right? I get it. Everybody should think for themselves. Everybody don't have the same thought process. But at the end of the day, I think people in society would benefit from someone like me because I'm not closed-minded. I can't be controlled, and my loyalty is not based upon what other people think of you. My loyalty is based upon how I personally think of you because I run my own life and don't nobody get to dictate nothing about me.
Yeah, I'm about
Wait,
to say if that was the case, I wouldn't have had you on my platform.
oh,
If I wanted you to be me, I wouldn't have had you up here. That don't make sense. I was getting upset. It wasn't at you. It's just the fact that I'm trying to explain because I understand what you're saying, but I guess it's hard for me to explain what I mean about it. But it's cool, right? Like we got the base of it. You said whatever. You say you teach people to get to know them. We just gonna run with that then. So
Hold
that's
on, but
cool.
it's biblical. Hold on, Kill,
I
hold
ain't
on.
finna.
But me, this
I ain't
would
about,
mean you agree it. It's biblical though, right? What I'm saying is biblical. I don't know why
no
we getting pushback on.
biblical. I would have said because me myself, I subscribe to God. I don't subscribe to myself. So I'm going to teach biblical ways. Like you said, we different though. So you gonna teach people they can do whatever, they can. I guess you said be them, be the best, whatever you said, right? I was trying to get more detail, but you said basically don't be, be yourself. That's what you said. So that's
Hold on,
that's
wait, hold
cool,
on, hold on,
right?
wait, hold on. This is the part. Hold on, this is the part you're missing though. I'm not gonna tell because you, as you know, this is why you
How
got to
am I
learn how to
missing it? You
finesse.
not explaining it though. How am I
No, no,
missing anything?
hold
You
on.
not saying nothing. Let somebody else.
Hold on. I'm about to right now. You taking it as if I'm telling people to think for themselves, as if I'm not going to biblical context, right? Now I understand how the world works. I know if I start talking that Bible talk amongst people who don't believe in it, they're not gonna want to hear shit I want to say, right? So I have to be effective. I don't want to be heard. So I could find a way to tell you to think for yourself, right? Because the Bible backs up everything that I'm saying. But if they know it's coming straight from that book, in today's time, people are close-minded. They don't want to hear shit about that fucking book because you got a lot of people that's out here faking it, right? So if I sit here and tell you these biblical principles without you knowing, I'm actually doing what I'm supposed to do. So I don't see how our people that are believing in the book are going against what I am saying. A man is a man outside of a woman. The Bible proves that. I never told a man to not be with a woman and not to find a wife. I don't speak nothing like that. But a man has a purpose, and his purpose is not to serve a fucking woman. That's not hatred. That is love, and that is biblical.
But it does say serve your wife.
It does, but not in that segment.
I
That's
didn't
I
say
think
that,
you're
Rachel.
jumping
That's what I'm
the
saying. I
spirit.
didn't say
No,
nothing. You
let
just
me.
said it.
No, I'm really not speaking to any of that stuff. I was just saying that I think that at the end of the day, I know we try to deconstruct, right? When you get to deconstruct, you're still going to construct something else, regardless if you want to admit it or not, right? You're removing people from the idea of being a provider and a protector, right? But like you're just moving it to your construction of, you know, don't do it that way, don't think of it that way, think of it this way. It's still a deconstruction. Like you're just giving people a different, like you're still telling them how to think at the end of the day, and they have to
What?
choose which route they want to go because like I know you want to feel like you're not telling people
That's
like how to
crazy.
live their
Y'all
life.
tripping now.
No, it's it's the reality
What
of it.
I mean,
No,
why
There
would y'all?
I
their outcome is not going to be nowhere near
All the
my
person.
outcome.
But
Yo, you're in that
everybody,
position
I'm
regardless.
about to say
When
she
you
get
put
what
yourself in that
I'm saying
position
though.
of
Like
what
when
you
you,
thinking and what you want to teach, you put yourself in that position. What you do, you're always going to be watched, and people are going to look at your example regardless because you're in that position.
right,
You
but
got
you,
to accept that.
everybody speaks for a reason. That means that they want people to understand where they're coming from to maybe grab something or grab something that they're teaching and might become more like the way they think in a way. Like that's the reason why we all speak on this
yeah.
thing because we believe what we believe to see if other people might understand. Basically, believe what we believe. Basically, that's what it is, or whoever actually agree with it. That's just all it is.
Yeah,
Like
you're just
we
Hold on.
act like it's
Let me say. Hold on. Let me say this. This is where it's different at, right? Like let's say a red pillar, right? They have a manual for you to follow, right? And by that manual, most of y'all are gonna have the same talking points, even a so-called Miss Andrews, right? Or y'all call feminists, right? They're gonna all have the same talking points. That is me giving someone my logic and is yielding the same results. Everybody is yielding the same results. My stuff don't do that. And I can't even call it my stuff. It's actually free. It's your own shit. It's nothing about me. So when I ask you to think for yourself, your outcome ain't gonna be nowhere near my outcome because I can't control that shit. That's the beauty of it. I can't control the outcome. Red pillars can control the outcome.
Nah,
Feminists can't control the outcome.
Yeah, but
nah,
the
Sean,
thing
it ain't
is
free.
that's
that
still too
everyone's
No, it ain't free.
opinion.
No, no, hold on, no, Sean, it ain't free because your outcome is coming from biblical principles. So technically, it's not really being free. I
Thank you.
think Rachel has a
What
point
game
though.
time? Hold on. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you. I like that you said that, brother. Watch this. It goes to show you, right, that it could work both ways. That's my point, right? Is because you to think for yourself. Because either way, if I ask you to think for yourself, right, and be the man that you want to be, right, and stay true to who you are, right. So let's just say that society teaches you that this is what you have to do, but deep down, it's not what you really want to be. You know what called masking, right? Most people mask manhood. They mask all of these things because society tell them this is what they should do. Like I think unnecessary. Eunice had said, I think like a week ago, where he said that people thought that because he had like a so-called soft voice, or people call him feminine, and they thought that he may be gay, right? That's because society have conditioned men to think that a man should sound a certain way.
Never said that. It was
Well,
somebody
No,
you
else.
said something like that about your voice. Hold on,
but I
hold on.
don't think, but I don't think that's society though. That is just piecing patterns. Like that's just a pattern. If they see the pattern of most men who do speak in that type of tone tend to be gay, that's just pattern recognition. That's not a social construct.
No, 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 no. So you,
What I would have to say too is that your perception on things is just going to be your reality on a thing. So the one thing that I'm noticing is that when you talk about someone, you know, being their authenticity, right, and them being their true selves, and to, you know, stand on business and figure out who they are, right? Your message might not align with who they are. So when it really comes down to it, what is your brand when it comes down to that? Because you're going to stand for certain things and you're going to be against certain things. You're going to be for certain mindsets and logic. You're going to be against certain mindsets and logic. So like, it seems like I respect the fact that you're standing your ground here, Sean, but at the same point, like, it's kind of like you're going ping pong back and forth when it comes to certain things, because if
Right.
you want someone to be truly in their authenticity, they're going to be in their authenticity. They're not going to be in your authenticity.
I
But
think
but
she
isn't that
basically
what make
saying what I've
it
been
don't
trying
make
to
it
say, because maybe I was speaking in another whole language, but that's like the kind of the base. I'm like, if you are going to deconstruct something, that means you're trying to construct something else. You know, you're trying to replace that thought with something else. So it had to be a base or a goal at the end that you want these people to be like. You know what I'm saying? Because like overall, if we was to leave it vague, right? We leave it vague, like, and we was like, yeah, well, I want people to think for themselves, right? And I'm like, we see that majority of this world doing that. Well, in certain majority of the time, they making their own decision. They sleep on who they want to sleep with. They throwing it back on whoever and all that stuff. So that's nothing that we have to teach. You know, nobody's getting forced to do these things. They picking the wrong husband and wives. They picking. I mean, they doing all these same old things. They're free to doing it. They have been doing that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it got to be a specific thing that we want them to have their own mind in, which I agree with. Right? I do agree with that. Um, that's the reason why I like what Elevate is saying. That's my whole part. Where I guess everybody else is going over their head. That's my whole point, is saying, like, if you're going to speak on something, or you're gonna say what you're against, you gotta say what you're for also, right? Because you gotta be for something. We can't act like we're not for something. So you still eventually gonna say where you stand at, so you can also say your your point of view, so people can understand where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying?
Can I
But
please just say
Can I
this
chime
real
in?
quick? Let me say this real quick, because it's the same thing with, like, in the feminist movement, they were like, women, you do want to have more say so, blah blah blah. You need more choices, blase blase blah. Like you should want a career. You should not just want to be at home. Who's to say that those women are not choosing that for their lives? You know what I'm saying? It's very difficult to pick what someone has made the choice, right? So like, if somebody if it was presented to them that a man should provide and protect, right? And they look at it and they analyze all the stuff and they have come to the conclusion that they agree. Who are we to say that that mindset should be deconstructed? Do you get what I'm
okay,
saying?
hold on, wait, hold on. So,
I
so
don't
what?
think I was
So
done, but go
okay,
ahead.
so oh, go ahead. My bad.
Yo, can I say something real quick?
I lost my
And
train of thought. Go ahead, Randall.
all
Oh well,
right,
okay,
you
and then
sure?
Sean. Sorry.
All right, then. All right, and also this. All I've been saying is that even when you put yourself in that position, someone's looking at you. Like, I mean, Game broke down how you move, the type of the content you was doing. somebody's watching you and he's agreeing to what you are. He's completely understanding and defending who you are, Sean, right? So all I'm saying is when you're in that position of leadership or you have an agenda or idea or a thought or you know what I mean, you gotta, whether you want to deconstruct it or not, someone's watching for an answer. Someone's watching for what you stand for or what they think you stand for. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
And that's what I was playing. That's
Well,
why I was acting like I was one of his students, and that's what I was looking for. That's why I was asking the question I was asking because I already know like where shine like majority of stuff what he talk about. But I wanted to. That's why I put him up on the panel to make it seem like he's the host and asked him the question to see what he was going to teach me. You see what I'm saying? That
Okay.
that was the whole point of me doing that.
So
yeah, but
let me answer elevate and game time. Well, what you said about game time, right? He made an assumption, but he was wrong by that assumption, right? And I can't control what the next. I'm living my life. I'm doing what's best for Sean, right? So if someone see me or perceive me in a different way, that's on them. That have nothing to do with me, right? I can't try to bend and fold because somebody's saying I'm doing something the wrong way. You know how many times I get called a pander? Do I switch up who I am? No, I stay true to me. But some people can't take that type of shit, right? So if they get called a certain name, they try to be something else outside of what they're called. I stay true to no matter what, right? So what Elevate was saying, here's the difference, right? Is if majority of people, like it's when you say about, I think Rachel said about provider and protector, right? Nothing about that is natural. If you have majority of men thinking that way, we all know that that's not natural. So based upon your own logic, the same way just prompt that first question, right? When y'all say about projecting and trying to give someone else something, right? This whole live, we have not give anything to. We are assuming that this is what I'm saying. The closed mindedness bring assumptions, would bring to labeling people, which can lead to other things, right? Because you can assume that a woman is afraid or she's not afraid, right? But y'all speak as far as absolutes, and I've been saying this. You can't make an assumption and then speak on it as if it's absolutes that don't make no sense at all, and that is very dangerous to make an assumption and then speak from a point where it's an absolute. There's a difference from saying Sean is a pander than I think Sean is a pander. Those have two different things that come with that.
Yeah,
John,
but the
I'm
thing
sorry.
is
You
that
just wait. We just jumped from different things because you like jumped to like you said something about the provision and protection thing and the fact that you were like it's
I was answering three different people, so that's why I was jumping around.
yeah, okay. Because well, I can only speak to the one that you spoke to about provision and protection because you were basically like of course it's social construct as opposed to giving people the autonomy to choose, which is what you are actually preaching towards. You're literally saying no, that's not normal, that's not natural. That's what like you're still pushing something that
Hold on.
somebody
Did you
may
just hear what
have.
you just said? Hold on. Did you just hear what you said? Give them the option to choose. If you're taught one way all of your life, you're not making a choice. You don't have a choice. So you're proving
Yeah,
my point.
no, but I said earlier if
Don't get like we
somebody
not in America.
if somebody was given something because we all get older and then we all you know what I'm saying go and look for our own stuff, right? So who are you to say that somebody got older, they're looking through the Bible themselves, they're doing their own like reading other books and they have come to the conclusion that this is actually the right way to do it.
but that's
So
the free way of
that
thinking.
go ahead, gang. My bad.
No, no, I was just gonna say like that's ultimately what he's saying because it gives them their free way of thinking. They decided to choose. It's
No, but
almost like
Sean said no. Sean said it goes against like it's not natural.
well,
He just said
well,
it's not natural.
well, what he's saying in the sense of we don't have a chance to choose it. Now, if you choose to be that way, then it's fine
America,
because
yeah, that's why I don't
No,
believe. I don't agree
he
with
said
Sean on that though, because
no. He said
we in America though. We got choice.
no.
We're
He
we're
said
no,
men providing and protecting is not natural. That's
no, he's saying like if that's what you've been taught your entire life, I don't think he meant
Choice
like
then. Exactly.
How we acting
yeah,
like
it's
we
not
were
like it's
foreign
a bad
countries though?
thing.
That's
yeah,
the
but
ones
that's
that.
what he believes ten toes down. Like that's his concept. That's his belief system, and that's okay. Like we're all allowed to have
That's not
our
my hold on.
opinions
That's
on a
not my
thing.
concept. That's something that we are actually taught. I don't know what? That's not my concept. We are
He's not
actually
taught
taught
that
that.
though.
You assume that because people want live that lifestyle. That's just because it was because of what they were taught, not
Yeah,
because that's their actual values. That's what they stand up, and they don't
exactly.
believe in going a different way. You're just
You're
assuming that's
making the
because it's what they were taught.
What if they're
But
doing
Right.
it?
that's what we.
What they
Just like he
what
said,
they got
closed
from it if
minded.
they wasn't taught it. Just like he said, closed minded, like that's on both ends also. Like who's to say that, the other end is not closed off from, so that's why I said we can't, it's obvious that we probably stand on two different things when it comes to certain things, right? And then who's to say who got the better advice either though. So that's the reason why I mean, if your way work, it work. If other people way work, it. I
So,
mean, it is what it is. It's only gonna be
okay,
people that's gonna listen.
let me ask you a
Because
question then. Okay,
sometimes we only grab
so
the audience we gonna grab the audience that's willing to listen to us, or we gonna grab the audience to really push what we
okay,
believe can help
You
the
know,
masses, right? Because it's
okay. So
because what you're
let me ask you
speaking
this.
on is for
Let me ask you
for
this.
individualistic type things, right? That's individual. Hey, I can't say the word
we got
individualistic.
it. We got you.
That's what you're speaking more on. You know what I'm saying? Right. I'm just struggling like crazy. So you're speaking on individualisticism. I try to make that whole full word. Right. You're
Individualism.
speaking on that, and
Yeah.
a lot of the times other people may be speaking on communal, right? Communal or things that they feel is can help for the general, right? So I mean, not that's why I said what you would be pushing is not that it wouldn't be that special because everybody is literally doing that already. Everybody know that you could do what you want to do. Like I said, only thing I heard you, and that's why I was challenging you, is because you're saying, well, I need to get rid of this mindset where men got to be providers and all that stuff. But we know there's certain religions that do that. We're not challenging. Well, we're not challenging the Muslims and all that, but their stuff is actually working, right? Only in America it seems to not work because everybody want to be free and do whatever they want to do. They're not thinking family no more.
Okay,
So
if I
go
use
ahead.
y'all logic, right? When y'all say, well, who are you to be doing this and doing that, right? So okay, so let me see if something that we can relate to, right? So that means that in some I think Elevate said if it's something that they was taught or and they choose to do those things, right? Who are we to say that they are right or wrong? Am I getting it? Yes or no?
No, what I said is
We can
that
say
there's the
what's right or wrong.
assumption that because
I
of
don't want it to be long
upbringing.
winded because I want to finish my point, but I want you to
When
just
it
answer. But
contradict,
hopefully,
if it contradict the
That's not
lifestyle
what
that
he
they
said.
choose, we could say is right or wrong. Yes, their lifestyle
okay,
going to
okay,
That's not
cool.
contradict
what
what
we're
they
saying,
think on.
bro.
So
Okay,
yes, you can
cool.
say that.
So okay, cool. So let's just say that a YT person was raised to be racist, and they was taught these certain things about black people, right? And no matter what they see in society, they're gonna always choose to be that way. Is that okay?
No,
So do you have a solution for them not to be that way?
some people you can't. I mean, you can't. What you gonna say? Be free, and then they gonna just get together after that?
But would you
But the
try
thing,
to give them a solution? Would you try to give them a solution to not be racist and not have
I would try to give a
that
different
certain way
point
of
of view
thinking?
of a way that it works. Yes, if it work, and give them an example of what that you don't have to have this hatred towards a certain color because I'm gonna give them an example that they're not all the same. That's the only way you can do is show them through actions.
Okay, so they're all not the same, which I agree. But the point that you guys are speaking from is all men should be the same. And that's the point I'm going
No,
We
that's
never
not.
against.
said that.
Nobody said that.
And who is ever teaching it? Like I don't get
Nobody
that.
said that. We were just
So what are
saying.
you so what are y'all talking against when I said that as a man you should have your own way of thinking, right? And then y'all
What do
going
that
against that.
mean
So you
though?
hold on, wait. I'm going back to it. So if y'all saying that you shouldn't have your own way of thinking, that means that y'all think that a man should have a certain way of
No,
thinking.
Nobody
No, that's
said.
not what
Well,
I'm
nobody
saying.
said men shouldn't have their own way of thinking. Like we literally agree that
So
you
what are
should
y'all
be.
pushing back on? What are y'all pushing back on and questioning me
what
for
does that
then?
No,
even mean if that's the
I
case?
was
I,
just I
But
was just saying that you are making assumptions that the choices that people are choosing is the construct. Like they're not choosing it for themselves. You get what I'm saying? It
If
like
they
if
haven't
if
read,
but people have to like
if
learn
they
how to
have
choose it for
you would
themselves.
charisma, hold on, baby girl.
I'm sorry.
If they have, you would not know. You wouldn't know the work that they did that led them to their belief system, to make the choice,
I don't
right?
attack those
It's the
people that say they have though, Rachel. Did you prove my point? I just speak in general, right? I don't be like, no, I don't care if you read the book or not, and you such and such, then you should think this
No,
way. No,
but
I don't do that.
no,
So
no, no,
that's
no,
not,
no, no,
I
no,
don't do
Can I
no,
that.
argue? Can I
no.
say my
But you
point of view?
do no, no. The thing is, you speak heavily against the idea that men are providers
Yes,
and protectors. Correct?
yes,
Yes.
I speak. Yes,
Okay.
that's facts.
Yes. Okay.
It's like
So
telling a
if
woman they don't nurture.
somebody else believes differently, it's not because it's not to be assumed that it's because they were what you call it, it's from the social construct. You get what I'm saying?
But have
They
y'all been on these
Can
panels
I?
several times
Yo,
with me, and
can
I
I?
ask people where they get it from. So I do ask those qualifying questions. That's what I'm confused on.
Can
I
I
yes,
do.
say,
but okay, but oh my god, okay, they can be
Rachel?
present what I'm saying is they can be presented with something that they actually are choosing. They agree with it. It's not just because they are like brainwashed
Conditioned.
into doing it. I know there are people who are brainwashed into doing something, but just because something was presented to you and it makes sense and it aligns with who you naturally are. Like for me, right? The whole time I naturally align with a lot of things that were taught. But then what was trying to be deconstructed was no, you need to go through the sexual liberation. No, you need to do this. You get what I'm saying? Like all of the things that go against like what kind of aligns with a more traditional mindset that aligns with me naturally, me, not because I like somebody taught me, it's because I find it to be the best way of living life, right? So, but like I'm saying, there's always gonna be some other like group or something that's gonna be like, no, think differently. This you were taught to think this or whatever, right? Once you take that away, you're gonna adapt something else.
And
I'll give you that, right?
can
So,
I?
all
Can
right,
I?
so check it
Hold on.
out,
Hold on.
right?
Can I
I
say
will
something real quick?
say,
Hold on. Hold on. Can I say something real quick, bro? And to Rachel's point, you know what I mean, you're responsible for that moment. And I mean, when you put yourself in a position
Fuck me.
of
Stop
changing
doing
someone's ideal or ideology or giving them another way of doing things or thinking something, you're low key. That's your responsibility as a leadership or a trendsetter. Like, and a lot of times people avoid that responsibility. Yet you can't control how people think, and you want to change how they think, right? But you can't control how they think, right? You can't control how they feel. But when you're presenting something new or idea or a thought, that's low key your responsibility as the front runner or the person trying to project. Like you're saying, yo, men aren't protectors and providers naturally, right? But you gotta have something to stand on when you say that. And but you can't say, oh, well, you got to think for yourself. Like, no, you got to show them
Have you ever
why.
asked me how they not? Have you ever asked me how?
I never asked you, but
Okay,
all I'm,
okay, so
it doesn't
okay,
matter
so
how. I'm just saying it doesn't matter the how you put yourself in that position. You got to figure out the how.
I
You know
Wait,
what I
know
wait,
the
mean?
wait,
how.
wait,
I
wait.
just wasn't
No,
asked that
no,
question.
but
So
no
so
influence.
I
yo,
do want to
No
say this though,
influence
if I
has
like
may,
to.
right?
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I
You're
tripping?
wrong. No, you're wrong because no
Okay, tell
influencer
me.
has the responsibilities for someone else's life. Like, no, what?
I do want to.
That doesn't make
I
any
dig
I
sense.
do
that.
want to say this with what Sean was. So I do agree, right? I would say this as I think about it. I would say yes, according to what you said, right? Everybody has been, I guess you say, brainwashed or constructed, right?
Indoctrinated. Yeah.
And that would be with
Better than
everything,
being
right?
brain dirty.
Because if
Oh,
we was to
sorry.
be,
Go
if
ahead.
we talk about natural, right? Yeah, we naturally is supposed to be free, right? Naturally, we supposed to be impulsive. We naturally supposed to be going based off our feelings. That's the free life, right? And doing whatever we want to do, you know. That and that's what it been sound like everybody been teaching on everywhere, you know. Then you got the people that actually try to speak some type of order, right? Order or construction or rules, right? That's why I kind of stray away from them, that type of situation or that talk, because that's just
Can you pass me
dangerous.
my
But
phone, Zion, please?
so so
I'm sorry.
overall, yes, I will agree. Yes, people has been taught these things. Just like we got taught to keep our hands to ourselves. We got taught to shut up or not shut up, but got taught to control our emotions, right? These are all things that happen to get taught. Because who's to say, this is what people really want to do, right? Or we can say that if you want to use the word brainwash, right? We got taught to nurture our children, or they taught women to nurture their children and men to provide for them. These are things that has gotten taught or reconstruct, whatever, right? But if you're going to natural, right? Natural has always been, if in reality, it's always been chaotic. It always been impulsive. It always been do whatever you feel and all that stuff. That's a natural thing though. So if your goal, and you said to be you said be yourself or be your own man, or I don't know if you said you ain't speaking to woman at all. So be your own man, and choose your destiny. Stray away from these forms of control. I guess to sum that up, right? Because they say to be a provider. Because I don't see us arguing about women being nurturers and stuff or whatever. But somehow when we say providers and protectors, we just say that we got brainwashed into that. So the overall thing is you saying just be you. Don't let nobody tell you about you, and that's probably that's what I'm hearing so far. And I think it's so many people on this app already teaching that already though. So that I don't know.
Let me say this before somebody jump up. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Go ahead, son. You
Okay,
can.
okay. So this is what I understand, right? Is I know sometimes I could speak from a biblical aspect to people that believe, but I also know that it says make peace with mankind, right? So I have to be able to talk to people and get along with people that don't have the same beliefs as me. And I think a lot of times people get so stuck in the book that they create enemies amongst people that don't have the same beliefs as them, right? And to say make peace with mankind. So when I also say every man should be for himself, right? Is even the scriptures in Corinthians say every man should search his own soul, right? So I'm not saying anything outside of what the book is saying. That's the part I'm confused about. And when I say that if you are taught one way, it's not a choice. A choice means you have more than just one option. That's my point. So if I was taught that this is what I'm supposed to be doing as a man, and I made that decision to follow that, that's not a choice. That's all I had to go off of, right? I had nothing else to lean on to get an understanding. So to me, I think it's all about understanding that you have people that believe in that book. And once again, every man should search his own soul. That's in Corinthians, right? I'm not saying anything outside of that. But I also know when I talk to people who don't subscribe to that book, I can't tell them nothing about it. I have to speak to them as if I'm talking to someone that have their own beliefs and how they think for themselves. And that's why I care about being effective. Now, do I have people that disagree? Do I have people that disagree with me? Yes. But one thing I said I try not to do is I always say we have these biblical conversations, Kev. I say, man, you know what? I try not to so focus on that because everybody don't believe in that. So I care about being effective when I talk to people. Some
So
people
it sounds like you're trying to win people over rather than teach what's right. That's what it sounds like.
I am teaching them. I am, because if you search yourself and you know what's best for you, I can't brainwash you, right? Only you, because you have those original thoughts already. I'm just giving you the courage to go for what you thought you should be doing anyway. I'm not putting nothing new in your head. I'm not indoctrinating you. I'm basically telling you to go off of those thoughts that you already have on your own.
That sounds scary, though.
You have your own thoughts that you are also pushing, especially if you're saying that being a protector and provider is not something that men should subscribe to, right? You're still pushing something.
No, but hold on, hold on. So if you go with protecting and providing, right? Is that something that women do before they encounter a man?
No. I'm not asking you to explain it because I understand your perspective.
Okay.
All I'm saying is you have a perspective and you are pushing it.
And the outcome is going to be
same as the opposing side who has the perspective that a man should be a protector and a provider. You're just on the contrary.
How?
But this is the thing. If he is pushing it, you ain't gotta accept it. That's how he feels.
No, I know. That's the whole
but
point.
he gotta realize he's doing the same thing.
Yeah,
that's all the whole point of doing
it. For the other side,
I think he's aware of it.
Thing. That's the point. Everybody will, when you get older, you will be presented with different sides and you will have to make a choice.
Yeah. So everybody doing the
That's
same.
true.
That's the base of it. Everybody
I don't
literally
want to
doing the
knock
same
charisma.
thing. That's all.
Yeah.
Charisma
The,
wanted to say something. She been up here
I
for a
just
while. She
wanted
was
to
saying,
say, like, of course, like when we kids, we're gonna have to follow whatever our parents teach us. But as you get older, you have to, think for yourself, whether it's different or not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Word.
But I think I will. My argument will be that I believe people have been doing this. I don't agree with Sean what he's saying that everybody has been following this one thing. Like life, if it was, life would have been way better than it is. I think people have been more free than anything and doing whatever they want. They've been
I
straying
would
away
say,
from they
I would
strayed away
say
from what we believe in, and
in recent
I cannot
years,
agree that, huh?
I would say in like recent, years or what have you, like, yeah, people are, doing their own thing,
They've
getting
been
out
doing
here
their own thing.
discovering.
Yeah, they've been doing their
So
own thing. So
is it safe to say that? Okay, this let me ask you this. So if
Because
you
that's
were
what
in a
they
room, if you was in a room full of 10 men and you ask those men what is a man, do you think the majority of those men is going to say a provider and a protector? Yes or no?
yeah, I agree with that. But but that's
Okay,
what I'm
so
saying. So that's what you're gonna spend your whole. There you go. I'm glad you said that. That's why, and I guess
right. That's
that's what.
his
So
mission.
your whole show is gonna be like, men, you're not only a provider protector. You're stop subscribing to that. And then what else? Like what else are you gonna kind of teach them? It's just that.
okay, it's not.
What
I don't
is
know
a
why we keep
man? Like
saying
tell them what a man is.
a adult male. Is that simple, Kev? It's that simple. Anything you
And
say.
that
Hold on. Wait. Wait. Hold on,
and
wait.
they don't
Wait.
know
Wait.
that.
Wait. Hold on.
I know.
Wait. You about to prove my point, right? That a man, the definition of a man, because we call ourselves men, the definition of a man is just an adult male. What type of man you're going to be, everybody is not going to be the same man. That's
Of course,
all I
but
am saying. And then after
of
that
course,
kind, hold on. After
even
that,
in
then
it.
you go to hold on, and then after that, you go into other things that we've been taught as men, right? Is to suppress our emotions. Everybody know that that's not a good thing for a man to suppress his emotions, right? But we've
Right.
been taught that all our lives, right? So if anything, that's teaching you to have a sense of self. Fuck what someone is telling you to do. And I don't want to go to scripture because once again, everybody don't believe in it, right? But at the end of the day, you should most people have a moral compass, right? And I do believe that I think that people are genuinely nice when they are born, and I think society conditioned people to be evil and be vindictive as fuck.
Right.
So I'm just saying
I want to ask
We
this
know
though.
what Earth, Wind, and Fire said.
I did notice that though. Like, so you saying you don't? That's what I had to change in my life a little bit later though. But you saying you don't want to use scripture because everybody else. So you don't want to stand on what you believe in, or you claim you believe in, right? Because I don't know. I don't know from this point now because of what other people might think of it.
that's
Because
not what I never said that. I
so
never
you
said.
don't know how to push out things because I still push out. I mean, not push, but I teach things right, and I know how to blend the scripture in it though. But I don't have to, and I don't have to put it in a way to shove it down somebody's throat. But I still say I stand on scripture because I can care less if they would have been like, oh man, I don't mess with that or something like that because it's scripture or something like. I care less about that. I had to learn that later
Okay,
down the line.
but Kev, what
But,
he's
but I
saying
don't.
is, if it's somebody who don't believe in that, why would you use that? Because they not gonna hear it how you
You don't
saying it.
have to.
exactly.
You don't have to. The thing
But you
is, you can
don't know
still
who
stand on
does.
scripture, but you know how to. He know how to manipulate. I ain't
Okay,
gonna say that word,
But
but he
okay.
know
So
how to
hold on,
but
hold
switch
on,
up
if
your
country, hold on,
words
if
country.
enough.
somebody who don't
He know
believe in
how to switch
scripture,
up
they
your.
not going.
If you're a real speaker, right? Because I've been doing this
Right.
for a very long time. I know how to twist. I know how to rearrange what I'm saying to get people to understand it, and still combine it with scripture.
Yeah, and
Okay,
But
so
also,
if you
why can't
rearrange
you
what you're
wait,
saying,
wait,
then you
wait? Why
twisting the
can't
message.
you
You're
do?
not giving the message you're trying to
But
give.
you're
Huh?
on a panel discussion. Why can't you do both? Like, isn't that also going against you being your authentic self? If
okay,
you
so y'all
use
gonna make me.
scripture,
Okay, so you gonna make me be
no,
honest real
no,
quick.
no. I'm just saying, if you
Okay.
use scripture in your daily, and that is something that you use to guide your life, like, what is the issue with
Okay.
bringing up the scripture
Okay.
and
Yeah, you can talk
Hold
on the
on. Hold
scripture.
on. No. I'm gonna tell them why I'm just refusing to at this point, right?
is because you
Why? Because
two
I'm a
are the
Moor?
main ones.
Let me
You two are
stop.
the main. Hold on. You two are the main ones giving me pushback, and everything I said so far is biblical. And I even brought up certain
It's
things,
not.
and you
No, it's
still giving
not.
me, and y'all
That's
still
probably why
giving
you
me
love the
pushback on it.
pushback. Yeah, because it's not biblical.
Wait, I'm not.
I was trying to refuse from saying that, but yes, it's not because I would say
Can you show me how? Can you show me
you're
how?
speaking the opposite. You're speaking what the devil will preach out is be free.
Can you show me
That's the
how?
The devil go
opposite.
preach.
Can you
Because
show me how?
What the
you're
devil
telling
preaching,
people to
Kev?
do whatever they want
Tell
to
me.
Hold
do,
on.
and the opposite is like the other one saying
But
speaking in order.
but
That's
didn't
what I'm
God give
saying.
us free
That's why I
will
said
though?
when you don't be
God said be free
specific and
too. He
tell
gave us free will,
it,
Kev.
conscious. I get you, man. So what
I'm
I'm
just
saying
saying.
is that if you're going, that's why I ask for specific things. If you're
You
going to
arguing
teach
bad.
men about things of what they should be like, what is the order behind it? Because everybody is getting taught how to be free nowadays. I mean, they don't even have to get taught that; they just do it. So that's what I'm saying.
Kev,
If
what
you're
goes
not going to
being
throw no
free?
scripture in it, if you're not going to tell them what is the purpose behind these things or whatever, it's no different from the devil.
So let's
Literally,
go
it's
one by
really
Right.
one.
no
Okay, let's
different.
go one by one. In scripture, does it only say a man is a provider? Yes or no?
No, it don't only say that. No, he
Okay,
has
so that's
purpose.
so that's one thing I speak against. That's actually scripture back up, right? So does the scripture also
But it
does
do
the
say
scripture
he is a superwriter too, also too. So it's
say it
both.
again? Say it
It
again.
also say he is. You're saying you're going to not teach it
He
at all,
said,
but it also show men being
No,
providers in
no,
there.
no.
So
I said no. That's not what I said. That's not. I said that's not who you are. That's what I'm saying. I said several times that if you ask men, what is a man? They gonna say a provider and a protector.
I ain't heard
But
you mention God not once
yeah,
either. Like you didn't say about like
but
that's
Sean,
I
crazy.
did. Hold on,
All
wait.
right,
I
let me
did because
impart
I
wisdom,
brought up
y'all.
Adam. I brought up Adam and Eve. I did, Kev.
but Sean,
Let me
but
impart
Sean,
some wisdom,
when you
y'all,
say
Hey, let me
please.
provider
ask
and
you a question.
protector,
Kev, what is you
hold on
upset
one
about
second.
real
What
quick?
the heck? Hold
You
on
said
one
what?
Hold
Why
second.
on,
do
let me
we
ask you a
say?
question.
Why do I have to
Wait,
be upset about anything? I
wait,
don't
Oh, I can hear
wait.
in
understand.
your voice.
It's just passion.
You're guessing just like you said. Yo,
Okay,
someone for the
okay.
women.
All
You
right,
Yeah,
all right.
why you
everybody
why you ain't
passion.
panning for
I
me like you did
mean,
the women earlier?
I'm
You
not. I mean, hey,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
doing what you did
I was
earlier.
just saying, okay, so when we say men, yeah, men will say I'm a provider and a protector.
Mm-mm.
Nowhere do they say I'm only a provider and a protector.
Right.
So can
Yeah,
I add to the
hold
wisdom
on, wait.
now, please, and thank you?
Okay.
Look, just
I'm
look, check it out. All right. So let me see it say it like this. Yes, if you have something that you would like to share and quote, and it comes from a particular holy book, do so, right? Because I don't see nothing wrong with that. I've allowed myself to dive into various books, despite whatever judgments I may get. You see what I'm saying? Because what I've learned in my path is, you know what I mean? Most of the times, people are going to have different perspectives anyway. Where I think things go wrong is when we proselytize in a way where we make it seem like what we have is the only thing to have. And I think that might be more devilish than anything else. And I yield.
okay. So hold on. Let me ask this. So when I say that people should be themselves, right? Does if I'm not mistaken, does Corinthians say every man should search his soul before he endure in all those other like worldly things? Yes or no? It does.
Anyone
It,
spoke
it,
against
yeah, ain't
Hold
nobody
men.
speaking.
on. No,
Not
wait,
that
because
they,
No.
y'all saying, hold on, y'all are
but you
saying stuff
can't
that I'm not
argue
saying
something we're not even saying.
But yeah, that's what I
yes, y'all
said.
have.
But
When
I don't know.
Kev say
Maybe
I'm
I'm
asking
just
every
trying to
man
show
to
you because it's obvious you never never
hold on,
did like
y'all.
how
Hold on, I just gave you. Hold
you
on,
don't
I
realize how
did, Kev.
messages can come off, Sean. That's all I'm saying.
Mm.
If you're gonna
Hold
be
on,
a speaker, right? If you
I'm
say you
not
want
no
to be a speaker
speaker. Y'all
and
keep
you
putting labels
well,
on me
if
that I'm
okay, if
not.
you
I
say
got a question.
if
What
you
is
say
the
you're a
whole
follower
argument here
of
anyway?
God, right? Let's say that you said
Yes,
that, so you can't
yes,
reject it, right? So you
yes.
say
That's
that,
fact.
and then you preach it on things that's because if you don't specify the freedoms or you saying that don't protect the provider or something like that, but you're not saying what you should do. Because if you're gonna throw some of the biblical stuff in, say what they should do then, if that's the case, to reach their purpose that they want to be. Because I'm pretty sure if you was to have a panel and this guys tell you what they wanted to do and just say what you're gonna do without centering a woman, which I agree with that, Sean. I agree with that part, but that's why I asked these questions for a reason. It's like you still have to show them how they align themselves to get to their purpose that they want to be.
Well, I disagree. I'm gonna tell you why. if somebody don't believe in the Bible, I'm not going
Don't
to
talk
give
to
them
them.
that.
You don't know who
Okay, now you
believes
get
and who
You
doesn't,
don't have to talk
though.
to them, Sean.
Yeah, what if somebody
You keep
knows
trying
the
to please
Bible? What if
everybody.
they
You don't
don't
have to
just
please
believe?
everybody.
What if they
Can I?
know?
Can I? What y'all? I seem like I'm trying to please y'all.
Go
Let
ahead.
me land
Go
my
ahead, Sean.
point.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Sean.
When I say that every man should pretty much is basically search his own soul, right? Be yourself, right? Be true to
Go ahead.
yourself, right? That's what scripture backs that up. So y'all did say that I'm teaching men. I'm not giving them nothing to go back on or giving them a God. No, I don't have to, because the scriptures say every man should search his own soul, right? So when you search your own soul, you would get the true identity of self. That's very important. That
That
scripture backs it up. And also, if you ask a man what a man is, I didn't say a man shouldn't work, a man shouldn't provide and protect. I never said that. I say a man is not a provider and a protector, because most men think that they are. When you ask them what is a man, they say I'm a provider and a protector, and that is not true, because also biblical backs that up, that Adam had a purpose before Eve was ever created.
mm,
True.
So
But they
that's
were
all I was saying
already
earlier.
providing
But
and
So
you could
protecting,
say that. Oh,
right?
you. I mean, it's all about wording, though. That's why I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying to make you aware of how people work on this app. Because like you said, it sounds like you never hosted, and like they're gonna take out what you're saying, because all you saying is don't. You're not a what did you say? I gotta say it over again. I forgot how you said it, but
mm.
basically,
They gonna take
a
what his
provider and a
there
protector.
you go. There you go. So, but
right.
instead of
They
saying
gonna
that,
just
right,
hear
because you know
that.
you're gonna get them little women and say, "Ha," and they clapping and stuff. You right? They not you do that too or whatever. But you could say not only you're provider protector, you're much more than that. It's all about the wording and
Right.
how you put it out. If you put it that way, people gonna
Yeah.
take that out
No,
and then,
I
huh?
wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that you're much more than that, because I still feel like I'm saying the same thing. I know I disagree with that point. I wouldn't even say that you're much more
What
than
are you
that.
pushing out, Sean? I don't
It sounds
understand.
like both of y'all saying the same thing actually though. I swear. I've been sitting here listening for like the last 2 minutes, and both of y'all are really saying the same thing, just tell people more on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that you are more than a provider and a protector. I wouldn't say that either, because once again, men hopper on, they focus on that's what they are as a man. And when I say that, because I be on these panels a lot and I watch a bunch of these podcasts and I talk to men. I told you I have a group where I mentor young kids, right? And they all have this same thinking process. These are teenagers, right? So all they do is think of, okay, I told you, I don't know if did I tell y'all when I was on y'all panel where it was a couple, it was on somebody else's panel where I think Nadej was on the panel with me. And I said, I got a home. Let me make sure you're not in here, man, because this getting personal at this point. Hold on, this getting personal at this point. Okay, I got a homeboy. He got two sons, and they was talking. They was like 17 and one is 14, and they was already stressed about like they try to unalive themselves, right? And he told me why his dad told me why. I'm like, why? He said because they feel like they can't lead up to the expectations of what they should be doing, and they having girl problems and things like that, and they having a hard. So they already his son. I say, man, why you got a hard time? Like his dad he not a person that could really talk to him on a certain level to where he could understand them. Like they dad and mom, all they do is preach the Bible. She walk around with a Bible all day long, and the kids are not hearing that shit, right? So I gotta talk to them outside of that to where they could get some type of understanding. So I said, hey man, I said, what's your issue? Like, why you try to, do that to yourself, man? I said, you love, man. He was like, well, it's just it's the stress. And I feel like I gotta do all this when I get old, and I'm seeing my dad stress, and all he do is work, and my mom stay home, and my dad having heart problems. Like these young men are already stressed about what they should be doing for a fucking woman that they don't even have yet. And so I know that that's a societal pressure that we put on boys. And I
I get
don't
you.
agree with that.
I agree.
So I
I
speak
agree.
against those things
Theological
that
abuse.
so I
I'll
disagree
be
with
quiet,
that, thinking
Sean.
that you are a provider and a protector. Fuck all that. You are
Let
a
me
man outside of a fucking woman.
let me ask you a
Right.
question, Sean. Let's talk about Adam and Eve real quick,
Yeah.
right? Let's
Yes.
talk about it real quick. So y'all give me an opportunity to talk to Sean real quick.
Hmm.
So you said Adam had a purpose before Eve was
I
created,
don't know.
correct?
That's correct.
What was his purpose?
He get the dominion. Well, somebody keep changing it, right? He had dominion over everything, right? That he named it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So his purpose was to follow Christ. Whatever the Lord told him to do, he did it. With him doing that, what did he end up doing? He ended up naming the animals. He ended up having tilling the field, which is farming, end up building homes. So when Eve came, he had provided all of those things for her before she even got there. So I can't sit here and listen to you saying that he was not a provider. Through his assignment, through his purpose, he ended up providing for a woman before she was even created.
So I'm going
Before she
to
was,
say,
before she was, so
okay.
let me help you. The world is so backwards that we don't do that anymore. So I agree with you in the sense of people don't know, or their life is surrounded by that because they don't know how to do it right. So I've been on this panel once before. You can ask Sean and Rachel. You ask Kevin, Rachel. I've said my son cannot leave my home until he has home, car, land, and all of that. Why? Because when he gets married, all of that would have already been provided for her. He's not doing it for her, but he'll already have it, so she won't have to. That's still provision.
Okay, so okay, so let's use what you said. I'm gonna respectfully say that you added something that was not in that book. You interpolated, not interpretation. I'm gonna tell you what it is. So what you did was, uh, he did all of those things, but Eve was not even a thought. So you can't
Correct.
say that
I
by him
agree.
doing, okay, so I could be on the same level. So by him doing all of that, you can't say he provided that, because the providing was never intent for her, because she wasn't a thought at that time. So
We
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 can't
don't
say once she
disagree.
But we
came.
don't
We
know if she wasn't a
we
thought because he asked for a helpmate immediately
No,
after
no, he
that.
didn't ask for. No, he didn't ask for that. God sent.
He
See,
did.
hold on, wait, hold on. She was not thought, right? And God say it's not meant for a man to be alone. And
correct,
then he
Sean.
got a helpmate, right? So that means
I thought it was
that,
two creation stories.
see, that's the
I
stuff
mean,
outside the Bible.
Wait, y'all. Wait, y'all. Wait
Thank
one
you. I
second.
said the same thing.
Wait one
Hey,
no,
second,
what
cause
up, Tamara? I
no,
hope you didn't hear what I
just
said.
let unnecessary was just having a quick conversation with Sean. If we could just let them finish that real quick, and then we could get
Okay.
to the new people on the panel.
Yeah. That's crazy. I was having that conversation, and then a family popped up. Get out of here, Tamara. Okay, that's crazy. I'm happy I said it before she walked in. Okay, so anyway, uh, I agree that those things were provided for her. I mean, what she benefited from the man purpose, but it wasn't with the intent of uh that being laid out for a woman. There was never the intent based upon the Bible. Now we could add what we may assume it may have been, right? But once he created all of those things, he said it's not meant for a man to be alone. And then he created Eve, a helpmate. So
Correct.
he had a purpose. He done all of those things before for a woman, and everything that he built wasn't for the intent of benefiting and providing for a woman at that time. Alan.
But yeah, so we're not disagreeing there, Sean. Well, what I'm saying is when the Lord saw that the provision was there, then he created the woman because the provision was there. Who did he use for that? Man.
Can you prove that, or are you just assuming? Because I'm very literal when it comes to the book.
But what do you mean proving? Like we both just agreed that the purpose was there. The house, the tilling the ground, the animals, the provision was there.
But
All
not
of
for
that.
her. Not for her. I agree. She reaped the
I'm never
benefits of it.
correct. I'm not saying that it was for her.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
saying that it was still there.
I agree
And
with that. So okay, go my bad. Go ahead.
who did the Lord use for that provision?
The man.
Man. Correct. And the woman benefits from it absolutely. So we agree there that man is set up to provide,
No. We
to make the
disagree.
provision.
Hold
No,
on.
Sean, you
I hold
just
on.
got
No.
manipulated.
That's all I'm saying. Hold on. No.
I'll
Thank you, Kev. Hold on,
manipulate
Kev.
you.
Hold on, Kev. You caught on it also, right? He good, right? That's why I had to take it back, right?
no,
No.
I
He
see
is
what he's
good.
saying
He is
though.
good.
Hey, hold on. Wait.
That
Hold
was
on.
awesome.
Hey,
That was fucking
hold on. Hey,
awesome.
once he said, hold on, Kev. Once he said it, and he started talking, I said that motherfucker got me, but I disagree, right? Okay, so cool. Now it wasn't. You can't say provision. You can't do that because that's not what the book says. So it still goes to what I was saying, right? Is a man has a purpose outside of a woman. Now, whatever his purpose may be, a woman should reap the benefits of his purpose, but his purpose wasn't intent for a woman. So the Bible backs up everything that I am literally saying.
I don't know.
You don't have to know. The Bible says.
I mean, I don't hear me out though, right? So we're talking about a time where if it's just God and Adam, then Adam is going to do whatever God says and whatever destiny God provides. And who's the one to say that after Adam toyed all that stuff, he did that so he could provide a wife? Because it's mighty funny how after he did that, God then said, hey, Adam, this is your other charge. So here it is that God kept giving Adam charges. Do this. So we don't know the mind of God. The mind of God could have been like, I am making Adam do this and preparing him for this. So when I provide him that wife, he'll be able to have that. That we don't know. And
Exactly.
because we don't specifically know that, we can't say that God did not create Adam to provide for women, you know, what y'all was saying, because we don't know the mindset of God. Why would God create Adam in the first place? And then why would God, hold on, just ask the question. Why would God create Adam? And then once he created Adam, why did he have Adam do all of that if he didn't want Adam to procreate? Why would he have him toil the land? Why would he have him build the houses? For just him himself? I don't think so. But God probably, you don't know if God told Adam, hey, this is what I need you to do. Maybe he wanted to do it step by step, because as an educator, if you give students a whole bunch of instructions, they're not going to do everything. So you got to give them instructions one by one by one. But I know my whole purpose of me giving them that lesson. So because of that, we can't truly just simply say that that wasn't the purpose. But both of y'all could be right, but we just don't know because we didn't know the mind of God. What was
Nah,
his purpose?
I know. No, I
But
disagree.
well, let me
I
just
disagree.
land
I
here. But
know.
what we do know is after Adam did all that he was supposed to do, God said, hey, I'm proud of you. Now let me give you a woman.
Yeah.
That's
Hold
what
on,
we do know.
hold on. You went for it. Let me say this real quick. Hold on. I'm going to say y'all don't know what y'all talking about, right? Because nowhere in Genesis did God label the man a provider. Nowhere in Genesis. The
You
word provide.
stuck on the word. You stuck
No,
on
no,
the
no, no, no.
word,
Because hold on,
bro.
wait. That's that you proved my point. It means something, right? When people say you can't take it literal, I don't talk to people like that, right? Because that means you could pick and choose what you want to take in that book and say it's allegory or no. I don't. I gotta
No.
watch people like that, right? So,
Agree. I'm
so
not saying that though.
no, I'm not talking about somebody said I was talking about somebody in the comments say you're not supposed to take it literally, right? Actually, it's off duty. Goddamn. Okay, he on the panel. Okay,
Of course
so
I said it, but
yeah.
I
So,
mean, if you
so
give me a chance, you'll
hold
see
on,
why I said it.
because old girl, the YN's auntie was going for a minute. Okay, so nowhere. Yeah. So nowhere in Genesis, in the beginning, did he label the man as a provider. It was later on in the book where God used the word provider, and he used it for a man and a woman. But I am specifically saying in Genesis, you can't say that he was providing for a woman because first of all, they wasn't married because she wasn't here yet. Let's just make sure that's straight. First of all, you can't provide for something that's not even there yet, right? That just sounds crazy. But when he gave them the position of provider, they both were told to provide, but it was nowhere in Genesis. Alan.
So, Sean, who came out of your rib once you focused on
No,
your
actually,
purpose?
it was in Genesis, and I'm going to tell you right now.
Who came out of your rib, Sean?
You going to find a word provider for me in Genesis?
You gonna find
Well,
me
it's
somebody
spelled
came out of your
Hold on, it's
rib?
spelled EID.
What you said, off duty?
Can you find me someone who's coming from man's rib
Coming
and you
from
got a belly button?
man's rib?
Uh-huh.
No, because I'm gonna tell you why. Right, so you can't get me with this stuff, boy. I know this book, man. You can't.
I'm
You
not
must.
trying to get
Like,
you.
no,
I'm trying to see if we're gonna be honest and grown.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I found.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
crap. It said I reached my limit. Hold
You ain't gonna find it, man. I don't know why you're wasting your time.
So I get
Unnecessary. Is it in
actually in
Genesis?
Genesis chapter 22, to
What it
be
says?
honest. But
Can you
I
tell me
can't.
what it
Hold on.
says?
I'm gonna have to go and get another device. But I can't like read. I was looking on mine, and I've done put up my damn. Oh crap! Hold on.
So
Hold
why
on.
and
Let me get
Dante,
another
whose rib
device.
did you come out of?
Hold on. Let me get. Hold on. Let me get another device. Hold on. Too many questions at once.
What did you come out
Rachel,
of?
how long ago you came out of Kevin's rib?
Huh? I'm just
You ain't know
curious.
she came out with a few like last year.
I mean, that was that surgery. How was that surgery, Kevin? Like, is you still got the
No
hole there where
surgery.
your rib
It came
was?
right out that rib. No surgery. I was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Came out.
Best sleep of our lives.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
hey, hold on, Kev. She's going
So
to
Rachel
go.
doesn't have a belly
Look,
button from an umbilical cord.
she,
No,
She got both. She's a
the
I got
only
a tail too.
the only provide she's going to go to in Genesis is when God say that He will provide. That's all you can show me in Genesis about God provided, not the man, not the husband.
Who did he use for it?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that unnecessary. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying about a woman. About a woman, that wasn't the case. A man providing for his wife came later on, and it was nowhere in Genesis. So the foundation of a
so.
man had nothing to do with providing for a woman. So I'm gonna say it again. Everything I've been saying is actually in the
But
book
he's
itself.
still,
Correct.
yeah. But the foundation
Right.
is he's still a provider. Like he's
The
gonna
foundation of a
provide for
man,
the.
though, Rachel.
He's
But my
gonna
point was
provide
that's
for
not
the
the found.
world. He's gonna provide for like other people. Like at the end of
You
the
missing my
day.
point. You missing my point. Do you
Uh-huh.
have that role once you become married? Do you have those roles once you become married? Yes, a man provides and a woman provides once you are married, but you are a man before you all of that husband thing. So I'm saying that when I say that you are a man, that you're not just a provider and protector all because you are a man, the Bible backs that up. You didn't become a provider until a man, a husband,
Yeah.
a
You
wife.
see how you rephrased it and said you are not just a
No,
provider,
no, no,
which
no,
is
no.
what
That's not what
that's
you
what you
missing what I said.
oh my
Nope.
God, you need
Nope.
the whole
Good try.
recording because you literally
Good
just
try.
said that.
You
No,
definitely did say that at that time,
you
Sean. You
did
Hold
probably
on.
messed
literally
up, but you
just
did
Hold
said
on.
say
The
that.
that.
found.
You said what?
Go ahead.
You
Say
are
it again.
not
Say it
just a
again.
oh my God.
No,
Did
say it
anybody
again.
else hear him say that?
I
No,
mean, I just want to
tell me
know,
the
does
context of what I
beliefs
said.
allow you to be
Not
dishonest
content.
and
You
backpedal?
literally said that the man is not just a provider. Like,
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. But did I? Oh, hold
yeah,
on. That's cool. But did I also when I was bringing up my points earlier, right? Where I say a man is not a provider and a protector. Am I right or wrong on that? Do the Bible backs that up?
that's where you keep jumbling it up because
No.
they are a provider. They're not just a provider.
Hold on. Is a husband? Hold on. Is a husband a provider or a man a provider?
Man.
Show me
And
Man
then
is
that.
mind, and the
so when
mind
a
provides
man
the
Hold on.
body a
Show me
lot.
it.
when a
Can you show me that?
man be wait when a man becomes a husband, they're still a provider. Like they were
Hold on. You missing?
already a provider.
Hold on. Let's try it again, Rachel. Let's try it again. Before that, right? Okay, so is a woman a provider before she encounters her husband? Yes or no?
I
Yeah.
know she's
Yes.
providing life to the planet because ain't no men
Yes.
having no baby. You got
Yes.
nipples that don't work.
Oh, we had
You
to
got
say it's
nipples
saying
and
Yes.
don't
that,
feed a
then not the other
goddamn
thing. So
thing.
yes, everybody's provided.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody.
Okay, so when I say that a man, when he say is a man job, when I say when men answer that, I ask them what is a man, and the men say a provider and a protector. That's not
Mm-hmm.
what the Bible says. That's not what it says.
No, but who? Okay, did you say what? Did oh my God? When you asked them, like,
Oh my
did they
God.
say the? Oh my God, I don't even know. I feel like you
So
jumping back and forth, and our main point was that at the end of the day, human beings, people are like that God calls us to be are providers and service people, service other people. It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm all over the place because I'm talking to several different people. So you
No,
just
it's
chiming
not.
in.
No, it's not. You were
Yes,
talking to me
yes.
and you made several different points and you just like
I'm
you're
still
moving.
standing on that. I'm not changing what I said. I'm
No,
still
what
standing on
is
that.
it you're standing on?
A man is not a provider. When I say I ask men, what is a man? And a man is not a provider and a protector. You're not.
Okay,
By
cool.
by
Cool,
definition
cool, cool.
only, but not by scripture.
Yeah,
What?
so
cool.
Hold on.
Show me
So,
in
Oh,
Genesis
now
in
we're
one
well, I
relying
was
on
about
scripture.
to say, I
etymology and
think he being
definitions
literal.
now.
So
Yeah,
like,
just
so
Hold on,
let
hold
I,
on.
them have it.
I'm about to say,
Show
I'm
me
gonna
in
look it up.
Genesis. Show me
So
in
So
are
Genesis
you
where
is your argument you need to see the actual word provider?
well I
yeah,
go by the Bible
that's
Is
not gonna
is
says.
that's not
that
gonna
is that your
I think we
argument?
No, no,
want to
no.
be
My
literal when
argument
it's
is in
convenient.
so
Genesis. No, it's not. You sound dumb as fuck. In Genesis, it doesn't say
You
that
know,
a
you've been
man is
Very
a
cussing
slow.
everybody
You
provider.
out,
got to
calling
do. That's
everybody
fine with
ignorant,
me.
but
Okay,
ain't
okay,
nobody has
cool.
done that
Dang.
to you.
He
Yeah,
been
So
taking
so
go
that's
shots
back
for a
to
fine with
while.
me.
that.
It don't bother me.
Okay, he been taking
Because I'm
shots
going to
for a
show you
while.
how much more Christ-like I actually
He
am
didn't take a
Okay,
while
shot.
you're just professing it.
okay. So can I
That's
finish?
okay. You go profess you
Nowhere.
being Christ-like and don't demonstrate it. I'm
I never said
watching
I
and
was. I
listening.
never said I was Christ-like. I never
I
said I
know
was a
you just
Christian.
you just you just cursed me out, but please do more. Come
Yeah,
on, let me
yeah.
see how Christ-like you are.
You
Come
must
on,
don't.
show me
Hold on, hold
that
on.
Bible you literally live
Hold on.
by.
Watch this. You must don't know nothing about the Bible if you think
Oh,
God is
here we
all.
go.
Yeah, I'll leave that alone.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
let's have this.
So
Put me up there. Come
no,
on,
Oh, thank you
no.
Auntie.
for
Come
the
on down,
I want
Auntie.
to answer
Yeah,
the
let's do
auntie. I
Johnny,
want
so
to
I
this.
answer
didn't
auntie
think
Come
you
on,
right
could
let's
quick.
get
do
up
this. Don't
there.
tell him
Can
to
I?
tread lightly
Hold on.
either,
Let me finish, auntie. Let me talk
Don't
to
tell him
auntie
to
real
tread
quick.
lightly either, because I'm ready for this
And
one.
thank y'all for having me on. I'm gonna follow
Yeah, yeah,
y'all.
yeah. You'll be easy
I'm
with it. Let me finish
ready.
talking. Let me finish talking
I'll
to
put
auntie.
my camera on and I got my books ready too, bro.
I
Let's
followed
do
you,
it.
Okay,
host.
Let's
I'm
do
gonna
it.
get I
I ain't
get
gonna just be
Shine, I'm gonna
talking
give you
and
this
I'm
though.
I'm gonna
sober,
follow you,
G. I ain't
Rachel.
drinking neither
I
or
give
smoking. So what's good?
I'm
Let's
gonna
get it.
follow you. Who is that?
Come on.
Unsafe.
Let's get it.
Y'all follow me back. I'm new to
Okay,
this.
off
the host
city.
I
was
love
talking, so I'm trying
this.
to listen
so
to the host real quick.
so Shine, I
Yeah,
will
no, don't backpedal now, shorty. It's Sean's world. Let's get it.
it's
I'm being
Shine. Okay,
respectful to the
yeah, we
host,
got we
brother.
got it, we got it. All right,
No,
so
now you being respectful. No, bring that
Uh
fuck
oh.
nigga shit you was just saying.
Oh
Here we
I
go.
Lord,
I
Bring that.
please.
agree.
Just wait,
Okay,
wait,
yeah,
wait,
yeah,
Kumbaya,
wait.
my lord.
we'll do this. We'll do it later.
Kumbaya.
All right, yeah. So I do agree. I try to because he did make me look it up though. So you sign is specifying where it don't. I don't see where it
Right.
just say in the Bible that it specify man is supposed to be his provider and protector. It's just more of the actions that were displayed. So it didn't never say unless somebody can find a verse for me because I try to look it up real quick. I did not see it do specify man is supposed to be provider and protector.
What it
So
specify about divorce, Kev? What it say about divorce?
that you it only comes when
Huh?
you cheating,
Uh-huh.
or if a man can't provide for uh I feel
Oh,
like he
that's why he don't want the men to
I
be
feel like he
told that
throwing
they
a
only a
shot when as
provider.
I'm answering this,
That's
I feel
where
like
he fell short
I feel
at.
like he trying
He
to throw a
asked for
shot
it. I
now.
wasn't
Nah,
gonna go there, but
I
he
get why he's
asked
saying
for it.
that now. Okay,
Hold
I'll
on,
do this. We get it. Okay,
He
cool.
asked
Right.
for it.
hold on,
Come
hold
on,
on.
All
bro.
right,
What's
so
good? Let's
y'all
do
okay,
this. You want
y'all
it?
should be
If
okay,
you
y'all
want it,
should
let's
be good. Y'all should be good
Hey,
now. Okay.
he about to
He
talk
got
crazy,
one off.
Kev,
He
and I'm
got
trying
one
to.
off. That's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Okay, that's cool. All right,
Hold
dang.
on. So he don't know the story, but I'm pretty sure I told you and Rachel.
Uh-oh.
So he trying to say it's providing, but he have no idea. So I'm gonna let him assume, and I refuse to be open to somebody who I don't even know like that. But anyway, back in Genesis, it doesn't say that a man is a provider and a protector. It doesn't say that. So I'm just gonna
go
stand
back.
on it.
I sound dumb as fuck, man. Come on,
Yeah,
let's go back. I
so
sound dumb as fuck.
Yeah, but
Come on, let's do that.
I said I agree with you, Sean. That's why I said I looked it up. You're just saying specifically it don't say that, and I
He's a
agree.
coward.
I don't see a verse
Bro, a
that do.
coward. That's what he is. Bro, a
Okay.
coward.
Oh my gosh, bro.
off
He can
duty.
apologize.
This nigga gonna keep. Damn, I let him ride. He gonna keep going. Like damn. All right. So, overall, yes, I do agree with that. I agree what you mean, and I see what you're talking about though. And I think that is something that do have to get deconstructed though. But we also don't want to, make it seem like it don't work. Because there's a lot of, I notice only it seems like the Americans only have an issue with it. But I got Muslims that stay up the street and they do provide and protect their wives, and the wives stay at home. So traditional based things do work. Where they say the husband is the what they say, what the hierarchy thing, whatever. What they say, God,
God over man,
husband,
man over
yeah, yeah,
God over man, Christ
yeah,
over. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Stuff like that.
That's a repetitive thing that you will see in the Bible. It's just always been like that, and it's people that's in different religions and I notice they take their stuff more serious than we do, But it works, you know what I'm saying? So I can say I agree with it because I don't see a straight
straight up a Bible scripture that flat out say that men have to be providers and protectors. So
Okay, so let me just okay, so so I'm reading 18 through 25, right?
Mhm.
And I got a question for you. What do you do for yourself?
If you was in harm way, what would you do? Like, do you protect yourself? Do you provide for yourself
Yeah.
Yes.
as a
Yeah.
man?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in verse 23, it says, Adam, this is now bone of my bone. And that's what Adam said. Adam said this. This is bone of my bone. So you're not going to protect the bone of your bone? Flesh of my flesh. You're not going to protect your own flesh? Like this what this man is called. He's basically saying we are one, right? So if a man is describing that the entity that God created for him, because if you look back at 18, this is where God is he said it's not good for man to be alone. I'll create a helpmeet for him. But what God did was God didn't create Adam. Eve. He wound up forming beasts and fowl of every land, and he brought them to Adam to see what he would call them and whatsoever, and every their creature therefore. Okay, that's verse 19. And then 20 says that Adam gave all names to the cattle and the fowl of the air and to every beast in the field for Adam, and there was not found a helpmeet for him. So imagine being Adam and you're seeing all these beasts, all these people, they're mating, they're doing all their big ones, and it's like male and female, and you ain't got one. So now, because when God originally said to help me, okay, so there it is. That debunked my thing. God wasn't specifically thinking, I guess, at that time. He created other things to help him toward the earth. But then after that, he said, Adam, there was not found an help meet for him. So in verse 21, God said, look, Lord caused a deep sleep for Adam. And then he slept, and then he took one of his ribs and he closed up the flesh instead of therefore the rib which the Lord, that's verse 22, and the rib which the Lord God has taken from man made him woman and brought her unto man. And Adam said, go back to this. This right here says this is why you should provide right now, because once Adam, he said, this is bone of my bone. You ain't finna take care of yourself? Flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of a man, a womb of a man. So that's why we call woman. Therefore shall a man leave his father and cleave to his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall become one flesh. So whatever you do for yourself, you need to do for your wife. This is right here. Now, you want to get into semantics and say provide. Don't you provide for yourself? Well, you're one with your wife, therefore you provide for her. Don't you take care of yourself? You're one with your wife, therefore you take care of her. And they said a wife. So when he made her and he became the wife. Verse 25, and they both were naked, and the man and wife were not ashamed. So all I'm going to say is this. If you take care of you, and we are one flesh, why in your rabid mind you don't believe you got to provide for me when we're one? Okay, so do you believe that can I be one with myself? No, right? I got to be one with another person, right? So if by your own logic, which I disagree with, It's not that my logic, it's the word. no, it's your logic at this point, because I'm gonna tell you why. It's not, I read the word. But okay, but it still don't say nothing about providing. But you added that, but you want me to go off of that, right? I didn't. I asked you a question. I What know, I but said it don't say was, if I provide. am bone of your Yes, bone and yes. flesh of your flesh, and that's what Adam said, and we become one, what does Hmm. becoming one mean? And if you become one with somebody, how do you not provide or think in the word Okay, provide? Because if you want to get technical, then technically all these words are messed up because they're not in the original context. Like, let's not go there. All right. You know exactly what you're supposed to do. This okay. is why So
So
he created a hold on, wife. man. You going on a
yeah, I
long
was
doc?
about to
Let me
say
explain
so.
it. Oh, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, I mean, even and then I think I just seen a verse. I looked that up too. Like I said, what Sean is saying, that is true. I mean, it's true and it's not true about what society push out. It is, it don't. It's not a
Y'all
gender.
be respectful.
It's not a gender specific thing where it comes to providing and protecting. Just like it
You
ain't
can
no
call me
gender
auntie.
specific thing when it comes to nurturing and stuff. Like I think that's what the world has pushed out, but I do see where it do works, but it's not a gender specific thing. Nobody has commanded us to do neither. I mean, they didn't command us to do that only. So
I would
that's
say this,
why,
Kev.
huh?
Read Genesis 2:15.
That's what I looked at. It was saying something
So
about the garden. Let me see. I'll read it again.
when he tells him to keep the garden, keeping it literally means to protect the garden. That's literally what keep it
Yeah,
means.
yeah, 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 yeah. I can see that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, I
like
agree with
so
that though.
that yeah, that's protect.
Yeah,
So
no,
we
I
can't
agree
say
with
that it's
that
not
part.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
agree
would.
with that. Yes, it is things in the Bible that show men protected and provided. I get that. But what that's why I said we talking about two different things, because Sean even talking about something different, right? He's just saying where society itself is pushing out to make it seem like this is what makes a husband, right? Or a wife,
Yes.
right? It's yeah, yeah. So that's all he's speaking on, and it is much more than that. I think what it do say is that you should follow the hierarchy, right? It should be God, then men follow God, and then women follow men, and then children follow the woman. You know what I'm saying? Or in both, right? So I do believe it say that in the Bible, or the higher with the hierarchy type thing though, because they do hold men. If you notice throughout the whole entire Bible, the main ones getting held accountable is the man,
As
because
a
they're the main
man.
ones that's supposed to be the well, I would say leader, right? That is the big thing where man is leaders, right? We're not talking about protect and provide, but man were the leaders in the Bible throughout it. Um, with the hierarchy thing.
That part I also agree. That's why I say that me personally, I don't address women. I rather address men because we supposed to be so called over women. So the men have to change before the women. So if the men is
Yeah,
in order,
Amen.
women
I
will
agree.
have no choice but to be in order. If
I
women,
agree.
if
Amen.
men are out of order, the women gonna be out of order. So I don't feel the
I
need to dress the woman.
facts.
I rather go for the man. But then on the other part, you ask how can two like the two become one, right? It's not a literal one, and the scripture backs it up, right? Because it said two shall become one. That means when it also says equally yoked, having the
Hmm.
same like-minded, serving the same God. That's all it means is two shall become one. That's all
And
it
I
means is like-mindedness.
And I agree with that part too, but because of this world, I don't, me myself, I can't separate the genders. I'm on man and everybody that plays a factor in this world. I gotta be on it. I mean, the reason why you have to be on a woman because they raising men too, right? So you have to, they're gonna have to be I guess because the world's so out of order now, they're gonna have to be the, the man
Yeah.
that they don't have. So if we can store something until, because we also over the women, right? Because we got to teach them also, right? If we're the leaders, so we supposed to actually check both men and women, because we supposed to be the
Can,
leaders, right?
can you
So
show me anywhere? Can you show me anywhere where the in the Bible where men had a meeting about kingdom building or community or anything, and women were in attendance?
was what?
Can you show me anywhere in the Bible where men were amongst men having conversations about the community or whatever the case may be, kingdom building or being righteousness, and women were in attendance in those meetings with men?
Yeah, I get you on that though, and then but you can't probably show in the Bible where they were single mothers too, and didn't have fathers in there either though. So we know the world's kind of different now. So we have to adjust with what we got presented in front of us to make things work. So we can't. This is not the world we living in where you can't say nothing to women. It just can't, because they literally raising our new seeds that's coming up though. So it
You
is
have to
most
though.
definitely different now.
No,
You,
I would say that you would have to because it said God's word don't change, and it say do not conform to this world, right? But be
yeah.
renewed, right? So I don't care what the world is doing. You still not you directly, but you have to. If you believe in it, you have to stay true to the book in itself. Forget if the world is going to change. God's word never changed according to what the book says.
Yeah, but that's why we're
Okay,
teaching the
so
women though.
you
You gotta
asked
teach them.
me.
Yeah,
You
You don't
the
asked
have
the
to
book didn't
convert
question.
them,
say
right?
don't talk about women.
Right. It
You
don't say
asked the
that at all.
question. You asked
Wait,
the question. Can you
wait,
Hold on,
find?
YN. What you said,
hold
Rachel?
on.
I can hear you. My bad.
No, I said the book doesn't say don't talk about women or don't address women. The book also doesn't say that. What I was gonna say is, if you are a leader and you know about leadership, you also know that leaders give their followers feedback. They do what do you call it? What is it called? Not an evaluation, but
Like,
like a quarterly, I forgot what it's called. But
Sound like an
anyways,
evaluation. It sounds like an evaluation, or yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, as a leader, there is a part where you have to speak to your followers. If women are the ones that are following you, you have to give them constructive feedback so
Right.
that they can know what to do to follow you. Like it literally works both ways. Like even you could be the most wonderful leader. If somebody does not want to follow, they're not going to follow.
Right.
So
But
you have
there's
to
many
learn how to be a follower.
there's many instances though.
So
You asked the
hold on real quick,
question.
Ryan. Hold on real quick. So Sean, I'm not trying to tell you to what your message should be, but if I were you, I understand what you're saying now about that that's not who we are. But I think the message possibly should be if you want to be a provider or protector, your first goal or your first thing should be is to follow Christ because
Mm.
that's what Adam did
Plug.
before a woman even came into Adam's life. He listened to the Lord and was able to do all of these things because that's what's missing. That's what's missing. No one is listening for instructions before they before they're a provider or before they're a protector. They're trying to be that, and it's out of order. So they're trying to be a protector and a provider without instructions. You can't do that. Like that's not realistic. You have to have instructions in order to even get to that place.
So let me ask you a question real quick. I'm good at this, Eunice, right? I'm good at this, right? Okay, how come we
Good at
pass that name, Eunice?
Listen,
Hold
my daughter go to school in Waller County. I'll be out there next week.
on. Hey, hold on. So, hold on. Okay, so, damn, I'll be having these kill fucking moments ever since I turned 40.
There you go.
Damn.
I'm screaming.
Okay, hold on. Okay. God damn, that's crazy. Now I feel what Kill be talking about. He be screaming and shit. Damn. Ooh, that shit is stressing when you're trying hard to think what the hell you was just trying to say.
That's because our
Okay.
minds get cluttered up as we get in.
Yeah.
Tell
I'm
me
saying
about it. I
okay,
don't
but
forgot what the hell I wanted to say, so I
I'm
can't.
saying okay, but I don't even know what I'm finna say yet. But I'm just gonna say okay and
Why you
hope I
gotta
can find
play it off a
it.
little bit?
Right? Okay. So so I agree that when it comes to, I'm not saying you shouldn't address women. That's not what I'm saying, right? But what I'm saying is, if I had to choose between having a flat tire and having a slow leak, I'm going to focus on the flat tire because that's going to stop me from progressing, right? I'm not going to focus on a slow leak because I could still continue to make progress. So I believe that the most important thing that I could do as far as men, which is the flat tire, is talk to other men because we are the so-called leaders, right? And if you get the leaders in order, it's going to be natural for the followers to follow the leaders. Are you going to have some that's going to be rebellion and do what the hell they want to do? Yes, but I think that number would decrease with time of most men, like Kev say, having deep discipline. And I think that is the biggest problem that we have amongst men is men don't know how to have sexual discipline, and therefore it lead to the shitty treatment that they get and then complain about the shitty treatment. Because if a woman know that you're easy as fuck to get and you easy to please, all she gotta do is open her legs, you're not gonna get that respect from those women and you will get used. So I'd rather talk to the men because to me that is the flat tire. What women do to, I'm gonna say for me, is a fucking slow leak. It don't have no effect on my life whatsoever.
I would say this, Sean. If we desire women to be a particular way, man, I didn't never think I would say this, but I do believe it starts with us, right? Because if we are who we supposed to be, our dating pool will change. We won't select certain women, and naturally, they will see that and understand that they're not being selected anymore. And I believe that they will begin to change because they're not being selected. And if they don't, they would just rather not be selected.
Hey, that is my unnecessary. I almost call you Eunice again. I got to get that name out of my head, man. Okay, that is exactly my talking point. That is what you just said is what I actually truly believe, and I'll live. Uh, I think was it TSK was. You could go next, and then after that is it Mikey, and then we get Aurora. Hello. Hey. Um. s- So y'all ask, are women really scared of men today, or are they being performative? I think they're being performative. They are not as scared as they should be. They should be very afraid. What are the signs of a dangerous man or woman, and how are you protecting yourself from them? A sign of a dangerous person is a person who lacks empathy, a person who lacks compassion, a person who lacks accountability, a person who runs from accountability and who is not responsible or and self-aware and who lacks self-discipline and self-respect. Red pill versus corrupted red pill and feminist versus corrupted feminists. Explain the difference. There is nothing wrong with taking pride in men having standards, men wanting to be loved and being able to express emotions and things like that. There is something wrong with misogyny and male superiority. There's nothing wrong with women wanting to be respected and treated as individuals and people, and but there is something wrong with women feeling like they are entitled to a certain, treatment just because they exist as females. So that's how I would answer that.
I heard you. Look, I heard you speak on the corrupted red pill and the regular feminist. I didn't hear you speak on the red pill and the corrupted feminist. I didn't hear you say that part.
Oh no, I spoke on red pill versus corrupted red pill and feminist versus corrupted
Wait, what?
feminist.
So what's the positive red pill, and then what's the corrupted
You
one?
didn't
So what
hear
was the
me?
intentional red pill, and what was the corrupted red pill?
You didn't hear me?
I missed it. Yeah.
You definitely did. So I said red pill. Now I'm not real sure what all red pill like, cause black red pill is different from like the original red pill and things like that. So how I answered it, we were all here. What I said is that there is nothing wrong with men, wanting to be respected and heard and being able to express their feelings and being seen as people and individuals who have feelings versus the corrupted red pill, which is male superiority.
Oh, okay. So that's what you
It's
threw me off.
feeling
So yeah,
entitled.
red pill is the whole opposite of what you said. It's not based in
But no,
feelings.
it's not the
It's based.
opposite of what
It's
I
based in
said
feelings
because
over
what
facts.
I
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm just saying because it sounds like you don't
baby,
know what it is,
calm
but
down.
it's based in feelings over facts, not facts over feelings.
Calm
So when
down. What I did was address red pill versus corrupted red pill. Are you fighting for
Yeah, I
corrupted?
thought she said corrupt red pill is like over, like what you said at the end,
yeah,
dominant over
she already
control.
said that one.
I
She
said
just said
male
there was the
superiority.
misogyny and all that. I heard that part. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Once I heard that,
corrupted
I got.
male
Yeah,
red
that's
pill.
corrupted. That's corrupted. What you said was, you said they're, which is not true about red pill. But I was about to say, yeah,
Hold
that's
on.
cool.
What
It's
did
cool to
I
say
say
you
that's
don't know
not
what the,
true?
huh?
No, but hold on. What did I say that's not true?
You said they were about expressing themselves and it was a couple of things you said about feelings based, right? And I'm just saying that
Oh, what I
the
said
real
is
red.
that there's nothing wrong with men expressing
Yeah,
themselves,
but that's
wanting to
what
be
that
seen
wasn't.
as.
Well, the original, yeah, and being heard. There go the other word, right? That
No,
is
what is
not. That
red
is
pill
not.
if it's not wanting to be seen as individuals and being heard,
Damn, what the
being
heck?
respected as
I can't
people?
even
What
be
is
heard
it?
right now. Damn, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that that's not the real. That wasn't. I
Okay, so
mean,
what is
if
it?
you,
Tell
yeah, let
me.
me. Yeah,
I'd
that's
love
what
to
I'm trying to
learn.
say right now. If I can say it, you know what I'm saying? So the red pill was the opposite. It was feelings over facts. It wasn't about expressing the feelings. It was about making men more of men, just like how kind of like what Sean was talking about though. So we're making men sharper and show them that they have value, right? And their stuff don't have to be based around women. It's actually what Sean was actually talking about today. That's crazy though.
I wasn't
So
here, so
that's
I
what the
didn't hear
original.
him.
That's huh.
I wasn't here, so I didn't hear what Sean said.
No, I'm not saying you had to say that. I'm just saying that that was the real red pill because you probably don't know what real pill it really is because you was based it off of like a feeling
So
thing and
what
that was
is it?
I, okay. I'm done. All right, so yeah. So you got good answers, man. You did it. You did a good
I
job.
don't know. It kind of sounds like you're emotional.
I got you. Yeah, that I am. So, Mikey, what you got for me, my brother?
He literally explained it to you after you asked him.
He didn't. He didn't.
He
Because
literally
if men don't want to
he,
be heard and respected as individuals and be allowed to express
now
their feelings and emotions, what are you
did you
trying to
not
do?
hear
Are you a male superiorist?
did you not hear him say it's feeling over facts? Did you not hear him say that at
So what are
all?
the facts?
That's fact over feeling.
So he
It's
didn't.
like
He didn't.
I'm sorry, fact over
you got
feeling.
him
Did you
messing
not hear
up.
him? Right, like
No,
you got
I
me
think
tripping.
because the goalpost is moving and y'all don't really have a
It's
No,
not.
specific
I
so
was just
why.
look,
he
look.
Hell,
literally answered you.
TSK. I'm not against you, man. I was
you
just
don't
telling
have to
you.
be.
I was telling. My gosh, are you all right? Dang, what is the
No,
the
are
thing
you okay,
on
baby?
your butt
Your
too
voice is
heavy or
in a
something? What's
high
going on? I
octave.
cannot. I'm just trying to tell you that wasn't what real pill is. I was
So
just giving you. It's
so
okay to say I
explain
don't
it
know
to
what red
me.
pill is. It's okay.
I
It is
did, and
literally
I said,
okay.
so explain. I don't know what black rail pill is. I know white men have a completely different movement going. So that's why I'm saying, what is black red pill? What is the logic
What is
behind
that? Who was talking about that? I don't even see that on the
movement?
prompt. Nobody's talking
That's
about no
what
black red
you're
pills.
saying red. Well, your red black red pill is completely different from white red pill.
You
That's
don't even know what red pill is, so that's what I'm
I know
saying. Like
what
you keep.
white red pill is. I know what Jordan Peterson talks about. He's
Oh my
completely different from
gosh, why is this so
Kevin
hard?
Samuels. So
What's
that's what I'm
psychotherapy?
asking.
Did
What's the
somebody else
logic?
So,
need to answer the prompt?
and what about the corrupted feminist? Did you at least say it? Okay, yeah, I'm
I
done with you.
literally
Never mind,
did, but you wasn't
I'm done.
here. It was like your emotions were too
So,
Okay.
Mike,
sweaty.
All
yeah,
right.
TSK, I get you.
All right.
Yes,
Because
that's your tactics. That's your
Mikey
tactics.
didn't
I
get a
Get
get you.
chance
dressed it
to,
all
I
sweet.
know
Mike,
she sounds like
Mikey
she's
didn't
single. I
get a
know she's
chance to
single.
answer the
All right, so
prompt.
yeah,
So
And
Mikey, go
you're
ahead.
single and feminine and boss.
My wife right next to me. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so Mikey, go ahead.
She's
Yeah.
desperate if she
Just
has
keep
you.
coming back. Yeah, I got you.
Mm.
Whatever. Says the woman with all that makeup and weave
God,
on.
Kevin,
All right, so
don't start.
Mikey, go ahead, my brother.
And you're bald and feminine and in the closet.
I deserve that.
With
Hey
that
Kev, hey
with
Kev,
that
hey
13
Kev. Hold on. Hey
Yeah.
Kev, I ain't gonna lie. On your picture, it do look
I
like
do
you
look bald
bald.
headed on that thing. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I do look.
and with glasses and fat with no neck.
That's a
Mm.
fact. That's a fact. I can't wait till
I
you
was
put
being
your picture
serious.
up.
And his girl sounds fat. Listen to her voice.
I can't wait till you put your picture up.
She sounds like a tenor. She
All right,
sings
go ahead,
tenor,
Mikey.
you know.
Hey,
It's
I
okay.
thought he didn't have a girl at first. My
what
bad.
bitterness.
Go ahead, Mike.
That's what bitterness sound like. But we be all right.
Oh, but you're
Mm.
mad
All right,
because I told the truth.
Mikey.
White men are
Mikey, this
completely
a red
different.
pill
Oh,
her.
that's why she didn't talk against the misogynist.
Yeah, there you
Or
go.
no,
Thank
the
you.
misandrist.
Go ahead. Go
Go ahead,
ahead,
Mikey.
Mikey. Go ahead, Mikey.
Please help us.
All right. So y'all doing all of them or going through the
You can
all
do all
the
of them. You can
prompting?
do all of them.
Watch
For the
the
first one.
13
Oh no, he
Decrease when
talking
I
about
leave. Have a good one.
So the first one I would
Oh, she
say
got me
I
so
don't
bad.
think.
Ouch.
don't give her the attention.
Yeah, for the first one I would say
Still gonna
they
be
not
single.
afraid, not scared. Yeah, I don't think they are scared. What are the signs of a dangerous man? uh, a man who's able to, I would say, one who's willing to stand on principle, and one who doesn't do a lot of, spit boxing. One is on his purpose. Doesn't move by emotions. And is that a part? It's a part two. A woman and how you protect yourself from them. That's a part two question of it.
It's just basically
Or
what's the
okay.
signs of a dangerous man and woman.
Okay. And then the other part is how you protecting yourself from them.
Yep.
Yeah, you just honestly, like say you stay on your purpose. If I could sum it up with one word, I would say stoicism. Red pill versus corrupt. I would say, well, yeah, one negative, one positive. Red pill, like I said, is just basically just giving man a sense of purpose and a sense of, hey, do what you need to do. Just basically hold a man accountable. Corrupted red pill is just taking the points that we talk about and try to use it to either get one up on women or try to just using the content to try to
or make them bitter,
talk bad about the women. Yeah, just to be doing something. It's because red pills focus on our side.
the corrupt red pills focusing on, oh well look at here, women like so just doing the most. I would say the feminism, it started out with just them being able to be heard. Hey, we got a voice, we want to do it too. Corrupt now is just what you see in 2025. You know, equality,
That's why I said red
line,
pill, something
all
like
this
that.
extra stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I got. I'll land
That's
with
when you're
that.
supposed to say they want to be heard. That's when
Yeah.
they done made red pill feminists.
Right.
The red feminists. There you go. That's what it was earlier. You gotta love it. You got to love it. And that's the thing though. People are so prideful nowadays. People just don't want to admit they don't know. It's okay. We don't have to take offense to things we don't know. I can admit it. Shoot, I got challenged on that before. I found out the real definition of red pill. It's just basically realism, thinking it in reality, right? Because that's why I summed it up and just said it's feelings over facts instead of facts over, like in blue pill usually be I said no, I'm saying it wrong. It's facts over feelings, and blue pill is feelings over facts. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times it's saying, well, you can be this if you feel this way, you are this way. You know that those are more of the blue pill way of thinking, right? Red pill was just basically, even if you looked in the Matrix, right? You had red pill and blue pill. One of them was more what was in reality. One was an imagination, more of imagination or what you believe you can. You know, so that's what it was. Or it's more like probability over possibilities, and stuff like that. So that's all that really, that's all it really was the base on that. And like I said, we just sometimes we gotta admit some things we just don't know. If I don't know the full thing, or even if I can get corrected on this, I'm only saying what I got taught, what it could be. I could still be wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I don't put my
can
whole
we do a
feelings
test
down.
real quick, Kev?
Mm-hmm.
Can we do a test real quick on the stuff we talking about earlier? How long you been in here, Mikey? How long you been in here for a while, or about like 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, probably about 10, 15 minutes. So
okay, so I hope he didn't hear what we was talking about. Damn, let's see. Okay, so he might have the answer. Okay, it's just it ain't a tricky question, but it's trying to like go back to what we talking about earlier. Could you to your best of not the best of your ability, could you tell me what is a man? Or what you've been told what a man is?
Oh, I was just gonna give a quick definition. I was just gonna say a dope male, but
okay, I thank you. Damn. Okay, he was here. Hey, he was here, Kev. Hey, he was here.
No, he
Not
wasn't
just
here. We
playing.
wasn't here. No, let's just say.
Okay, that's facts. Okay,
The other
cool.
part though.
I respect it. Yeah.
What do you believe? What do you believe a purpose of a man is? That's what you want to ask.
Nah, I wasn't even gonna ask that, but that's a better one either. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I would say I would say the purpose is to just leadership, protection. I mean, just provide a certain foundation structure. You know, just doing things to kind of make life easier for the people around them. Like I said, stoicism.
Just, like that.
I was about to say the way he put it on a little bit.
Yeah.
At least he ain't just sticking to the main two things. I was about to say that's what people know, not using their own. They brainwashed that. We were saying.
He actually, hold on, but I like hold on, because I think he said something that Rachel said, like she said, like people are like I thought Rachel said men and women like to be of service or something. I think that's what she said. Yeah. So he actually didn't give it a gender thing to it, right? He just made it about, you know what I'm saying, building and doing these things, and people benefit from it. I could actually agree with that. I would respect that more than the other part of it. Mm-hmm. So I agree with him on that. That's to me, that's right up the alley.
Sean, I'm about to drop you, bro. We've been saying that for the last hour.
Back pedal.
Not really. And I would say also, like we're built to carry the burdens of the world.
Let's see what sing that song.
We're built to carry the heavy burdens of the world.
Kev, you let this person up, and it's gonna be on y'all. I didn't let them up.
I did though, and I see a cat. I'm scared. But go ahead.
Ness.
Actually, I think we know Ness a little bit. I actually want to see what Skinny got. I'm gonna go back to you, Ness. I'm sorry, because you fam Ness. I see you on the line.
I think Skinny might be a real person, Kev. Skinny might be a real.
Yeah, I feel like she's a real person. I see a cat in there. So what you got for me, Skinny? What you got for me?
I'm a real person for starters.
She's a real person.
As far as are women really scared of men today, or are they being performative?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think women are scared of men per se.
Mm.
Like as behavioral or physical.
One of the two, whoever the internet talking about.
Well, there's behavioral over the internet, such as like, oh, talking big game and talking shit or whatever. And there's the physical intimidation, like that's very different.
Hmm. Okay. And that's how you feel about that then. We're gonna bounce y'all back and forth real quick with those questions.
It varies. It's I'm not going to say no, women aren't scared of men at all. No, there's a lot to be scared of,
You believe
especially when it comes to someone who can
majority of women not
overpower
scared?
you.
Majority of women that come on this panel, you believe they scared of men?
Hmm?
Do you believe majority of women that come on these panels scared of men?
No, because this is like faceless and
Hmm.
not intimidating. Like, no, I'm not fucking scared of anyone on
There you
here.
go. Oh, say it. Stick that chest out. I got you. I feel you. Hmm.
It's the
Okay, Ness. Let
internet.
me get Ness in real quick. What you got? What you got though? And then we go back to you on the other one. What you got, Ness?
Hi, host. Thanks for
What's
having
up?
me. Happy New Year.
Happy
Hey,
New Year.
Ness.
Hey. All right. So, are women really scared of men today, or are they being performative? Um, it's like the worst play you've ever seen. And and the reason I say this is because, if you live in a major city, right? You walk by, we'll call it even at 100 men a day. Not one of them has grabbed you down an alley behind a dumpster, right? At 3 p.m. It hasn't happened. And that hasn't happened to most people. So the being scared thing is just a way to have women feel empowered to do whatever it is that they want to do in the name of safety, in the name of power, in the name of feminism, in the name of whatever you want to call it. So that's how I feel.
Okay. That was good. That was good. Skinny.
Yeah.
Back to you again. What are signs of a dangerous man and or woman? And how are you
It's
protecting yourself from them?
oh. Oh, I don't have to worry. I'm ugly as shit, so no one's coming
Oh my
after me.
God.
I'm
Wow.
good.
I need you to
I'm good.
uplift yourself some
Don't
more.
worry.
Damn.
Don't worry. No one wants me. I'm fat and I'm ugly and no one can lift me
Well, at least you
and
could
carry
change
me
that
away.
part. You could change the big
So
part.
it's okay. I ain't
No,
worried
stop.
about shit. But as far as other
I
people,
heard they didn't care about that.
it's fine. I don't fucking care.
I
As far
mean,
as
they tear
like
roaches up too.
as far as like being I'm a mother of 3 girls and preparing them for the real world and defending themselves against
Well, how
any
you get three
perceived
girls
threat.
taking away?
There's unfortunately a lot we have to teach young women about the real world and about protecting themselves against anything because I'm not always there. So it sucks. It sucks. It sucks having to sit here and teach my kids what not to say, what to say, what they can use as a weapon, what they can't use as a weapon, what they need to say, what they need to demur, what they need to hold back, what they need to present. It is fucking awful to try to protect my kids against any perceived threat. But as myself, again, I'm not fucking worried. I can handle myself, or I'm really not a target. But my kids are. So what do you do with that? How do you put that out there? How do you protect other people from it?
All right. Okay. It's an open panel. Did anybody want to say anything?
The only thing that I want to say to that second question is very rarely, more rare, however rare you think it is, triple it. Do people change overnight? Do people become this different person once you get married or once you have kids or once you, whatever your criteria is? Very rarely do people actually change like that. The truth is, people have red flags and they show you who they are, but because we're human beings and we love to give people the benefit of the doubt, which is not a bad thing, but we sometimes choose to ignore the things that could keep us out of harm's way.
How would you prepare your children?
So I have 2 little kiddos, and I think the best thing for me is you have to be aware. They're very little, so they're not really in a stage to have a big conversation. But a lot of it is being aware.
Are you
Like, for right,
serious?
yeah. I mean, they know who
Do you have
mommy and
any
daddy
idea
are.
how much crime against little children there are?
I mean, yes, I do, but they're not
Then
old
why
enough
aren't you
to.
preparing your children for strangers?
You did ask her, and she was answering. So
They're not big enough to have a conversation, but they are big enough to understand that they know who mommy is, they know who daddy is, and we don't go with anybody else, and we don't talk to anybody else, right? And everyone else, if they're trying to talk to you, you just, we have safe words, we have this, we have that, we have a million things. They have a little like tiny watch, and that they can call us on at a drop of a hat. There's certain precautions we put in place. Are they big enough to understand the dangers of the world? Of course not. That's my job right now. Right? But as they get older, they'll have more conversations, more in-depth conversations about what that looks like and how to stay safe. But when they do get older, I think it's going to be, a lot of it is discernment. A lot of it is, knowing and being sure of who you are and understanding that you have to stand for something, whatever that something is. People that are sure of themselves have a lot less risk, in my humble opinion, than people that are not. People that are looking for validation or looking for attention or whatever the case may be have a lot of vulnerability. And so my job is to make sure that they're sure in themselves, whatever that looks like. I think that's a big aspect of it too. I hope that answered your
I
question.
agree with that, Ness. That's a good point.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all about consistency.
absolutely.
But however, I did have a question. It might be silly. I was wanting to know. So, correct me if I'm wrong. For that first question, performative is like what? Just putting on a show, or just go, or just what does that mean? They say, are they being performative?
I don't know if they heard you, but it's more of like putting on an act, right? It's more of
Oh, okay, that's what I
yeah,
thought.
yeah, exactly, like doing it for attention or doing it for an alternative purpose.
Oh, okay, that's why I kind of had a feeling it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah, I believe that too. But I don't think they're scared at all.
I also think that if they were, that would be extremely concerning, right? Because you can't just take a group of humans, an entire gender, and say, I'm scared of all of you. It sounds like mental illness to me.
Really?
Yeah.
So, Skinny,
Hmm.
why did you say you are not attractive, so you don't have to worry about danger?
I know butterheads get it
What
too.
did that mean?
Cause she said they can't pick her up.
Pretty much.
Were you being serious or joking?
No, I'm serious.
Oh.
If you're walking past me on the street, you're not saying that's the person I'm gonna fucking violate.
Well, it didn't work
Dang,
once
But
ago.
they might though, like because like Ness
I'd like
was
to see him
saying.
try.
Okay, well,
I don't know if I should be
what
laughing
Ness?
or not.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be self-depreciating or self-deprecating, but like I am not the I don't know the statistic when it comes to
Yeah, traditional beauty.
no. Even just crimes in general. Like I don't fit the oh god, what am I trying to say? I don't fit the
Fit the mold.
statistic. Yeah, I don't fit the mold for
What
like
is there beautiful people when it comes to crime?
no, but there's also easy to
Mike, did you
overcome,
say-
easy to dominate. I'm not easy to dominate.
That's 'cause you
Like
big.
I'm sorry. If a guy comes up
you
to
trying
me
to
and
say
tries to
okay,
grab
'cause
me, I'm
you're
gonna sit on his
big.
ass and then he can't breathe. So
You know what? I actually agree with her.
What are they gonna
I actually
do?
agree with her.
Okay, it's because she's big. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the typical one.
No.
Like, you know.
So like I'm not worried about that.
I agree with her because I'm really tall. Like I'm insanely tall. So if you
you plop
if you
down
want to
on the
kidnap
person,
me,
they can't fucking breathe. What are you gonna do? What are they gonna do?
Go through all that to get you. Like, she can't even fit in my
That's
trunk.
fine. If they want to shoot me
Now
over
y'all about to
or
make me
anything
look up how
else,
many big people was.
She said she
I'm
can't fit in
sorry,
my trunk.
but like,
Don't get her.
don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not trying to be like altruistic. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
be
that's why
brave.
you
I'm
feel
not
like
trying
you're
to
unattractive
present a
because
bravado.
you're
It's
big.
the
That's what it
facts.
is. So it's not that you unattractive, or it's not that you're
No,
smuggling.
it's just I'm not a target.
I mean,
well, you're less.
best,
You're
like,
just
they'll
not an
take your
easy
money.
target.
I get that.
Okay, I'm not a target at all. If you really want to challenge, good luck. But like,
Hey, like, hold up, you get that leg and I get that leg.
you gotta be really brave and you gotta really try. I'm just sorry, but it's just I don't feel
Make
the
sure she
threat
don't
of
eat it.
anything in my life.
You're making me think of what the mold is for someone
It's
getting
not
kidnapped.
necessarily a mold, but like okay.
It's 36, 24, 36.
You want someone who is small, demure, someone you can overpower. Like it's all about domination and control.
What state are you in? I'm about to look at how many people were attacked in that state.
Michigan. But if you want to look at the demographic over like
I should have knew
200
your
to
big
300
sisters up
pounds,
here.
go ahead.
We got all the big
We're in
people up here.
Michigan too.
We got all the big people up here.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, like if
How
you're
much
walking
Coney Island
past
you
the
been
person, who are you going
Man,
to
you made me
attack?
want Coney Island.
Hey, how much Coney Island you been eating?
I don't eat Coney Island because I don't like hot dogs. Hot dogs are disgusting.
You doing
They
something?
are.
Can't
I ain't doing that shit.
I always wonder why big people
That's
be
crazy.
picky.
I'm sorry. Are we gonna fat shame me now?
No, but listen, Skinny. So, which is ironic, but
Why her name
so
was about to
Don't
say
throw
that.
somebody off.
Manifest.
You didn't look at my whole name, you dumbasses.
whoa.
Hey, so she big and mean. That's crazy.
But Skinny, listen, right? So I am almost 6'3". So if someone were, I know that's the exact reaction I get every time.
Hey,
She not easy.
they
They
have
like,
tall
man, chop her
meetups
down.
everywhere. They're freaking awesome. Look at the tall meetups.
But if someone were to try and kidnap me, that would also be a struggle. Like you could spear throw me. I don't know if you could spear throw me into a car per se. Like that'd be a lot of work.
You do
It'd
a
be
lot
like
of
trying to
kicking.
kidnap
It's
Slender
over.
Man.
Give up. I give
You're
up
not
legs too
the
long.
target.
Hey, like we out of here, man. We need somebody.
2 steps and I'm across the parking lot. I've already run away.
You already
There you
left.
go.
You up out of there.
Or you stomp right on that short motherfucker, like, dong.
See,
No,
you stomp
curb
and
stomp
you
'em.
and then and what you do is lay on people. So y'all got both of them.
That exactly. I'm sorry. Like you
Y'all
want
got
to
a
try to grab me,
combination
I'm gonna fall right on you. Good luck
Y'all be the
dragging
perfect
me
people.
anywhere.
Yeah, y'all might as well stay right next to each other. Y'all
Exactly.
never-
So
We could be like
exactly.
a new
I'm not a
superhero
target.
I'll be the new number 10.
Exactly. So if you want to
weak.
walk up to me and try to grab me, I'm gonna plop right down on the ground. Good luck dragging me anywhere.
Wait a minute, you
Causing
can't
scene
do
in
that. You
public.
can't do that because you're gonna leave me if you're just sitting there. Hold on. Hold on a minute. What are they gonna do with me? They're just gonna try and get me in the car while you're just sat? You can't do that.
You're not gonna get in the car either. You can plop right down too.
I feel like if I
you ain't going
reached
nowhere.
I feel like if I reached my arms and like, you ever tried to give a dog a bath when they like grab the wall before you get like, I would grab like the whole car. I'd be surrounding the car with my limbs. That's how
Again,
I
good
feel.
luck dragging me anywhere.
The octopus?
Big people are
I
harder
got
to
Dead
kidnapped by.
weight. Dead fucking weight, which is why I'm not a target.
I wonder if anyone has ever thought about kidnapping me. Sorry, I mean that's a
Exactly. Like you don't think about it until you do. Like
Dang, my height might have
I'm
saved
not
you.
worried. I'm sorry. Go eat that piece of cake. Go eat whatever the fuck you want to eat
No,
because you know what? You
already
ain't
at
going
mine.
nowhere.
Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. I wish, but I can't do that.
You could.
You shorter at that time. You probably.
So I don't give a shit.
I mean, it's all about the perception. Like, I mean, it defeat the purpose of trying
It's
to
all about
get somebody that
opportunity
you
when it
will
comes
know how
to
to fight
committing
with.
crimes against women.
Yeah. Just like, and argue with the wall if you disagree, but just like if you were to wear a bikini down a dark alley, you'd probably be more of a target than somebody that was, you know, in a snowsuit.
What?
According to women, that ain't true. They
Yeah,
say
I know.
What does a bikini versus a snowsuit in a dark? What? That makes no sense.
And I'm
So
gonna
which
wear
one
even
would
less.
It's about opportunity.
so which one would be an easier opportunity for an assailant?
A bikini versus snowsuit, depending on the season. I live in Michigan, so no, you're not gonna fucking tackle someone in a snowsuit and
Which one? Which
try to
one?
drag
Which
them
one
away
you?
because they're not
Which
gonna
one
be in a
allows you to
bikini in an alley.
CCW?
One of them
What if
easier.
they were?
Why
What
would they
if
be in a
there's two people,
bikini in an
okay?
alley in the
There's
middle of winter?
there's Sarah and Jane, okay? Sarah is walking down the street in this alley in a bikini, and then Jane, she has a full-blown snowsuit. I don't know what she was
Not
doing,
in
okay?
winter.
It doesn't matter. Stop putting
It
logic
does
into this
matter.
hypothetical. There's no one walking down an alley in a bikini or a snowsuit literally ever. That's literally never happened.
So then why
But
are you putting that as a hypothetical?
can you listen? Can you listen? So my point is, if there's two people with two different circumstances, you're talking about opportunity, which would be easier for the assailant.
You're talking about someone who looks like a starfish versus someone
Yes.
who's naked.
So answer the question.
So someone who's naked is going to be easier to take than someone who looks like a starfish.
Gotcha. So what about someone that was in a maybe a skirt with, I don't know, no underwear and a tube top, or someone that was wearing high-waisted jeans, a long sleeve shirt, and a jacket?
That's not the same fucking thing.
I'm just asking. I didn't
It's
say it
not
was
the same thing.
I'm just asking.
It's not the same thing.
But
Yes.
I'm just asking.
You're talking about who is dressed more provocatively versus someone who isn't. That's not the
Correct.
same thing.
Okay,
It's about
but
body
still,
type.
who
It's
is
about
who?
opportunity, and it's
Nah.
about
But how? But
freaking
what? Okay.
circumstances.
So what is So let me break this down. What does opportunity mean?
Right. Good question.
You check 5 cards and whichever one
Less
open, you get it.
witnesses.
Okay, so in any of these scenarios, we weren't talking about witnesses. When we talk about opportunity, it can mean ease of access, right? So which of these two human beings that
It
I'm
doesn't matter what
describing?
they're dressed as. It's about what the opportunity is.
Are you listening to you also?
Yes, I'm listening to you too. It's not about what they're dressed as. It has nothing to do with how they're dressed.
It's
It has
both.
everything to do with the circumstances
It's
around
both.
what they can get
You
away
can't.
with.
It's not an either or. It's both. So yes, she just like she said, she's summing it up. It could be opportunity, which is the easier access. It could be all that plays a part. So say if both of them was in a spot alone, right? And who you think they about to wrestle more with? They gonna go for the person that's half clothed or the one that got all these clothes on? Which one you think they want to hurry up and get done and get up out of there with?
Again, it's all about opportunity and circumstances.
Yes, so if they both have the same opportunity and one was more nakeder than the
it
other
doesn't
one,
matter.
so
I don't
so
think you know what opportunity means.
Oh, I'm sorry. Explain it to me.
you must be one
I
of them
just
big
did.
girls
Ease
that
of
be
access.
dressing half naked or something.
It's ease of access. Okay, how about this, right? Someone's wearing jeans, someone's wearing a skirt with a thong. Which person could
Why
you
does it have
reach
to be a
up into
thong?
their butthole faster? Just
Why
let's
does it have to be a thong?
Oh my
They both got
god,
thongs
just
on.
listen to me. Stop
No,
adding
you
your
listen
own.
to yourself.
I do enjoy how I sound, but thank you. But like, which person could you reach up and touch and go inside their butthole
It
first.
doesn't
Like,
matter
I'm trying
about
to ask
that.
this the
It
craziest
also
way I can.
matters about what is attracting the perpetrator to the person.
You have
So
no ability to answer
The
questions.
ease access.
It's not
you know,
about
have
ease
you
of
ever heard of?
access.
So
It
you don't
is
believe in
also
easier
about
access? You don't believe in
it
that?
is also about profiling the people you're going
So
after.
skinny, not skinny. You don't believe in easier access? Do you believe in that? Like
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to a person who is
How do
going
you
after a
know
certain
that?
type
What you
of
want?
person.
Are you one? How you know that?
Do you not know what profiling is?
But you gotta. I don't know if y'all know how to use logic sometimes. So if you could,
I'm
if you
sorry,
had
am
the
I not using logic
if
with
you had the
profiling? If
opportunity
a
to
certain
get what
person
you
has a
want
certain
real quick
style that
and
they go
go,
after, it doesn't matter what they're wearing.
if you had the opportunity, you think, okay, so who? Okay, I'm gonna put it this way. Let's say this then. Is that person gonna have a harder fight with? The one that's already almost
Okay, go about it
way.
this way. If you have a perpetrator who is more inclined to attack someone of a different race, of a certain race, in a certain ethnicity, who gives a fuck what the other person is wearing? They're going to go after what they're attracted to.
Yeah. So again, we're gonna say
it doesn't matter what they're wearing.
My gosh.
So
Do
why did you say opportunity
profiling?
matters?
Do you not understand?
Right, why would she say opportunity then? Like, dang, you gonna half stand on opportunity? You don't know. You don't even know what it means. You just said it. That's crazy. If somebody got the opportunity to get to what they need to get to quicker, like that don't make sense. Because according to what you're saying, they can be in the middle of everybody and hurry and get to it. You know, as long as they get to it, they gonna get to it.
I mean, that's kind of like a person who has a tendency, who enjoys, robbing and stealing. So it's like, what's better? Either I stick up to McDonald's or the old white lady.
Right. You're right. With her purse already sitting out on her shoulder. Like, that's the easier access.
Because you'll waste time trying to, like, if you're not good at safe cracking, it's going to take you longer to actually rob a bank than it would just sticking somebody up, at the ATM or at the red light. Like, you're wasting time trying to do that.
Are we
like, you're
talking
trying
about
to hurry up and
serial
do it.
criminals or just crimes of opportunity?
Are you going to snatch it? Look, you think which one is easier, snatching a chain that's hanging out or going into somebody's pocket and taking their wallet?
Again, are we talking about serial criminals or crimes of opportunity?
Dang, is you trying to answer anything? What's going on in my brain?
Your follow-up questions have no basis. It's like if I were to ask you what your favorite color is, and you answer, well, it
Red.
depends. It doesn't depend. What's your favorite color?
My favorite color is red.
Okay, great. Let's use this logic. Okay.
Think some of that food got to your head too, man.
I'm sorry, my big back is eating too right now. But if I were to have, now listen to me, right? We answered your favorite color is red. Okay, keep that energy into my next question. If you were to have one person, I'm going to keep asking this, one person that's dressed provocatively, one person that isn't, and you're a perpetrator, and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to hurt somebody tonight. Which person would be easier to hurt?
Depends on what I want to hurt.
I can't believe I'm getting gaslit. I can't believe I'm getting gaslit at 1 a.m.
Enjoy it.
That's crazy.
It's not gaslit, but she is triggering though. But so let me say this though. Let me say this. All right. I'm gonna try to think of another one. It's hurt my head. Would somebody take a TV? That's it. I'm trying to think of something. A TV or if it's $5 sitting on a dresser. Oh no, they say if it's $100 bill on a dresser. Which one you think they still in first? They feel like they can get away with quicker.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Which one is easier to take? the $100 bill that's sitting on a dresser or a fat TV?
What's worth more, the TV or the $100?
You don't get you caught faster though. You go try to take the waste your time.
Okay, $1,000 TV and $1,000 that's sitting on top of the thing. Which one they gonna take?
$1,000 bill sitting on the table.
Hey man, how good? Thank you, Lord. I knew it. And why is that?
Because it doesn't exist.
Why not take the TV? Huh?
What's worth more?
the same thing. They're both $1,000. Hello. So why did they take the $1,000 sitting on the thing instead of the TV?
Less risk. Oh, sorry.
Damn.
I'm genuinely gonna
I'm
lose
finally
it.
getting here and did all this hard work. It's like telling the end of the movie already. Dang. All right. So why? Why did they pick the money over the fat TV? Yeah, mute up. I thought so. There you go. That's the answer. We got it, guys. Hey, we got her. Let's go. Let's go.
Wait,
Let's go.
what was the original point she made that was like we were talking about opportunity at first and her whole argument was that opportunity matters. What was that?
Opportunity, right. Opportunity. That's exactly what it was. We've been talking about it. It's the opportunity. Gotta love it, right? Gotta love it. So, on that note, we might can get up out of here now because I'm tired. I'm kind of tired. I'll probably be on this thing, or my baby might be on tomorrow. And I appreciate y'all. Happy New Year.
Good night. Happy New Year to the both of you. Thanks for having
And
me.
work harder, not work easier, not harder. Don't try to cam up, not necessary. Go to bed. But I'm gonna see y'all though. I'm gonna see y'all. I appreciate all y'all, and I see ya. He trying to take his sleepy pills.
Y'all have a great night.
For sure, for sure. All right, we might be over either.
Iron. Y'all make sure y'all get some iron. It's important.
That's a fact. I feel you on it. Oh, I had to stop taking mine because I had too much iron. I was like, oh man, I was about to hurt myself.
Lucky for you.
And you don't want to take too much of that. That stuff will tear your liver up. But
because men don't really need it as much.
Yep, I had to learn that they don't even teach people that stuff. I'm like, I didn't know, but the reason why I got caught because I seen when I used the bathroom, something was kind of dark. I was like, what is that?
God.
So I was like, yeah, you ain't supposed to take that. I looked it up. I was like, why did you ever tell me that? You're not supposed to have all that iron. I was taking iron supplements. All right, y'all. My bad, y'all. All right, so we'll see y'all probably tomorrow. I don't know if my baby getting on or me. It don't matter. I would love to see us do that topic though with the preacher. Yeah, we got to do that one though for sure. But all right, y'all. I'll catch up with y'all. Appreciate y'all. Toodaloo.